We have some news just coming in. Let's go straight to that. BJP and AAP are trading charges over Delhi Mayor Dangal. Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia's massive allegation against the BJP. BJP councillors have been asked to create ruckus. Sources within the BJP tell us AAP is bribing BJP councillors. According to the Delhi BJP sources, some of the party councillors have been offered money allegedly by AAP ahead of the elections as far as the Delhi mayor is concerned. Senior state party leaders, including working president Virendra Sachdeva, will do a press conference in just some time. Councillors who got the alleged offer could be present in this meeting as well, is what we've been given to understand.
Court of India, with effect from the date he assumes charge of his office, given at Rashtrapati Bhavan, New Delhi, this 4th day of February in the year 2023, 15th Magha, 1944 Shaka, in the 74th year of the Republic of India. Signed, President of India. May I now request Honorable Chief Justice Pankaj Mittal to take oath.
I, Pankaj Mittal,
having been appointed a judge of the Supreme Court of India,
having been appointed a judge of the Supreme Court of India,
do swear in the name of God
do swear in the name of God
that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of India as by law established,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of India as by law established,
that I will uphold the sovereignty and integrity of India,
that I will uphold the sovereignty and integrity of India,
that I will duly and faithfully and to the best of my ability, knowledge and judgment,
that I will duly and faithfully and to the best of my ability, knowledge and judgment,
perform the duties of my office without fear or favor, affection or ill will,
perform the duties of my office without fear or favor, affection or ill will,
and that I will uphold the Constitution and the laws.
that I will uphold the Constitution and the laws. Thank you.
Warrant of appointment of Honorable Chief Justice Sanjay Karol reads as under. By virtue of the power vested in me by Clause 2 of Article 124 of the Constitution of India, I, Draupadi Murmu, President of India, do hereby appoint Chief Justice Sanjay Karol.
Anisha is getting us more details. The Supreme Court of India has got 5 new judges, and it's been a delay, Anisha, but this has now, in fact, finally been finalized. The centre clearing the appointment of 5 judges. And this, of course, came amid a lot of back and forth, as we've been seeing, between the judiciary and the government of India.
Well, yes, we've seen this kind of back and forth, but today is an important day. Justices Pankaj Mittal, former Chief Justice of the Rajasthan High Court, Justice Sanjay Karol of the Patna High Court, P.V. Sanjay Kumar of Manipur High Court, and Sanuddin Amanatullah of the Patna High Court, and Justice Manoj Mishra of the Allahabad High Court are taking oath of office as judges of the Supreme Court of India. This brings up the strength of the Supreme Court to now 32, with 2 vacancies still remaining and 2 recommendations still pending with the government of India. And as you just mentioned, we've seen a lot of back and forth between the government and the judiciary over these appointments. We, in fact, just last week on Friday, in fact, we saw the Justice Sanjay Kishan call of the Supreme Court asking the Attorney General to ensure that these appointments go through as quickly as possible. In the last week, we've also seen the Chief Justice mention the fact that due to 7 vacancies in the Supreme Court, the work of the court was being affected. And with regard to the appointment process itself, in the last few months, we've seen a lot of back and forth between the government and the judiciary. But now these 5 judges are taking oath. And if I may take you through some point of who these judges are. Justice Pankaj Mithal, he is he till today was the Chief Justice of the Rajasthan High Court. His background is from the Jammu Kashmir High Court, and he has also worked with the Allahabad High Court. He's Sanjay he was the Chief Justice of the Patna High Court since November 2019. Prior to that, he was in the Justice of the High Court of Tripura and the Acting Chief Justice of the Himachal Pradesh High Court.
Yes, Anisha. All right, well, thank you for the moment for getting us those details. In fact, these are live pictures of the live streaming, really, as far as the oath-taking ceremony of the newly appointed judges of the Supreme Court of India is concerned. With that report, it's time for a quick commercial break here. We'll be back with much more in just a minute.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today.
India Today, Business Today. Cabinet, Industry Expert. Today, Business Today. February.
Stylish outside. Co-presented by partner Bandhan Bank. It helps. Insurance. You are the difference.
We have some news just coming in. These are pictures of the Congress who are in fact protesting. These are pan-India street protests. The current pictures are coming in from Chennai. Pramod is getting us more details. In fact, he is at the protest site as we speak. The Congress has gone all out against the government, raising concerns as far as the Adani issue is concerned. What exactly are these leaders now saying?
Well, we're currently standing outside SBI Bank in Porur, and this is one of the locations where the Congress have started to decided to protest over here. There is another protest that is also occurring at Nungambakkam. Congress cadres in the number of a minimum of 300 have come over here, and they are protesting. They have two demands. They condemn the action of, they claim, forceful investment by SBI and LIC in Adani Group, and they also demand that a probe by a Supreme Court judge or a parliamentary committee should be done regarding these investments, and that's the reason such a protest is occurring over here. Close to 300 Congress cadres are protesting at this site. This is a protest that was called Pan India, and currently it's happening in Porur, Chennai. This is one of the arterial roads, and that's the reason Congress cadres are standing on one side of this place, and they are protesting, demanding a detailed probe into the investments in Adani Group, citing the Hindenburg report, and they claim that the investments that was done by SBI and LIC are forceful investments. That's their allegation, and that's the reason they are holding a protest at this site currently.
Visuals of protest of Congress leaders in Chennai right now. So not just in Parliament, but these are protests that are spilled out in different parts of the country. The Congress is in fact holding nationwide protests. The demands are the same, Pramod, a JPC or a Supreme Court monitored probe as far as the Adani scam as being alleged by the Congress is concerned. Pramod, I was asking you that the Congress's demands remain the same as far as their protests are concerned. They're demanding a JPC, which is a Joint Parliamentary Committee probe, or even a Supreme Court monitored probe in this entire matter.
Absolutely. That is one of their demands over here. The first one is that they are raising condemnation. This is their allegation that LIC and SBI were made to forcefully invest in Adani Group. And the second one is, just like you mentioned, a joint parliamentary committee's investigation into these investments, or at least a Supreme Court judge probing into these investments. And that's the reason they are protesting right outside SBI Bank in Chennai currently.
So the reason behind the protest is because the grand old party here, viewers, is alleging that as far as LIC and SBI are concerned, the government of India forced them into investing into Adani's, and that's the reason why these are stocks also suffering. Courtesy the bloodbath really that we've been seeing as far as the Adani stocks are concerned. Congress is protesting across the country. The demands that they've been raising is that there should be a JPC or there should be a Supreme Court monitored probe in this entire matter. Bengaluru city is also seeing these protests, and for that I'm going to go straight to my colleague Anaga, who has more details. Anaga, what are the leaders there saying as far as the so-called Adani scandal is concerned? Anita, if you can hear me, I was asking you about the protests that have broken out across the country, including Bengaluru.
ನಮ್ಮ ಪಕ್ಷ ಯಾವ ತರ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು ಅನ್ನೋದನ್ನ ವಿಚಾರನ ನಾನು ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ. ಇವತ್ತು ಎಷ್ಟೋ ಕೋಟ್ಯಾಂತರ ರೂಪಾಯಿ ಒಂದು ತೆರಿಗೆ ಹಣದಲ್ಲಿ.
Okay, now Congress along with other opposition parties have said that the drop in the prices of the Adani Group, the shares, essentially is a scam that is involving the money that belongs to the common people who've invested in SBI and LIC, and that's the reason why they are protesting across the country, saying that the money of the common public is at stake. And how is that the LIC and SBI were forced to invest into Adani Group is the question they're asking. 16 opposition parties, we've been given to understand that now that number has gone up to 18, have demanded a joint parliamentary committee or a Supreme Court monitored inquiry into these allegations that have been raised, remember, by a US-based activist. Pramod, these are protests that will continue now for days together. The Congress is leaving no stone unturned to corner the government on this entire matter.
ಸರ್ಜಿಕಲ್ ವಾರ್ ಆಯ್ತು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಅದನ್ನ ದೊಡ್ಡದಾಗಿ ತೋರಿಸ್ತಾರೆ ಮೀಡಿಯಾದಲ್ಲಿ. ಆದ್ರೆ ಶ್ರೀಮತಿ ಇಂದಿರಾ ಗಾಂಧಿ ಇದ್ದಾಗ ಈ ತರದ್ದು ಸಾವಿರಾರು ಮಾಡಿದಾಳೆ ಅಮ್ಮ. ಅವ್ರ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಪಾಕಿಸ್ತಾನ ಮೇಲೆ ವಾರ್ ಮಾಡಿದಾಗ 2 ವಾರನ
Anaga, I'm going to put that question to you. The Congress is holding protests across the country. We'll be expecting them to keep up the heat on the government.
ಸ್ಟ್ರೈಕ್ ನಡೆದ್ರೆ ಸರ್ಜಿಕಲ್ ವಾರ್ ಆಯ್ತು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಅದನ್ನ ದೊಡ್ಡದಾಗಿ ತೋರಿಸ್ತಾರೆ ಮೀಡಿಯಾದಲ್ಲಿ. ಆದ್ರೆ ಶ್ರೀಮತಿ ಇಂದಿರಾ ಗಾಂಧಿ ಇದ್ದಾಗ ಈ ತರದ್ದು 1000 ಮಾಡಿದಾಳ ಅಮ್ಮ. ಅವ್ರ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಪಾಕಿಸ್ತಾನ ಮೇಲೆ ವಾರ್ ಮಾಡಿದಾಗ 2 ವಾರನ ಗೆದ್ದಿದ್ದೀವಿ ನಾವು.
Meanwhile, the government continues to say that they have nothing to hide over the Adani controversy, accusing the opposition of evading discussion in Parliament. Nationwide protests being held by the Congress party outside the offices of the SBI and the LIC, saying that the share prices of Adani have fallen and the money of people, the common public, is at stake. Those people who've invested in SBI and LIC. Also, the government continues to say that regulators like the SEBI and the RBI are on their toes to keep the equity market stable, also looking into this crisis. And that the government has nothing to add in terms of demand of a JPC, and that isn't something that they'll be ensuring. With that, it's time for a quick commercial break here. We'll continue to track all of those developments in just a few moments from now.
Congratulations on this good set of numbers that you've reported. Your own take, was it in line with your expectations or better than your expectations? And also, what were the key factors that really supported the bottom line?
As you know, we were the first ones in the life insurance space to do a M&A, and we had guided the street that we will be margin neutral about a year down the line, but very happy to share that we are already at margin neutrality, which means that the combined entities margins, new business margins are in line with where we were last year, and from here on we will continue to build that upwards. So slightly ahead. Apart from that, very happy in terms of whether it's in top line. We have grown faster than the sector at 17%. And all the elements of growth, our agency channel, their share has grown from about 14% to 18%. Annuity has trended upwards about 60%. Protection sequential growth has been about 13-14%. Credit life has grown upwards of 50%. And hence, because of all of this, this has not surprisingly resulted in fairly healthy margins and also a healthy PAT, like you mentioned, of over 15% growth.
What are the trends that you're already witnessing? 20th of January already here, in January, and for the entire FY23, can we safely say it's going to be a good growth year for HDFC Life?
Yes, it's going to be a holistic year. Good growth in profitability, very steady in terms of quality of business, in terms of persistency.
watching India Today.
Hello there, very good morning. You're watching India Today TV. I'm Sneha. Let's get started with the headlines in this edition first. Adani fireworks in Parliament. Today, opposition demands JPC on the matter. Congress to hold pan-India protest. Finance Minister assures banking sector is robust.
Adani Sarkar down.
Prime Minister Modi's mega infrastructure push in pole-bound Karnataka to inaugurate India Energy Week. Focus on green energy and ethanol blending. BJP versus JDS over Chief Minister Bomai. Kumaraswamy makes explosive claims as BJP will drop Bomai. BJP hits back, says Kumaraswamy is insulting Prahlad Joshi. This countdown to crucial mayor election begins. Up in BJP trade charges. Sisodia alleges BJP councillors advised to create ruckus. BJP accuses AAP of bribing their councillors. Indian music composer Ricky Kedge wins 3rd Grammy Awards for his album Divine Tides, becomes the first Indian to win Grammy thrice. At least 53 dead in massive earthquake, 7.9 in magnitude that hit Turkey. Widespread damage reported across Turkey. That toll could mount to thousands. All right, we're getting you all the details of the political slugfest that we've been seeing inside Parliament, which has just convened, is what we've been given to understand. Proceedings of the House have begun.
विशिष्ट दीर्घा में भूटान के संसदीय शिष्टमंडल के सदस्य विराजमान हैं। मैं अपनी ओर से, सदन की ओर से, सभी माननीय सदस्यों की ओर से उनकी भारत यात्रा पर स्वागत करता हूं, अभिनंदन करता हूं। अतिथि भूटान की नेशनल असेंबली के अध्यक्ष महामहिम वांगचुक नामग्याल जी और उनका संसदीय शिष्टमंडल आज भारत 5 फरवरी 2023 को आगमन उनका हुआ। शिष्टमंडल के सदस्य दिल्ली के अलावा मुंबई और औरंगाबाद की यात्रा भी करेंगे। उनका शनिवार 11 फरवरी 2023 को भारत से प्रस्थान।
Proceedings in the House right now. In fact, as we speak, remember, for days together, the Houses of Parliament, both of them, in fact, the upper and the lower house, have been stalled, given that the opposition has been raising their concerns and seeking a JPC or a Supreme Court monitored probe as far as the alleged Adani scandal is concerned.
I request members to rise in their places and also the memory of the departed.
Opposition leaders have been protesting outside the Gandhi statue over the Adani crisis, raising slogans against the government, demanding a JPC-led investigation. Not just that, Congress is holding a nationwide protest outside the offices of the LIC and the SBI. Telangana Chief Minister KCR has launched a scathing attack at the government as well, accusing it of shielding Adani, claiming that the whole banking system is facing a threat because of the Adani crisis. KCR said that an unchecked privatization was going on. Meanwhile, as the row over Adani crisis continues, Kotak Mahindra's CEO Uday Kotak has said that the current situation doesn't really risk the Indian financial system.
प्रेसिडेंट का जो भाषण है उसके ऊपर हम सभी लोग बोलने को तैयार है और उनके उनकी जो गरिमा है या जो हमारे पास हमेशा प्रेसिडेंट के स्पीच के लिए जो महत्व देते हैं वो तो हम देते रहेंगे और देंगे, लेकिन पहला हमारा मुद्दा ये है जो आज गड़बड़ी पूरे देश में हो रही, नेशनली और इंटरनेशनली जो सब्जेक्ट आज उठा है,
देश की दिशा
इसके ऊपर मोदी जी जवाब।
चर्चा और संवाद के लिए
लोकसभा
किसी विषय पर चर्चा और संवाद करनी है तो आप बातचीत करें। आप बिना बातचीत के केवल नियोजित तरीके से सदन को स्थगित कराना ये उचित नहीं है। आप आए, आपका जो भी विषय है, जो भी मुद्दा है, मेरे चेंबर में आए, बातचीत करें। मैं हर मुद्दे पर, हर बात पर आपको चर्चा कराने को तैयार हूं, लेकिन आप चर्चा नहीं करना चाहते, केवल बेल पे नाराबाजी करना चाहते हैं, ये उचित नहीं है। आप विराजे, आप मेरे चेंबर में आए, किसी विषय पर मैं आपको चर्चा संवाद का पर्याप्त मौका दूंगा। आप बेल में आकर नियोजित तरीके से सदन स्थगित करें, ये उचित नहीं है। फिर माननीय सदस्य मैं आपसे आग्रह करूंगा कि नारेबाजी करना देश की जनता के हित के लिए नहीं है। देश की जनता ने आपको चुनकर भेजा है। मजदूरों पे प्रश्न उठा पे, आप मजदूरों के सवाल उठाने दो ना उनको। आपके सदस्य वहां विराज हैं, आप बोलने नहीं दे रहे। आप केवल नारेबाजी करने रोज सदन में भेजा है क्या आपको जनता ने? देश की जनता आपको देख रही है। उनके बुनियादी सवालों पर बात करो, चर्चा करो। मैं आपको पर्याप्त समय, पर्याप्त अवसर दूंगा चर्चा और संवाद पर, हर मुद्दे पर। माननीय राष्ट्रपति जी के अभिभाषण पर आप व्यापक चर्चा कर सकते हैं। नहीं, गलत। नारेबाजी करना भारत की संसद की मर्यादाओं के अनुरूप नहीं है। आपने काफी वर्षों तक राज किया है, इतनी पुरानी पार्टी है आपका इस तरीका का व्यवहार उचित नहीं है। माननीय सदस्य के नेता प्लीज आप सीट पर जाइए, माननीय सदस्य को प्रश्न पूछिए। मैं माननीय सदस्य प्रश्न पूछना चाहते हैं, मंत्री जी जवाब देना चाहते हैं। सदन नहीं चलना देना चाहते आप सदन नहीं चलने देना चाहते, सदन में चर्चा नहीं करना चाहते, प्रश्नकाल पर सवाल नहीं उठाना चाहते हैं। सदन की कार्रवाई 2 बजे तक के लिए स्थगित की जाती है।
Proceedings, in fact, for the moment, the House has been adjourned till 2 p.m. As far as the lower house is concerned, well, the Lok Sabha Speaker, they're expressing dismay at the fact that the government is ready to discuss the issue, but sloganeering continues. We are willing to discuss the matter, but the House must be in order, there should be decorum, is what has been said by the Speaker. But opposition members, including the Congress, essentially being led by the Congress, are creating ruckus inside Parliament. Now, what the demand is that there should be a Supreme Court monitored probe in the Adani issue, or JPC, a joint parliamentary committee probe. Rahul Gautam continues to be with us. Rahul, again, there are no surprises. The House once again has been adjourned at least till 2 p.m.
Inside the house to draw attention of the government on Adani issue, so that there could be pressure on the government so that they'll allow discussion on Adani issue. You rightly pointed out that it seems that this particular budget session is also heading towards a complete washout, given the fact that there hardly been any proceedings so far, and because of the stalemate is continuing between Treasury and opposition benches, the business of the house is getting affected. There you heard Lok Sabha Speaker Om Birla also expressing his displeasure displeasure over the fact that opposition MPs were chanting slogans and they were disrupting the proceedings. And in fact, he also said that the government is ready to discuss, the presidential address. And at that point of time, you can, I'm going to allow time, to you. I'm going to allocate time to you, to each political party. There, you can raise your issues. But it seems that the opposition is not convinced. They have made it very clear that they're not going to allow this House function until or unless the demands are met, until there's immediate discussion on Adani issue, or there's a constitution of a JPC or a SC monitored probe. So it seems that this stalemate and this impasse is continuing as we speak. Shortly from now, around 11:45, Youth Congress is also going to protest at Jantar Mantar. They're going to take out a march from Jantar Mantar all the way to the SBI headquarters to protest against the alleged clean sheet given by SBI to Adani. So it seems that the Congress party is not just fighting out its case inside the parliament. They're also taking this entire fight to the very seats of the national capital.
Okay, we are going straight now to the proceedings of the upper house.
That a direction has been imparted to frustrate functioning of the House, to put it in disorder, is certainly beyond the expectation of the people. We are not honoring their aspirations. We are not acting in accordance with what we are expected to do. Honorable members, I appeal to you in the name of democracy and constitution to transact business of the day. One second, please take your seat. Take your seat. Honorable members are fully aware more than I am, having been distinguished members of this House for long, that the days we have lost, there was an opportunity in every day to raise the issue the House seeks to raise, to generate optical impressions. We cannot allow rules to be derailed. One second. Honorable members, kindly reflect deeply that the time we have lost on earlier days, each of the days could have been utilized to raise the issues which is close to your heart, which you think is in public interest. The fact that we choose a forum meant for deliberation, for extraneous purposes, it is not appropriate. I urge the House to be in order and take up the listed business. It is time for us, and I appeal to you, it is time for us to think what the common man is thinking. We are utilizing huge funds. The House is not in order. This is an outrage of the rules. This is outrage of expectations. The House is not being allowed to run. This is most unfortunate. The House is urgent to meet at 2 p.m.
Rajya Sabha has been adjourned as well till 2 p.m. as has been Lok Sabha. So you heard, in fact, from the chair essentially talking about the fact that this is the people's money, the taxpayers' money that is not being utilized right, because people would expect the House to function and for legislative business to be in track, the House must be in decorum. We are okay with the discussion. If something is what is being said, but there has to be decorum, is what is being said by the chair essentially there.
रोज सदन में भेजा है क्या आपको जनता ने? देश की जनता आपको देख रही है.
Opposition has been raising concerns about the fact that just the regulators looking into the so-called Adani scam, a scandal, isn't good enough. A joint parliamentary committee probe or a Supreme Court monitored probe is what must be ensured, and that's the promise that they are asking, in fact, they're seeking from the government. And that's the assurance. Also, day-to-day reporting of the investigations is something that they're seeking, saying that the LIC and the SBI have been forced to invest money in Adani, and this is the people's money at stake. We heard from the Speaker of Lok Sabha and also from the Chairperson of Rajya Sabha there, expressing dismay about the fact that the House is not in order, and sloganeering continues. Another day of adjournments, with both the Houses of Parliament adjourned till 2 p.m. today. Meanwhile, nationwide protests have broken out, being led by the Congress party outside the offices of the SBI and LIC, saying that the money of the common people is at stake because LIC and SBI were forced to invest into the Adani stocks, and that is the kind of loss that is now been seen, and it's the people's money at stake. The government has serious answering to do, is what the opposition has said. A total of 18 opposition parties are raising these concerns, holding protests inside and outside Parliament. The silence of the Prime Minister on the Adani Mega scam is what the Congress says. Supriya Bhardwaj has more details in that story. Supriya, really no surprises given that none of the demands have been met with as far as the opposition is concerned, and that's the reason why the House won't function.
Well, as far as the opposition is concerned, they had said in the morning itself that they want discussion, but with this thing also that the government has to come out and give a statement on the entire Adani group issue, and at the same time, the JPC probe demand was kept by the opposition. Today, once again, we have seen as to how the opposition had upped the ante against the government, and what has resulted is that both the houses, Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha, has been adjourned till 2 p.m. Now, a section of opposition is saying that full-fledged discussion should take place on this entire matter because it is concerning the money, the finances of the investors in LIC, as well as that in the people who have kept their money in SBI Bank. So people are, the opposition is saying it's about those investors also, as well as those people who have their bank accounts and have taken the LIC policies, and it is in their interest, in the interest of the public, that they have been raising this issue. And today in the morning at 10 a.m. we saw a massive protest by the representatives of nearly 16 opposition parties, Sneha. In the morning near the Gandhi statue, they protested, and after that they went inside the house, and what we have seen is what was happening outside near the Gandhi statue, the protest. Actually, same scenes were seen inside the house also in Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha, where MPs are protesting, and they are saying that they will not budge. They will continue demanding the JPC probe or a Supreme Court sitting judge related probe in the entire matter as far as Adani Group is concerned.
Oh, Supriya, the government there is saying, and also the chair has made it clear that we are okay with the discussion. So under what rule is the government actually ready with the discussion? Is it going to be some replies that the opposition would seek during the motion of thanks, which the government is then going to respond to? What is it that the government is agreeing to right now?
Well, opposition, Sneha, is saying that they have moved adjournment motions. This is not by one person or one MP, but several MPs in both Lok Sabha as well as Rajya Sabha has moved the adjournment motions seeking discussion on the Adani Group issue. But they are saying that the government has to now come out and tell under which whether the long duration or short duration discussion can take place. However, we have seen what happened was that the House is saying, the chair is saying that the House has to function, it has to be in order. And what we saw was ruckus in both the houses.
All right, so we have these pictures of the opposition protesting inside Parliament with the houses. Both of them have been adjourned, Supriya. The Congress not letting the heat die down as far as this matter is concerned. Protests spilling out to the streets of the country from mega cities, where in Hyderabad, in Bengaluru, Chennai, we're seeing these protests against the government. Outside the SBI and LIC have broken out. Supriya.
सीतारमण की ओर से व्याख्यात्मक ज्ञापन सहित वित्त मंत्रालय राजस्व विभाग की
Sri Fagan Singh Kulaste.
Apurva is getting us more details, and she's coming to us from Hyderabad city where the Congress is protesting. Apurva, where exactly are these protests? Give us a sense of what is being said on the ground.
Well, Sneha, these protests, remember, are pan-India protests that are happening. Congress leading these protests, and we're right outside the SBI headquarters here in Hyderabad, where these protests are taking place. Majority group of Congress workers here in Telangana are protesting against, Modi and Adani group. In fact, several slogans that were chanted here, calling for, investigation into the Adani industries, as well as, these protests that are ongoing here are a part of these protests that are going on pan-India against Adani and the recent Hindenburg report as well. We're also seeing that these protests that just started a couple of minutes back has seen several Congress leaders who are trying to, raise slogans and are, slogans such as Modi down, down, Adani down, down. These are the kind of protests and sloganeering that we are hearing these protesters here, chant across. Remember, this is also not the first time that the Congress and several other opposition parties have asked that, the Adani Enterprises company and the issue behind it be discussed in the Lok Sabha and the Rajya Sabha as well. In fact, earlier today as well, from BRS representatives had at both Rajya Sabha and Lok Sabha passed motion, asked for motions to discuss the Adani and the Hindenburg report as well. And now Congress here at Hyderabad are currently protesting right outside the SBI headquarters here in Hyderabad. We're also seeing several number of police officials who have also been deployed here to monitor the situation on ground. This even amidst these protests that are ongoing right now by several Congress leaders over here, Youth Congress, who are protesting against the Adani group of companies, not only here in Hyderabad, but these protests are ongoing here across pan-India and in Hyderabad. Today, these set of leaders from the Congress, Telangana Congress, are continuing their protests. Sneha.
It's with us. Anaga is joining us from Bengaluru, where the Congress is protesting. Ashutosh also is with us from Delhi City, and Pramod Madhav continues to be with us from Chennai, where the protests have broken out. Remember, these are pan-India protests that have been launched by the Congress party against the government. Essentially, why outside the LIC offices and why outside the offices of the SBI? Ashutosh, the allegation is this, that these were companies that were forced to invest into the Adani group, and the people's money is lying with LIC and with the SBI. So this is the money of the people at stake, the common man at stake.
What is not true, but somewhere down the line it also sets a perspective, and particularly for the common people who have invested their money, be it the LIC or even the SBI, that raises certain apprehension, and this is also fueling those sentiments when there is the silence from the government, from the finance ministry, from the SEBI, which is a market regulator, and the agencies. When we see, there have been some certain statements from SBI, from SEBI as well, but when it comes to those clarity and particular those kind of accusations of the manipulating of the share and the manipulating of stock, these kind of allegations are level, then the amount of clarification that is needed from these agencies, from the regulator, that is somewhere and missing. And when it comes to these kind of share accusation, when thousands of crores, the entire share market and people's money which are directly affected, when they believe that their money is safe with the LIC and the SBI, and such kind of accusation raised, this gives ammunition to the opposition party, and that's exactly why you see from Parliament to the street these kind of protests happening. Here in the national capital, the Youth Congress is on the street, and for now, within 5 minutes, they'll start a march to the SBI headquarter at Jantar Mantar. But these people who are protesting here, Manu, जो मार्च हो रहा है, क्लैरिफिकेशन सरकार दे रही है, पार्लियामेंट में सवाल पूछे जा रहे हैं, लेकिन कहीं न कहीं हाउस नहीं चल पा रहा है. सड़क पर आप जब प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे हैं, व्हाट एग्जैक्टली द यूथ कांग्रेस इज नाउ डिमांडिंग?
सबसे पहली बात आप बताइए, कौन सा क्लैरिफिकेशन सरकार ने दिया? हिडनबर्ग की रिपोर्ट को आए 13 दिन हो चुके हैं. इस देश का प्रधानमंत्री खामोश है, वित्त मंत्री खामोश है, सेबी खामोश है, ईडी खामोश है, सीबीआई खामोश है, पूरी पूरी सरकार खामोश है. क्यों खामोश है? क्योंकि अडानी से इन्होंने जो चंदा लिया था चुनाव का, आज तक उसकी किस्त चुका रहे हैं. हमारा प्रदर्शन अडानी के खिलाफ नहीं है. देखिए, अडानी इस देश में कैंसर की बीमारी है, क्योंकि उसका संरक्षण सरकार कर रही है. हम ये बात क्यों कह रहे हैं? क्योंकि सरकार ने पिछले 9 सालों में बैंकों पे दबाव बनाया कि आप अडानी में इन्वेस्ट करिए.
While you speak, I'll ask Sajid Alam to keep panning those two images here, how youth Congress workers are gathering. Manu.
तो मेरा कहना है कि सरकार ने सिस्टमैटिक तरीके से इस देश को बर्बाद किया है. पहले बैंकों पे प्रेशर बनाया कि आप इनको कर्जा दीजिए, फिर बैंकों पे प्रेशर बनाया कि आप अडानी की कंपनियों में इन्वेस्ट कीजिए, LIC पे प्रेशर बनाया कि आप LIC से वहां पे उन्होंने इन्वेस्ट कराया. तो आज वो पैसा जो है, आप अगर अडानी के
मार्च करने जा रहे हैं SBI बैंक.
हमारा प्रदर्शन इस जवाब को लेके है कि आखिर क्यों जनता का पैसा दाव पे लगाया गया.
With this question, the Youth Congress, and that we see the protest, almost a pan-India protest in several states where the opposition, different opposition parties are hitting the street against the government. Back to you, Sneha.
Well, absolutely. Pan-India protest being launched by the Congress party inside Parliament, outside Parliament. The idea is to keep the heat on the government and to ensure that there is a JPC probe or a Supreme Court monitored probe in this entire matter. Anagha is in Bengaluru also getting us all of those details. Anagha, a sense of what's really happening on the ground in Bangalore city.
Sneha, we are right now at the Mysore Bank Circle and there are about 500 to 600 protesters gathered here and they are alleging that the government favoured Adani and that is why today the common men have lost their money. Crores of money have been lost and they are blaming the BJP government for this. They are saying that they favoured Adani Enterprise and that is why today, the common man is suffering. We have few MLAs there. We have Ramlinga Reddy who is MLA. We're also expecting Krishna and also expecting N.A. Harris to also be present here and the protest is pretty huge. We have about 500 to 600 people gathered here just in Mysore Bank Circle from across Karnataka, from Chikballapur, from Chikpete, from Mysore, from Mandya, from Karnataka. Karnataka people have gathered here protesting for their money.
Protesting for their money as far as the allegation of the Congress and the opposition is concerned is that it's the money of the people that has been forcefully invested into the Adani group. And now that the stocks are falling, now that there is a huge crisis, the money of the people is at stake. Apurva continues to be with us also. Apurva, get us the voices on the ground on what they really expect from the government, because inside Parliament, there is a lot at stake. There is a legislative business at stake, motion of thanks as far as the budget speech is concerned. That too is pending. What do they expect from the government now?
Well, definitely, these are just not one specific protest that we are seeing taking place here. In fact, we also have a senior Congress member here with us. Sir, these protests are today pan-India are ongoing. Here in Telangana, what are the demands of the Telangana Congress?
See, not in Telangana, but the nationwide Congress is on protest because SBI and LIC are the major stakeholders in Adani Group. I request Narendra Modi not to hide or not to save his closest friend Adani, who has become world's second richest in the span of 8 years. When the Modi has taken the charge as the Prime Minister of India, Adani has grown his properties and wealth and become the world's second richest. After this Hindenburg report, Adani has fallen to 40th richest in this world. Why Adani shares have been fallen in this last 1 week, and why this ED and CBI not coming into the force? Because any small incident happening in the country, EDI and CBI are coming into the force. But not in this particular case, not even the RBI or SEBI or CBI or ED, nothing is coming because they don't want to take an action against Narendra's closest friend Adani.
So you think that this is something, the Hindenburg report, we've already seen, what kind of output it has brought out. And several motions that had been passed in Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha calling for discussion of this report and Adani group of companies. This Congress protest pan-India, it is happening. You think these protests will continue?
Yeah, this protest will definitely continue because our Honorable President, Congress President Sri Kharge has called for a joint parliamentary committee in the parliament. Why Narendra Modi is not coming forward to constitute a joint parliamentary committee? Because, see, I am saying that India's the biggest bank is SBI and LIC. Both the institutions, they have invested in Adani Group, which they are the major stakeholders in the Adani Group. Why Modi is not coming and to the rescue of the shareholders and the account holders of the particular SBI and LIC? Modi is more concerned about his Adani, his closest friend, but not is concerned about this nation and the people who have invested in the Adani group. Why Adani shares from 4,000 rupees, it has fallen to 1,000 rupees in last 1 week. So they have to take a serious note. I request the RBI and SBI to come into the force and rescue and attach the properties of Adani, and the Joint Parliamentary Committee to be constituted immediately.
So there you can see, Sneha, clearly the kind of demands that Congress is putting forth. In fact, these posters that you can see here definitely shows the kind of cry that they are looking for. These are some of these protests that are ongoing here pan-India and here in Hyderabad as well. These protests that have continuously been ongoing here, demanding that an inquiry be made and that several lives of stakeholders as well as those people who do have bank accounts in LIC as well as in SBI, all of them, what is their fate? And this question mark is what is looming and causing us to protest, and that Congress leaders out here also saying that the protests will continue if there hasn't been any kind of formal inquiry being made. Sneha.
All right, I'm just going to come back to you in a moment from now, Apurva. In fact, all our reporters are covering the protests on the ground. Listen in first to what has been said by the Vice President, Chairman of the Upper House.
भारत की संसद
kindly reflect deeply that the time we have lost on earlier days, each of the days could have been utilized to raise the issues which is close to your heart, which you think is in public interest. The fact that we choose a forum meant for deliberation for extraneous purposes, it is not appropriate. I urge the House to be in order and take up the listed business.
Congress organizing pan-India protests against the government. Shivi Mole is in Thiruvananthapuram. Devankur is also now joining us from Jaipur, where these protests have broken out. The Congress, in that sense, Dev, is leading these protests as far as the opposition is concerned, inside and outside Parliament. Dev.
क्या ये रीजन था जो 36,000 करोड़ रुपए अकेले अडानी को दे दिए? 23,000 crore rupees.
Okay, these are protests. In fact, in Jaipur, we'll also just, in a moment from now, go across to Dev. If Shibi Mole can hear me, Shibi, protests have broken out all over the country as far as the Congress is concerned, seeking answers from the government and also underscoring something that they've been saying for months and years now, that the Prime Minister Narendra Modi, in fact, has worked in such a way to benefit his friends, and this is Gautam Adani that they're referring to.
Well, Sneha, the protests here are happening outside the LIC office, the Life Insurance Corporation office here in Thiruvananthapuram by the Kerala Congress. In fact, a lot of people, a lot of workers have gathered here outside this office here, the LIC office, saying that this is a nationwide protest that we are organizing, and we as Kerala Congress are come here in huge numbers to show solidarity towards the protest that we have planned nationwide. In fact, opposition leader V.D. Sadishan will join the protest and take part in it, is what we are understanding. All the workers have come here gathered. Now, what they're saying is LIC and SBI have the most investments in the Adani groups. LIC was a dream of the Congress party. It was a great initiative taken out by the Congress party. So it's our responsibility to protect these institutes here, and that's why we are here to protest. In fact, they have been alleging that Prime Minister Narendra Modi here is trying to protect his friend, and that's why it's time for us to raise our voice. Remember, Kerala Assembly is also going on, and that's when all these workers have gathered here outside the LIC office, demanding action, showing solidarity towards the protest that's been happening across the country. Now, Now, opposition leader V.D. Satish is expected to come here and join the protest and inaugurate this protest and speak. We have a lot of senior Congress leaders here addressing the workers, saying that this is our responsibility and we have to protest against this issue that's been happening. And as like I mentioned, it was a dream. LIC was LIC, SBI. All these are initiatives introduced by the by the Congress. So. As Congress workers, we have a responsibility, is what the workers here are saying. Sneha.
All right, these are protests that are ongoing. Devankur is in Jaipur, in fact, getting us the very latest. So from north to south to east to west, the Congress essentially has been at the forefront of these allegations against the government that they're hand in glove with Adani. And why can't there be a JPC or a Supreme Court monitored probe in this entire matter? Because it involves the investments of hundreds and millions of Indians who put their money into LIC and SBI. Both of these companies were forced to invest into the Adani group, is what is being alleged by the Congress.
उसकी सारी पूंजी का इन्वेस्टमेंट अडानी की जेब में हो गया.
Well, clearly, Sneha, what the Congress is claiming right now is that Rahul Gandhi, the former president of the Congress, stands vindicated. They claim that Rahul Gandhi had earlier itself mentioned that this is a government which has sold itself out to the corporates, and that is what is being reflected in the latest case of the alleged Adani scam. Where right now, on my left-hand side, there is the LIC office, and out here, the Congress protest has already started, and there are several of the cabinet ministers who have arrived out here in the protest. Although, some of the senior leaders are missing from the protest site, but then there are certain leaders who have reached out here at the protest site. Pratap Singh Khachariyawas is a cabinet minister in Rajasthan गवर्नमेंट. प्रताप जी, ये मुद्दा जो है अडानी का और LIC का, इसको लेकर कांग्रेस आवाज उठा रही है यहाँ पर अशोक गहलोत ने तो कहा था कि अगर अडानी इन्वेस्टमेंट करते हैं राजस्थान में तो ही इज वेलकम. तो अब क्या ऐसा हो गया जिसको लेकर आपको लगता है कि सड़कों पर उतरना पड़ रहा है?
मैं एग्री कर रहा हूँ आपसे. हमारे चीफ मिनिस्टर अशोक गहलोत जी ने कहा था कि अडानी या कोई भी बिजनेसमैन आता है इन्वेस्टमेंट करता है तो वेलकम है. वो इसलिए कहा कि इन्वेस्टमेंट पॉलिसी राजस्थान की बनी हुई है, लेकिन राजस्थान ने घोटाला तो नहीं किया. राजस्थान ने अडानी के साथ हमने कोई पार्टनरशिप तो नहीं की. यहाँ पे तो LIC का बैंकों ने पार्टनरशिप कर ली और केंद्र सरकार साथ में खड़ी होकर कह रही है JPC नहीं बनाई तो ज्वाइंट पार्लियामेंट्री कमेटी की डिमांड राहुल गांधी और खड़गे साहब पूरी ऑल इंडिया कांग्रेस कमेटी कर रही है. तो जब JPC बनेगी तो यहाँ की भी सच्चाई सामने आ जाएगी, सबकी आ जाएगी. हम ये थोड़ा ना कह रहे राजस्थान को अलग कर दो. तो हमारे ऊपर कोई बात आएगी तो वो भी क्लियर होगी.
केंद्र सरकार एक बात कह रही है, वो कह रही है कि कांग्रेस संसद को चलने नहीं दे रही है केंद्र में.
संसद चलाइए, लेकिन आप कांग्रेस की आवाज सुनिए. जो लोकसभा अध्यक्ष है ना ओम बिरला जी, इनको खुद के विद्वान होने की गलतफहमी है और बहुत भले बनने की कोई भला नहीं है. वो कार्यकर्ता बनकर लोकसभा चला रहे हैं ओम बिरला जी. तो जब आप कार्यकर्ता बनकर लोकसभा चलाओगे तो देश के साथ न्याय नहीं कर रहे. ऐसे लोकसभा अध्यक्ष नहीं हो.
बीजेपी कह रही है कांग्रेस 2024 पे नजर रखे हुए है और मुद्दों के अभाव में इस तरह की बातें कर रही है.
कौन से मुद्दों का अभाव है? हरदीप सिंह पुरी इनके मिनिस्टर कहते हैं पेट्रोल डीजल सस्ता होना चाहिए. अरे मेरे काका, तू ही तो मिनिस्टर है यार, क्यों बेवकूफ बना रहे हो? 50-50 रुपए टैक्स ले रहे हो 1-1 लीटर पर पेट्रोल डीजल पे. दुनिया में पहली बार क्रूड ऑयल के दाम इतने कम हुए, $71 प्रति बैरल पर आ गए. फिर भी आप पेट्रोल डीजल के दाम घटाने के लिए तैयार नहीं है.
जोशी इज अनदर कैबिनेट मिनिस्टर इन राजस्थान गवर्नमेंट. महेश जी, जिस तरह से कांग्रेस इस मुद्दे को उठा रही है, क्या आपको लगता है नजर 2024 के लोकसभा चुनाव पर है?
नजर देश की जनता पर है. देश की जनता के साथ जो षड्यंत्र रचे जा रहे हैं, जो देश की जनता को आर्थिक नुकसान पहुंचाया जा रहा है, उसको कैसे रोका जाए, इस पे निगाह है. कांग्रेस ने हमेशा सच्चाई की लड़ाई लड़ी है, सत्य के मार्ग पर कांग्रेस चली है. जो भी इस तरीके के षड्यंत्र होंगे, इस तरीके से देश की जनता को नुकसान पहुंचाएंगे.
Okay, protest in Mumbai city as well. We are staying with these pictures that have in fact been coming in from Jammu. And Dave is with us from Jaipur. Mustafa is with us from Bombay City. Mustafa, similar demands of the Congress workers and cadre protesting there in Mumbai. Just give us a sense of what's happening on the ground. Which is in fact a protest from different parts of the country. We're getting you all of those details. In Bengaluru, Mumbai, Jaipur, Jammu, also Hyderabad, Chennai, Delhi city, where protests have broken out. The Congress has organized Pan-India protest. Mustafa is back with us. Mustafa, a sense of what is being said by the Congress on the ground. Mustafa, if you can hear me.
We are at Wadala, and here there is a branch of State Bank of India where the Congress is taking out this protest, and you can see that slogans are being raised against not only Adani but also Prime Minister, and there is a demand of joint parliamentary committee which the Congress is making nationwide across by giving such protests. We'll speak to people. SBI ब्रांच के बाहर ये प्रोटेस्ट ऑर्गेनाइज किया गया है, क्या वजह?
सर हमारा एक ही कहने का है कि हिडन बैंक की जो रिपोर्ट आई और वो रिपोर्ट में LIC, SBI बैंकों के ऊपर गलत तरीके से सब लोन लिए गए, तो हमारा एक ही कहने का है आज स्टेट बैंक ऑफ इंडिया के सामने हम क्यों खड़े हैं? हम ये कह रहे हैं कि वास्तव में हिडन बैंक की रिपोर्ट अगर सही है तो सरकार उसके लिए क्यों नहीं इंक्वायरी बिठाती है, और सरकार जानबूझ के इसको आज अदानी को आज सेफगार्ड कर रही है.
So that's one of the protests. These are protests which are being organized in Mumbai, and the message they are going to send out is that there is an inquiry which is required. They are also saying that because the government is not hearing them, the centre is not hearing them in the parliament, hence the opposition has come out on road. Back to you.
Let's go these pictures now coming in from Jammu, where the Congress leaders are protesting and things are getting pretty chaotic. Let's listen. Pictures coming in from Jammu, where protests have broken out. These are protests that are being led by the Congress, remember, protesting across the country, turning the heat on the government as far as the Adani scam is concerned, seeking answers. Why can't there be a JPC, or why can't there be a Supreme Court monitored probe? A day-to-day, in fact, a report on the investigation is what they are seeking right now. Things going pretty out of hand in Jammu. Sunil G. Bhatt has more details on that. Yes, Sunil.
Yes, Neha, Congress party has now taken to the streets, and the way this controversy is, blowing up, it has given fresh ammunition to the Congress party, and it has sensed an opportunity to corner the Modi government, and that is why we are seeing that protests are taking place across the country, and even in Jammu, you can see a massive protests are being witnessed, and the Congress party workers are in the streets. They are saying that Modi government is favoring, a capitalist and top industrialists like Adani, while poor people are suffering. Their money is being, wasted, and they are being given loans by the government. That's what the allegation of the Congress party is. But the government has been all along maintaining that it has nothing to hide, and the agencies will look into the issues, and the opposition is trying to create a controversy out of nothing. That's what the government is saying. But the Congress party has sensed an opportunity, and that is why we are seeing that protests are taking place across the country. Here in Jammu, and outside the Congress party's headquarters at Shahidi Chowk, sloganeering is taking place, and you can see that even right now that the Congress is trying to break the barricade, and they are trying to move towards the other areas of Jammu city, but they are being prevented by the police. Yeah.
Right, now the Congress is protesting in different parts of the country, and we're getting you all of these pictures. On the extreme side of the screen are these protests that were held at the Gandhi statue, and these protests continue. Save SBI, save LIC. people's money has been put into these firms, is what the Congress has said. And that's the reason why the protests have broken out outside the LIC office, outside the SBI office, in Hyderabad, Bengaluru, Mumbai, Chennai. Protests also in Jammu, as is being told to us by Sunil Ji Bhatt, where some Congress leaders also are getting detained. Sunil, if you can hear me, and there are in fact visuals. All right, we'll just go across to Sunil Ji Bhatt in a few moments from now. But detentions, because things are going pretty out of hand as far as the law and order situation is concerned. But expect the Congress to keep the heat on the government as far as the Adani crisis is concerned. Inside and outside Parliament, these are protests that continue, being led by the Congress. In fact, at the Gandhi statue, we saw 16 opposition parties protest. Now, what's pending in the House is legislative business, motion of thanks. As far as the budget speech is also concerned, these are concerns that the government has raised about pending legislative business, saying that we can broach this matter, but in a different way. First, there has to be decorum inside the House. Both the Speaker of Lok Sabha and the Chairman of Rajya Sabha have expressed their disappointment as far as the functioning of the House is concerned, saying the House is not meant for the opposition to create ruckus, but to raise concerns that are valid, and these are issues that will be addressed. What then is going to be the government's strategy from here on, given that the stalemate continues? Viewers, till 2 p.m. today, both houses of Parliament have been adjourned. Meanwhile, these are protests that have broken out. Dramatic pictures coming in from Mumbai, Chennai, Hyderabad, Bengaluru, Delhi City, Jammu. Different parts of the country are seeing protests being organized by the Congress party. Ashutosh is in Delhi City, where these protests are being held by the Congress. Ashutosh, once again, a sense of what is being said on the ground.
Well, the march is to begin, Sneha, shortly. But I'll take you some, very interesting images put out by the Youth Congress workers here. So this is a symbolic protest, of course, that we are seeing, fanning out in different states. So here the Youth Congress workers carrying literally a briefcase of SBI, then literally a check. And this is how we have known that it's been years that Congress has been accusing the Prime Minister Modi and his government for helping out the corporates, and literally this is how the protest is exactly showing the same symbol, these symbolic protests that has started already at the Jantar Mantar, and soon they will start marching towards the SBI headquarters, right located at the Jantar Mantar. And what we are seeing, the protests, the outrage that we are that already triggering in the Parliament and from Parliament to the streets, and only issue that how the stock manipulation as the accusation level by the Hindenburg, the American agency, and now the silence of the government and the government agencies, the regulator, the bank over this massive issue. And that's exactly how it has given the ammunition for the opposition, particularly when the several states going for the assembly elections, and this is literally going to trouble the BJP because they are in the center and it's their responsibility. They have to answer from the Parliament to the street, and particularly when we see all these ministers going in different states talking about the budget, their success, how the budget could be revolutionary for the people. And right in that, these kind of reports come, and the opposition hitting the street from Parliament. You already see there is a massive demand. And remember, this is literally a deja vu what we have seen in UPA 2 era. If you remember the 2G scam, how there was massive furore by then opposition led by the BJP, that until JPC is formed, literally the house was derailed totally. This looks the exactly similar movement. Already the slogan ring has started from the other side, and soon this march will begin from Jantar Mantar to the SBI headquarters at Jantar Mantar, the another place. But for now, the opposition, which is rigid on the demand of JBC and JPC probe in this entire the accusation that is being leveled. But for now, what we see the images of protests from southern state to the eastern state to the western state, and here in the heart of national capital. Sneha.
Well, absolutely. You rightly reminded us of the 2G scam. In fact, the entire session was washed out. Ashutosh, when the government at that point in time was refusing to relent, that was led by the Congress and the BJP and the opposition, up in arms, demanding JPC, which finally the Congress and government had to allow. These are similar pictures of protests inside and outside Parliament. These are pictures of chaos and ruckus coming in from Delhi City. NSUI, which is the students' wing of the Congress party, is holding this protest in Delhi, where Authorities are now detaining Ashutosh, these members of the NSUI.
Well, there are multiple protests that we know that it is happening in different states, of course. When they start marching, because the Delhi police has said that beyond this Jantar Mantar area, you cannot go. And the moment they try to breach out the barricade, there are section 144 installed. And this particular point, where you see these barricades, the senior officials from Delhi police and the CRP has been deployed. So right, beyond going this point, when the march begins, certainly they will be detained here. And from the other side, we see the Youth Congress workers have already started march from the Jantar Mantar. So this will be the gathering area, and from here they will be heading to the SBI headquarters where the march will take place. And the Delhi police has confined them, restricted them only to be at the Jantar Mantar. But the moment they try to cross this area, they'll be detained and taken to the Parliament Street police station. This is how the march has already started from Delhi's Jantar Mantar, and the Youth Congress workers led by BB Srinivas, they will head to the SBI headquarters at Delhi's Jantar Mantar on the Parliament Street. B. Srinivas here at Jantar Mantar. Joining me here, Srinivas. Parliament already being washed out. There is barely anything happening. All we see, only the uproar. What is the message on the street by the opposition?
देखिए किस तरीके के सरकार ने साबित हो गया है सरकार भ्रष्ट है, जो किस तरीके के ये अडानी कांड को छुपाने के लिए पूरा सरकार पूरा उसके साथ खड़े होने का, दोस्ती निभाने का काम जो कर रहा है। जो हमारा क्या मांग है, पार्लियामेंट में जॉइंट पार्लियामेंट्री सेशन होना चाहिए, इसके ऊपर चर्चा होना चाहिए और इसका जवाब देना चाहिए।
क्या ये इस बात का बदला है कि जब यूपीए 2 में बीजेपी रिजिड थी जेपीसी मांग पर 2G घोटाले में, क्या कांग्रेस के लिए बिल्कुल वही लम्हा है कि आज लगभग उसी का जवाब आप?
आजाद भारत का सबसे बड़ा घोटाला है, देश का गरीब जनता का पैसा है, LIC वो SBI वो, इनको लोन दिलाने का काम किसने किया? हर कंट्री में लेके घूमने वाला काम किसने किया? इलेक्टोरल बॉन्ड में सबसे ज्यादा पैसा कि इनसे कौन लिया है? क्लियर साफ है। इनका मंत्री चुप है, इनका इंस्टीट्यूशन चुप है, क्यों है? बोलना चाहिए। 13 दिन के बाद इन लोग ने बोलने को तैयार नहीं है। इसमें क्लियर साबित हो रहा है कहीं ना कहीं सरकार दोस्ती निभाने का काम, नरेंद्र मोदी जी राज किया नहीं किया ये पता नहीं है, दोस्ती निभाने का काम तो कर रहे हैं।
There you heard B. Srinivas, the Youth Congress president, and the march from Jantar Mantar has begun, and these workers are heading towards at Parliament Street, SBI headquarters. Of course, they'll be detained here. We see the images where different the opposition leaders are marching on the street. There you see these images, a symbolic protest by the Congress youth wing in the national capital, Sneha.
Well, absolutely. I'm just going to come back to you in a few moments from now. Dramatic pictures coming in from Delhi city, and talking about Delhi in Chandni Chowk also. These protests are broken out by the Congress, so in different parts of the same city where these protests are ongoing. Sushant is there. Sushant, इस समय कांग्रेस धरने पर है, डिमांड कर रही है JPC या सुप्रीम कोर्ट मॉनिटर्ड प्रोब हो इस पूरे मामले में।
देखिए स्नेहा, मैं आपको तस्वीरें दिखा दूं कि चांदनी चौक की ये तस्वीरें हैं जहां पर आप देख सकते हैं कि कांग्रेस के तमाम जो वर्कर्स हैं इस वक्त दिल्ली की अलग अलग सड़कों पर SBI बैंक के बाहर इस तरीके से अपना धरना प्रदर्शन जो है वो दे रहे हैं। लगातार यहां पर प्रदर्शन की ये तस्वीरें अगर आप देखेंगे कि सीधे तौर पर अगर कहा जाए तो कांग्रेस इस पूरे मुद्दे पर अब बीजेपी पर आक्रामक है और उसको घेरती हुई इस वक्त जो है वो यहाँ पर नजर आ रही है, क्योंकि इनका साफ तौर पर कहना है कि अडानी ग्रुप के अंदर जिस तरीके से LIC और देश के बड़े बड़े बैंक, खासतौर पर अगर बात की जाए SBI बैंक के अंदर से अगर कहा जाए 27,000 करोड़ रुपया जो है वो इन्वेस्ट किया गया है। ये पैसा जो है वो आम आदमी का पैसा है और उसका पैसा अगर डूबता है तो आम आदमी का जो पैसा है वो डूबता है। और ऐसे में सरकार को इस पूरे मामले पर अपना पक्ष जो है वो सामने रखना चाहिए, देश के सामने संसद में रखना चाहिए। इसके साथ साथ पूरे मामले की जांच जो है वो सुप्रीम कोर्ट के जो रिटायर्ड जज है उनसे कराई जाए। यानी सीधे तौर पर अगर बात की जाए तो कांग्रेस के हाथ में एक बार फिर से अगर कहा जाए तो बीजेपी पर हमलावर जो है वो यहाँ पर नजर आ रही है। इसके साथ साथ बीजेपी बीजेपी पर हमला करते हुए कांग्रेस का साफ तौर पे कहना है कि जिस तरीके से ललित मोदी फरार हो गए करोड़ों रुपया लेकर के बैंकों का, और ऐसे में आज कहीं अडानी इस तरीके से फरार हो गए तो आम आदमी का क्या होगा, इसको लेकर के आप देखेंगे कि कई तरीके के स्लोगन्स लेकर के यहाँ पर कांग्रेस के जो वर्कर्स है वो यहाँ पर मौजूद हैं। कांग्रेस के कई लीडर्स जो है वो आज दिल्ली के अलग अलग तमाम जो एसबीआई बैंक है उनके बाहर इस तरीके से प्रदर्शन करते हुए फिलहाल जो है वो नजर आ रहे हैं। और सीधे तौर पर हमला बीजेपी पर आप देखेंगे कि एलआईसी एसबीआई के निवेश की सुरक्षा की जाए, इस तरीके के स्लोगन जो है वो यहाँ पर तमाम कांग्रेस के जो वर्कर्स है वो यहाँ पर लेकर के हैं। यहाँ पर सुप्रीम कोर्ट के मुख्य न्यायाधीश के संयुक्त संसदीय समिति की निष्पक्ष जांच जो है वो कराई जाए, ये मांग जो है वो यहाँ पर कांग्रेस के तमाम जो लीडर्स जो है वो करते हुए फिलहाल जो है इस वक्त दिल्ली की सड़कों पर जो है वो नजर आ रहे हैं। कोशिश करेंगे यहाँ पर कांग्रेस के जो कई अगर लीडर हैं उनसे भी हम बातचीत करेंगे, अलका लांबा भी हैं, उनसे भी हम बातचीत करने की कोशिश करेंगे। आप देखिए नारेबाजी जो है वो की जा रही है। आप देखेंगे कि यहाँ पर तमाम जो लीडर्स हैं वो यहाँ पर नारेबाजी जो है वो कर रहे हैं। कोशिश करेंगे अलका लांबा से हम बातचीत जो है वो करेंगे। अलका जी ये बताइए कि क्या मांग आप कर रहे हैं?
नहीं, मांग सत्र चल रहा है, संसद सत्र है, देश के चुने हुए जनप्रतिनिधि जनता की आवाज बनकर मांग कर रहे हैं कि प्रधानमंत्री जी संसद में आइए। और हिंडनबर्ग जो अमेरिकन एक रिपोर्ट ने खुलासा किया है कि अडानी की कंपनियां फर्जी हैं, लोग उस फर्जी कंपनियों में पैसा लगा रहे हैं और वो डूब रहा है, और सच्चाई उस पर चर्चा करवा दीजिए, सच्चाई देश को बता दीजिए। प्रधानमंत्री एक कदम आगे आकर कि उन्हें डरने की जरूरत नहीं है, लेकिन प्रधानमंत्री जी खामोश है, बिल्कुल संसद में चर्चा नहीं होने दे रही। हमारी साफ मांग है कि सुप्रीम कोर्ट के जज के या ज्वाइंट पार्लियामेंट्री कमेटी बैठाकर इसकी पूरी जांच करके देश को विश्वास दिलाया जाए, जिन चीजों से केंद्र की सरकार भाग रही है। जब सदन नहीं तो सड़क का रास्ता है। आज पूरी भारतीय राष्ट्रीय कांग्रेस ने तय किया है कि देश भर के कांग्रेस के कार्यकर्ता ठीक इसी तरह, जैसे आप देख रहे हैं ऐतिहासिक बिल्डिंग के अंदर स्टेट बैंक ऑफ इंडिया का ये दफ्तर है, चांदनी चौक आप खड़े हैं और हम यहाँ खड़े हैं, इसी तरह करोड़ों हमारे जो कार्यकर्ता हैं, एलआईसी हो, सेबी हो, आरबीआई हो, एसबीआई, इनकी बिल्डिंगों के बाहर खड़े इन्हें जगाने आए हैं कि ये जनता का पैसा है, जनता का विश्वास है, उसे तोड़िए मत, सच्चाई देश के सामने एक लेकर आ जाइए, वरना इस देश को
बड़ा घोटाला है।
घोटाला इसलिए सरकार चुप है ना, 10 दिन हो गए ना हिंडनबर्ग की रिपोर्ट आए हुए, 10 दिन संसद सत्र भी उसी दिन से चल रहा है, ऑलमोस्ट 10 दिन 6-7 दिन हो गए हैं। आप क्यों नहीं बता रहे देश को कि सच्चाई क्या है? सरहद पे जब हमारे पास चुनौती, आपने कहा कोई
protesters right at Chandni Chowk in Delhi city. We'll continue to keep a very close eye on all of those developments. That continues to be a top focus. It's time for a quick break here. Lunch break on the other side.
अदानी मोदी में यारी है, पैसों की लूट जारी है। अदानी
You are watching India Today.
I propose to increase the rebate limit to 7 lakhs.
Yet again, the nation trusts India Today TV. Highest concurrent users during the Budget 2023 speech. Most watched news channel on YouTube live. India Today #1.
political parties traveling from different parts.
Armed with facts,
Looking at political back.
she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold, and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories from every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Gift well with Sleep Well.
News just coming in, there is hangama in the MCD house during mayor polls. Amid sloganeering, mayor elections have been halted is what we've been given to understand. Aldermen can vote for mayor elections. Third attempt to elect Delhi mayor briefly halted is what we've been given to understand. So the stalemate continues. Delhi does not have a mayor because the Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP are unable to work together in terms of electing the mayor. And amid sloganeering, mayor elections have been halted is what we know. Amit is getting us the very latest as far as that stalemate is concerned. Amit, the contention is that there is corruption as far as the elections are concerned. But the fact is that weeks after the elections, Delhi city, and this is the national capital of the country, does not have a mayor.
True, Sneha. It's a fact that the elections were concluded in December first week itself, and now even in February 2023, the mayor, deputy mayor and the standing committee members have not been elected. In fact, I am at Civic Center where the entire hangama is happening. I'll ask Shagun to show you the output of the visuals that are coming from the house right at the MCD. You can see on the screen the proceeding of the MCD has been adjourned for the moment. The presiding officer has adjourned the House for 10 minutes, and all these members that you are seeing on the screen right now, these are Aam Aadmi Party members who have been asked to stay silent and not create any kind of hangama and ruckus. That is the strategy of Aam Aadmi Party, to ensure that its own members stay silent, so that they cannot be blamed for the disruption in the House. But this big allegation coming at this moment, Sneha, Saurabh Bhardwaj of Aam Aadmi Party is accusing the presiding officer of trying to rig the mayor, deputy mayor elections. He's saying that the presiding officer's role is to hold the mayor election, and after that, once the mayor is elected, his responsibility is to carry on the election for the deputy mayor and the presiding officer, the standing committee members election. But what is happening right now is that presiding officer decided upon two things. Number one, that the aldermen can cast their vote. Aam Aadmi Party is saying that as per the constitutional provisions, there is no mandate, there is no rule through which aldermen can be allowed to vote, to cast their vote. And they are saying that in no house of the country, the nominated members have been ever allowed to cast their vote. So this is Aam Aadmi Party's contention. In fact, I'm joined by Harish Khurana. Sir, two bone of contentions. Number one, the presiding officer allowing aldermen to cast their vote. Number two, all three elections happening simultaneously. Yes. This is becoming the bone of contention.
See, this is a right of a presiding officer that whether the election should happen simultaneously or together. But presiding officer has taken a decision that all elections will be taken together. Why is they getting a ruckus? On 6th, we have seen on the issue of taking an oath of nominated members. Today,
Harish ji, Saurabh Bhardwaj is saying it is the mandate of the presiding officer to conduct the mayor polls, and after the mayor is elected,
where it is written? Where it is written? If we are saying, see, if you are seeing right now, they started their case again. They have started.
Right.
Why are they getting a ruckus? Why are they getting afraid? 150 odd members, they are claiming that they have 150 odd members. Then why are you getting afraid?
Why allow the nominated members to cast their vote?
Where it is not written, where it is written they cannot vote? Tell me, if you have a problem, go in a court now. But it is clearly...
Aam Aadmi Party is saying they will go to the court.
They are welcome. They are already gone in the court and they are taken back the petition, asking also. But problem is, by the thing is happening. End of the day, if you have 151 members, let the House vote.
Sneha, this is something big happening in the House right now. Presiding officer is saying that those facing corruption cases cannot cast the vote. This is what is being said. Those facing corruption charges cannot cast their vote.
See, presiding officer can have a full right now. My point is,
but then Aam Aadmi Party's allegation stands true that they are alleging that there is an attempt to rig the entire election.
Nothing. It's clearly have a presiding officer have a rightful right who should vote, who should not vote, and also. My point is only one. If you have 150 odd members, why are you getting afraid? Let the house run and why are you getting a ruckus again?
But the other party will create a hangama. No, if you allow 10 nominated members to cast their vote, if the presiding officer decides that those facing the corruption charges cannot vote.
They are allocating BJP has 100 odd members. They are allocating that now. If 10 odd members will vote, then it will make a difference.
Reducing their numbers.
Then they make a difference.
Mr. Harish Khurana, I want you to ask him. There are further rules, and this is Article 243R of the Constitution, which prohibits aldermen from voting, from participating in voting. So why should then ruckus not be raised?
Right, Sneha. You know, the argument is also coming that Article 243 bars the nominated members from casting their vote in the House. This is an understanding.
Where it is written? Tell me,
agreeing.
No, it's a clearly have a mandate that they can vote. And 2016 amendment has clearly indicated that they can vote. If my only submission is, if you have any problem, go in a court and take a direction from them now. Right. Point also. Second, if 10 members will vote, does it make a difference in the House? Tell me.
Nehal, I'm also asking Shagun to come closer to the screen to give you a perspective of as to what is happening in the House right now. There's enormous hangama happening in the House between the BJP and Aam Aadmi Party members. Constant sloganeering between the members happening right now in the House. And the bone of contention is pretty clear. You know, on one side, the presiding officer has said the aldermen can cast their votes, which means that the nominated members have been now allowed to give their votes. Aam Aadmi Party has been constantly saying from day one that the nominated members cannot be allowed to cast their vote. And after that, now the presiding officer has decided that those facing corruption charges cannot be allowed to cast their vote. So clearly, you know, this will impact the numbers, strength of Aam Aadmi Party in the House. And after that, you could see the hangama on left-hand side. The Sikh guy that we are looking at, he is a BJP councillor, Mr. Marwa. He is in the well, and on the other side are the other BJP members who are constantly sloganeering. And those seated opposing this sloganeering are the Aam Aadmi Party members. So clearly, again, a dangal inside the House. Presiding officer is saying that on one side the aldermen can cast their vote, which means 10 nominated members are allowed to vote, and on the other side those facing corruption charges will not be allowed to cast their vote in this election. So clearly the numbers that we were looking at, the big numbers that we were looking at, that the BJP is nowhere close to the majority and Aam Aadmi Party has a rock-solid majority in the House. All those numbers have become vulnerable right now because now it is unclear as to how many members of Aam Aadmi Party will reduce after the decision of the presiding officer and constant... could be marred by this controversy between, which is erupting between the BJP and the Aam Aadmi Party in the House. Clearly, entire mathematics and numbers have been in a way disrupted by the presiding officers' decision. Two major decisions have been taken today. We are letting our viewers know as to why this hangama is happening inside the MCD House. Number one, the presiding officer decides that the nominated members can cast their vote, and there is a perception that these nominated members could go and cast their vote in support of the BJP's candidate Rekha Gupta. There's another hangama which is happening because the presiding officer decided that the members who are facing corruption charges will not be allowed to cast their vote. So clearly, this third attempt of electing the mayor of the MCD, it appears that it will get marred because of the hangama that is happening in the House. Presiding officer constantly asking the members to maintain silence. She's constantly asking the BJP and Aam Aadmi Party councillors to maintain the peace in the House so that the election for the mayor, deputy mayor and standing committee members can be concluded. But clearly, AAP and BJP members are locking horns over the voting right issue. I'm asking Shagun to show you the live visuals coming from inside the House. This is the TV screen on which the live visuals from the House is coming right now.
The BJP and the Aam Aadmi Party are at loggerheads over one issue on whether the presiding officer of the MCD is right in allowing the aldermen to vote or not. The AAP says no, the BJP says what's wrong. The rules have been amended is what has been said by the BJP. What really is the truth? AAP says the rules disallow the aldermen from voting. Why is that the BJP is pushing or allowing the aldermen to vote? Why should the presiding officer be doing this? The BJP says the presiding officer is independent in his thinking to decide this. Also, Amit was telling us that another point has been raised by the presiding officer about those members facing corruption charges being unable to vote. Under what rules, Amit, has the presiding officer decided this?
Well, Sneha, there's a bigger breaking coming at the moment as we speak. The MCD House has been adjourned. The presiding officer said because of the ruckus and hangama that was happening in the House cannot be conducted today, and there's no possibility that the mayor, deputy mayor and standing committee election can be conducted, and that is why House is being adjourned, and House has been adjourned until next day, which means that there's no clarity as to when the House will be reconvened. So clearly what Delhi Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia was saying in the morning, the claims made by Manish Sisodia appears to be true. In the morning today, Manish Sisodia had very clearly said that BJP members have been asked to create ruckus in the House, and after that the presiding officer will adjourn the House, and after which a new date, possibly after 20 days, will be given. And it appears that the first 2 points of Manish Sisodia's claim have been proven right today, true today, where you had the BJP members creating hangama, ruckus, Aam Aadmi Party members responding to it, and the presiding officer deciding to adjourn the House. And barely the House have been conducted for 45 minutes. The hangama went on for 15 to 20 minutes, and after that the presiding officer decided that House is going to be adjourned until the next day. And I'll try to show you the visuals as to what is happening inside the House. We are going closer to the screen from where the live visuals of the House is coming. Right there on the screen you could see the confrontation between the BJP members and AAP members is still going on. The BJP members are in the well, they are sloganeering, and you have Aam Aadmi Party members sitting on their benches. Durgesh Pathak is the man who is constantly in conversation with the BJP members. You know, a group of members pointing at a...
Straight to these pictures of Prime Minister Narendra Modi.
पहला बड़ा एनर्जी इवेंट है मैं देश विदेश से आए सभी लोगों का इंडिया एनर्जी वीक में स्वागत करता हूं, अभिनंदन करता हूं। साथियों, 21वीं सदी के विश्व का भविष्य तय करने में एनर्जी सेक्टर की बहुत बड़ी भूमिका है। एनर्जी के नए रिसोर्सेज को डेवलप करने में, एनर्जी ट्रांजिशन में आज भारत विश्व के सबसे मजबूत आवाजों में से एक है। विकसित बनने का संकल्प लेकर चल रहे भारत में एनर्जी सेक्टर के लिए अभूतपूर्व संभावनाएं बन रही है। आप जानते हैं कि हाल ही में आईएमएफ ने 2023 के लिए ग्रोथ प्रोजेक्शन रिलीज की है। इसमें कहा गया है कि भारत फास्टेस्ट ग्रोइंग मेजर इकोनॉमी रहने वाला है। महामारी और युद्ध के प्रभाव के बावजूद 2022 में भारत एक ग्लोबल ब्राइट स्पॉट रहा है। एक्सटर्नल सर्कमस्टेंसेस जो भी रहे, भारत ने इंटरनल रेजिलियंस की वजह से हर चुनौती को पार किया। इसके पीछे मल्टीपल फैक्टर्स ने काम किया। पहला, स्टेबल डिसिसिव गवर्नमेंट। दूसरा, सस्टेन रिफॉर्म्स। और तीसरा, ग्रासरूट पर सोशियो इकोनॉमिक एम्पावरमेंट। बीते वर्षों में बड़े पैमाने पर लोगों को बैंक खातों से जोड़ा गया, उन्हें फ्री हेल्थ केयर ट्रीटमेंट की सुविधा मिली, सेफ सैनिटेशन, बिजली कनेक्शन, आवास, नल से जल और दूसरे सोशल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर की पहुंच करोड़ों लोगों तक हुई। पिछले कुछ वर्षों में भारत की जितनी बड़ी आबादी के जीवन में ये बदलाव आया है, वो कई विकसित देशों की जनसंख्या से भी ज्यादा है। इससे करोड़ों गरीबों को गरीबी से बाहर निकालने में मदद मिली है। आज करोड़ों लोग गरीबी से निकलकर मिडिल क्लास के स्तर तक पहुंच रहे हैं। आज भारत में करोड़ों लोगों की क्वालिटी ऑफ लाइफ में बदलाव आया है। आज गांव-गांव तक इंटरनेट पहुंचाने के लिए 6 लाख किलोमीटर, 600,000 किलोमीटर से ज्यादा ऑप्टिकल फाइबर बिछाए जा रहे हैं। पिछले 9 वर्षों में देश में ब्रॉडबैंड यूजर्स की संख्या 13 गुना बढ़ चुकी है। पिछले 9 वर्षों में इंटरनेट कनेक्शंस 3 गुना से ज्यादा हो चुके हैं। आज रूरल इंटरनेट यूजर्स की संख्या अर्बन यूजर्स की तुलना में ज्यादा तेजी से बढ़ रही है। इसके अलावा भारत दूसरा सबसे बड़ा मोबाइल फोन बनाने वाला देश बन चुका है। इससे भारत में दुनिया का सबसे बड़ा एस्पिरेशनल क्लास तैयार हुआ है। भारत के लोग चाहते हैं कि उन्हें बेटर प्रोडक्ट्स, बेटर सर्विसेज और बेटर इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर मिले। भारत के लोगों की आकांक्षाओं को पूरा करने के लिए एनर्जी बहुत बड़ा फैक्टर है। इंडस्ट्रीज से लेकर के ऑफिसेज तक, फैक्ट्रीज से लेकर के घरों तक भारत में एनर्जी की जरूरत, एनर्जी की मांग बढ़ती ही जा रही है। भारत में जिस तेजी से विकास हो रहा है, उसे देखते हुए ये माना जा रहा है कि आने वाले वर्षों में भारत में अनेक नए शहर बनने वाले हैं। इंटरनेशनल एनर्जी एसोसिएशन ने भी कहा है कि भारत इस दशक में भारत की एनर्जी डिमांड दुनिया में सबसे ज्यादा होगी और यहीं पर आप सभी इन्वेस्टर्स के लिए, एनर्जी सेक्टर के स्टेक होल्डर्स के लिए भारत नई अपॉर्चुनिटीज लेकर के आया है। आज ग्लोबल ऑयल डिमांड में भारत की हिस्सेदारी 5% के आसपास है, लेकिन इसके 11% तक पहुंचने की उम्मीद है। भारत की गैस डिमांड तो 500% तक बढ़ने का अनुमान है। हमारा विस्तार ले रहा एनर्जी सेक्टर भारत में इन्वेस्टमेंट और कोलैबोरेशन के नए अवसर बना रहा है। फ्रेंड्स, एनर्जी सेक्टर को लेकर भारत की स्ट्रेटेजी के 4 मेजर वर्टिकल्स हैं। पहला, डोमेस्टिक एक्सप्लोरेशन और प्रोडक्शन को बढ़ाना। दूसरा, सप्लाईज को डाइवर्सिफिकेशन। तीसरा, बायोफ्यूल्स, इथेनॉल, कंप्रेस्ड बायोगैस और सोलार जैसे ऑल्टरनेटिव एनर्जी सोर्सेज का विस्तार। और चौथा, इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल और हाइड्रोजन के जरिए डीकार्बनाइजेशन। इन चारों ही दिशाओं में भारत तेजी से काम कर रहा है। मैं आपके बीच इसके कुछ एस्पेक्ट पर और विस्तार से बात करना चाहूंगा। साथियों, आप जानते हैं कि भारत दुनिया में चौथी सबसे बड़ी रिफाइनिंग कैपेसिटी वाला देश है। भारत की वर्तमान क्षमता करीब 250 MMTPA की है, जिसे बढ़ाकर 450 MMTPA करने के लिए तेजी से काम हो रहा है। हम अपनी रिफाइनिंग इंडस्ट्री को लगातार इंडिजीनियस, मॉडर्नाइज और अपग्रेड कर रहे हैं। हम अपनी पेट्रोकेमिकल प्रोडक्शन कैपेसिटी को बढ़ाने की दिशा में भी बहुत तेजी से काम कर रहे हैं। भारत के रिच टेक्नोलॉजी पोटेंशियल और ग्रोइंग स्टार्टअप इकोसिस्टम का उपयोग करके आप सभी अपने एनर्जी लैंडस्केप का विस्तार कर सकते हैं। साथियों, हम 2030 तक अपने एनर्जी मिक्स में नेचुरल गैस कंजम्पशन को बढ़ाने के लिए भी मिशन मोड पर काम कर रहे हैं। इसे 6% से बढ़ाकर 15% करने का लक्ष्य तय किया गया है। हमारा वन नेशन वन ग्रिड ये विजन इसके लिए सभी जरूरी इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर उपलब्ध कराएगा। हमारा प्रयास है कि एलएनजी टर्मिनल रीगैसिफिकेशन क्षमता को बढ़ाया जाए। 2014 में हमारी क्षमता 21 MMTPA की थी, जो 2022 में करीब दोगुनी हो गई है। इसे और बढ़ाने के लिए काम जारी है। भारत में 2014 के मुकाबले सीजीडी की संख्या भी 9% हो चुकी है और 9 गुना बढ़ चुकी है। 9 गुना, 9 टाइम। हमारे यहां 2014 में सीएनजी स्टेशन भी 900 के आसपास थे। अब इनकी संख्या भी बढ़कर 5000 तक पहुंच रही है। हम गैस पाइपलाइन नेटवर्क की लंबाई बढ़ाने की दिशा में भी तेजी से काम कर रहे हैं। 2014 में हमारे देश में गैस पाइपलाइन की लंबाई करीब 14,000 किलोमीटर थी। अब ये बढ़कर 22,000 किलोमीटर से ज्यादा हो चुकी है। अगले 4-5 साल में भारत में गैस पाइपलाइन का नेटवर्क 35,000 किलोमीटर तक पहुंच जाएगा। यानी भारत के नेचुरल गैस इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर में आपके लिए निवेश की बहुत बड़ी संभावनाएं बन रही है। साथियों, आज भारत का जोर डोमेस्टिक एक्सप्लोरेशन और प्रोडक्शन को बढ़ावा देने पर है। ईएनपी सेक्टर ने उन इलाकों में भी अपना इंटरेस्ट दिखाया है जो इनएक्सेसिबल समझे जाते थे। आपकी इन भावनाओं को समझते हुए हमने नो गो एरियाज में कमी की है। इससे 10 लाख स्क्वायर किलोमीटर एरिया नो गो की पाबंदियों से मुक्त हुआ है। अगर हम आंकड़े पर नजर डालें तो नो गो एरियाज में भी ये कमी 98% से भी ज्यादा है। ये सभी निवेशकों से आग्रह करूंगा कि आप इन अवसरों को इस्तेमाल करिए। फॉसिल फ्यूल्स के एक्सप्लोरेशन में अपनी मौजूदगी बढ़ाइए। फ्रेंड्स, बायो एनर्जी के क्षेत्र में भी हम तेजी से आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। पिछले साल अगस्त में हमने एशिया की पहली 2G इथेनॉल बायो रिफाइनरी की स्थापना की। हमारी तैयारी इस तरह के 12 कॉमर्शियल 2G इथेनॉल प्लांट्स बनाने की है सस्टेनेबल एविएशन फ्यूल और रिन्यूएबल डीजल की कॉमर्शियल उपयोगिता की दिशा में भी हमारे प्रयास जारी है। इस साल के बजट में हमने गोवर्धन योजना के तहत 500 नए वेस्ट टू वेल्थ प्लांट बनाने का ऐलान किया है। इसमें 200 कॉम्प्रेस्ड बायोगैस प्लांट्स और 300 कम्युनिटी या क्लस्टर बेस्ड प्लांट्स शामिल है। इसमें भी आप सभी के लिए हजारों करोड़ रुपए के इन्वेस्टमेंट के रास्ते बनने वाले हैं। साथियों, एक और सेक्टर जिसमें भारत विश्व में लीड ले रहा है वो है ग्रीन हाइड्रोजन का। नेशनल ग्रीन हाइड्रोजन मिशन 21वीं सदी के भारत को नई दिशा देगा। इस दशक के अंत तक हम 5 MMTPA ग्रीन हाइड्रोजन के प्रोडक्शन का लक्ष्य लेकर चल रहे हैं। इसमें भी 8 लाख करोड़ रुपए से अधिक के इन्वेस्टमेंट की संभावनाएं हैं। भारत अगले 5 वर्षों में ग्रे हाइड्रोजन को रिप्लेस करते हुए ग्रीन हाइड्रोजन का हिस्सा 25% तक बढ़ाएगा। ये भी आपके लिए बहुत बड़ा अवसर होगा। फ्रेंड्स, एक और महत्वपूर्ण विषय ईवीएस की बैटरी कॉस्ट का भी है। आज इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल में बैटरी की कॉस्ट 40 से 50% तक होती है। इसलिए इस दिशा में हमने 50 गीगावाट आवर्स की एडवांस केमिस्ट्री सेल बनाने के लिए 18,000 करोड़ रुपए से ज्यादा की पीएलआई स्कीम शुरू की है। देश में बैटरी मैन्युफैक्चरिंग फैसिलिटीज स्थापित करने के लिए एक अच्छा अवसर है। फ्रेंड्स, भारत में बन रही निवेश की इन संभावनाओं को हमने 1 सप्ताह पहले आए बजट में और मजबूत किया है। बजट में रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी, एनर्जी एफिशिएंसी, सस्टेनेबल ट्रांसपोर्टेशन और ग्रीन टेक्नोलॉजीज को और एनकरेज किया गया है। इसमें 35,000 करोड़ रुपए प्रायोरिटी कैपिटल इन्वेस्टमेंट के लिए रखे गए हैं ताकि एनर्जी ट्रांजिशन और नेट जीरो ऑब्जेक्टिव्स को बल मिले। बजट में हमने कैपिटल एक्सपेंडिचर के लिए 10 लाख करोड़ रुपए का भी प्रावधान किया है। इससे भी ग्रीन हाइड्रोजन से लेकर सोलार और रोड जैसे हर तरह के इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को गति मिलेगी। साथियों, 2014 के बाद से ग्रीन एनर्जी को लेकर भारत का कमिटमेंट और भारत के प्रयास पूरी दुनिया को देख रहे हैं। बीते 9 वर्षों में भारत में रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी कैपेसिटी करीब 70 गीगावाट से बढ़कर करीब 170 गीगावाट हो चुकी है। इसमें भी सोलर पावर कैपेसिटी 20 टाइम्स से ज्यादा बढ़ी है। आज भारत विंड पावर कैपेसिटी के मामले में दुनिया में 4थे नंबर पर है। हम इस दशक के अंत तक 50% नॉन फोसिल फ्यूल कैपेसिटी का लक्ष्य लेकर चल रहे हैं। हम बायोफ्यूल पर, इथेनॉल ब्लेंडिंग पर बहुत तेजी से काम कर रहे हैं। बीते 9 वर्षों में पेट्रोल में इथेनॉल ब्लेंडिंग को हम 1.5% से बढ़ाकर 10% कर चुके हैं। अब हम 20% इथेनॉल ब्लेंडिंग के लक्ष्य की तरफ बढ़ रहे हैं। आज यहां E20 रोल आउट किया जा रहा है। पहले फेज में देश के 15 शहरों को कवर किया जाएगा और फिर आने वाले 2 वर्षों में देश भर में इसका विस्तार किया जाएगा। यानी E20 भी आपके लिए देश भर में बहुत बड़ा मार्केट बनने जा रहा है। साथियों, आज भारत में एनर्जी ट्रांजिशन को लेकर जो मास मूवमेंट चल रहा है वो अध्ययन का विषय है। ये 2 तरीके से हो रहा है। पहला, एनर्जी के रिन्यूएबल सोर्स का तेज गति से एडॉप्शन का, और दूसरा, एनर्जी कंजर्वेशन के प्रभावी तरीकों का एडॉप्शन। भारत के नागरिक आज बड़ी तेजी से एनर्जी के रिन्यूएबल सोर्सेज को अपना रहे हैं। सोलर पावर से चलने वाले घर, सोलर पावर से चलने वाले गांव, सोलर पावर से चलने वाले एयरपोर्ट, सोलर पंप से हो रही खेती, ऐसे अनेक उदाहरण हैं। बीते 9 वर्षों में भारत ने अपने 19 करोड़ से ज्यादा परिवारों को क्लीन कुकिंग फ्यूल से जोड़ा है। आज जो सोलर कुपटॉप लॉन्च किया गया है वो भारत में ग्रीन और क्लीन कुकिंग को नया आयाम देने जा रहा है। उम्मीद है कि अगले 2-3 साल में ही 3 करोड़ से अधिक घरों में सोलर कुपटॉप की पहुंच बन जाएगी। इससे एक तरह से भारत किचन में क्रांति लाने का काम करेगा। भारत में 25 करोड़ से अधिक परिवार हैं। आप कल्पना कर सकते हैं कि सिर्फ सोलर कुपटॉप से जुड़े निवेश में आपके लिए कितनी संभावनाएं बन रही हैं। साथियों, भारत के नागरिक एनर्जी कंजर्वेशन के प्रभावी तरीकों की तरफ तेजी से शिफ्ट हो रहे हैं। अब ज्यादातर घरों में स्ट्रीट लाइट्स में एलईडी बल्ब का इस्तेमाल होता है। भारत के घरों में स्मार्ट मीटर लगाए जा रहे हैं। लार्ज स्केल पर सीएनजी और एलएनजी को अपनाया जा रहा है। इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल्स की बढ़ती लोकप्रियता इस दिशा में बड़े बदलाव के संकेत दे रहे हैं। साथियों, ग्रीन ग्रोथ की तरफ, एनर्जी ट्रांजिशन की तरफ भारत के बड़े प्रयास हमारी वैल्यूज को भी रिफ्लेक्ट करते हैं। सर्कुलर इकोनॉमी एक तरह से हर भारतीय की जीवन शैली का हिस्सा है। रिड्यूस, रीयूज और रिसाइकल का मंत्र हमारे संस्कारों में रहा है। आज इसका ही एक उदाहरण हमें यहां अभी देखने को मिला है। प्लास्टिक की वेस्ट बॉटल्स को रिसाइकल करके जो यूनिफॉर्म बनाई गई है, आपने उसे देखा है फैशन की दुनिया के लिए, सुंदरता की दुनिया के लिए उसमें कोई कमी नहीं है। हर साल 10 करोड़ ऐसी बॉटल्स की रिसाइकलिंग का लक्ष्य पर्यावरण की रक्षा में बहुत मदद करेगा। ये मिशन लाइफ यानी लाइफस्टाइल फॉर एनवायरनमेंट को भी मजबूती देगा, जिसकी दुनिया को आज बहुत आवश्यकता है। इन्हीं संस्कारों पर चलते हुए भारत ने 2070 तक नेट जीरो का टारगेट तय किया है। इंटरनेशनल सोलर अलायंस जैसे प्रयासों से भारत इस सद्भावना को दुनिया में मजबूत करना चाहता है। साथियों, मैं आपका फिर आह्वान करूंगा कि भारत के एनर्जी सेक्टर से जुड़ी हर संभावनाओं को जरूर एक्सप्लोर करें, उससे जुड़े। आज भारत आपके इन्वेस्टमेंट के लिए दुनिया में सबसे उपयुक्त जगह है। इन्हीं शब्दों के साथ आज आप इतनी बड़ी तादाद में यहां आए, एनर्जी ट्रांजिशन वीक के अंदर शरीक हुए, मैं आपका अभिनंदन करता हूं, स्वागत करता हूं और अपनी वाणी को विराम देता हूं। आप सबको बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं। धन्यवाद।
Thank you very much, Honorable Prime Minister, sir, for sharing the green growth plans which India has, and that is where the opportunity.
War of words ahead of erode by polls intensifies. The BJP wades into ongoing tiff in the AIADMK front, suggesting the two factions led by E. Palaniswamy and O. Pannirselvam to bury the hatchet and work together.
I conveyed some things on behalf of our national president, Thiru J.P. Nadda ji. I will not disclose what we spoke individually to you now. We have argued both of them to work together in the interest of Tamil Nadu and defeat DMK allies in this by-election.
The BJP statement hasn't gone down well with the AIADMK.
I not like the fact that someone else is suggesting how we should run our party, because we have our leader and he knows what to do it. And I also believe it is good for any party member to just stick to their own party affairs and not good to interfere in other party affairs.
Every party has Lakshman Rekha. It is better the other party doesn't breach that. If we can have 1,000 advisors for BJP, we can tell BJP unity is good for the welfare of the state. Our job is to step down. Let Uddhav and Eknath Shinde join together and run the state in a prosperous way. Will they take the state?
The AIADMK leadership also warned the BJP against any bid to split their party.
என்பது உங்களுக்கும் தெரியும், மக்களுக்கும் தெரியும், எங்களுக்கும் தெரியும். நாங்கள் எச்சரிக்கையாக இருக்கிறோம்.
தேசிய ஜனநாயக கூட்டணி இப்ப இருக்குதா உடைஞ்சிருச்சா? தேசிய முற்போக்கு கூட்டணிங்கிறத பயன்படுத்தி இருக்காங்க.
உள்ளாட்சி தேர்தலிலேயே பிஜேபி தனியா தான நின்னது, இந்த கேள்விக்கே பொருள் இல்லை. என்னங்க?
Reacting to AIADMK's scathing attack, the BJP said they are not interfering in the AIADMK's internal tiff.
And BJP doesn't take any stand into other parties' internal functioning. And I have been consistently making it clear as the state president, party president here, that we don't advise nor do we interfere between two leaders to tell them how they should run their party. It is their business.
Vaishnavi, and I am going to tell you ways to spruce up your home in a sustainable way. It's possible, it's way more affordable, and it's great for the environment. So let's show you how you can make your home more sustainable. Reuse. You can always buy furniture from a thrift market. Get a carpenter to make it look distressed chic. It will help your home to look super international and add a old vintage character to your home. Also, it will help you save the trees from being cut. Go green. If you have a big house, plant some trees around it and do your bit. If you have a small home, nice and cozy one, you can always plant saplings around it. Have a mini garden. As a hobby, you can also try hydroponics. We have the CEO of the hotel to tell you more about it.
Hydroponics is a technology which is without the soil, which means you don't use any soil out there, which also means that whatever you're producing out of that, like the green leafy vegetables, you can actually produce fruits also from there. So this is without the soil, which means that also means there won't be any chemical, no fertilizer, no pesticizer. This is one of the cleanest technology of growing your own vegetables. The beauty of this technology is also that you do not wait for sunlight to come to produce your own vegetables. So the technology what we have right now in the hotel, we are actually growing it in the basement, our basements, in one of the rooms, and this only needs your AC to be maintained at a particular temperature. It's a basic monitoring which is required, and our chefs are super excited now, along with the gardeners, to take this technology to the next level.
So what they have actually started doing here is, they have started using only glass bottles. There are no plastic bottles. In this way, they're trying to save the environment by recycling the glass bottles. What they do first is, they clean the water bottles. They have been used before. The glass water bottles are then filled again with water of 7.42 pH level. And then these bottles are sealed. Upcycle. That does not mean cycling uphill. It simply means reusing the old stuff and making something new and creative out of it. Just like the sapling in this coconut shell.
Welcome back. Massive earthquake has struck Turkey. A major earthquake of magnitude 7.8 hits Hindrudagi in central Turkey, killing about 280 people in 7 Turkish provinces. At least 40 are dead in Syria. The earthquake resulted in the collapse of dozens of buildings with debris spread all over the streets. Search for survivors is underway. Officials have warned the death toll is expected to rise. Turkish authorities scrambled rescue teams and supply aircraft to the region around the city. Tremors were felt in Lebanon and Syria, and light shaking was also felt in Jordan, Israel and Egypt. We're getting you all the details from Turkey, where this massive earthquake was felt. This was 7.8 on the Richter scale.
Sırastan açtım, gittim, giyindim, çıktım. Çok ben
7.8 on the Richter scale. This is how big this earthquake was. Let's now take a look at the current situation in Turkey. A major earthquake of magnitude 7.8 has hit central Turkey. The earthquake lasted about a minute, shattering windows. German Research Center for Geosciences said the earthquake struck at a depth of 10 kilometers near the southern Turkish city. A Turkish security official said that 17 buildings had collapsed in the southeastern province after the earthquake, adding that people were trapped under the rubble. Natural gas pipelines in Haiti burst under the force of the powerful earthquake. The video shows that massive pipelines burned into flames. Several buildings collapsed. Debris was spread all across the streets. Locals were seen standing on the rubble of a collapsed building, trying to reach for survivors. Several people were trapped under the debris and search operation is underway. Residents were seen triggering a search for survivors under the debris, the rubble on the streets. The story and much more going up on our website as well. That's indiatoday.in. You can also download the India Today app. News continues on the other side. Thanks for watching.
Once a national-level hockey player who wowed audiences with his dribbling and netting skills, fallen on bad times, forced to work as a labourer and a porter at a meagre pay, reduced to doing menial work to make ends meet. That was Paramjeet Singh. Until India Today aired his moving story on the 25th of January.
From a national hockey player to a daily wage labourer, Paramjeet Singh has seen it all. The former hockey player is struggling to earn a living. His only dream now to see his son make a career in hockey. At a time when the World Cup hockey fever is in Odisha, this is a story as part of our Get Real India series.
We told India how a former hockey player is facing hard times, running into apathy. Our report immediately struck a chord, making India sit up and take notice. Soon Paramjeet got a call from none other than the Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann, who had watched India Today's story, and he decided to help Paramjeet out.
Thanks to India Today, thanks to Rajdeep ji, जिन्होंने इनकी स्टोरी को दिखाया. मुझे पता चला, मैंने फ़ोन किया और इमीडिएटली मैंने इनको चंडीगढ़ बुलाया. और स्पोर्ट्स डिपार्टमेंट में हमारे पास कोचेस की कमी है, तो स्पोर्ट्स डिपार्टमेंट में हम परमजीत कुमार के लिए एक पोस्ट क्रिएट करेंगे.
With his plight finally ending, the former hockey champ has thanked India Today.
हाँ जी, मेरा लाइफ का टारगेट ही है कि अपने बच्चों को इंडिया के लिए तैयार करना, अपने बच्चों को. और वैसे भी अगर मेरे को मान साहब कुछ दे देते हैं तो मैं आने वाले टाइम में पंजाब के ज़्यादा नहीं तो 5-7 लड़के तो मैं इंडिया को दे ही दूंगा ना तैयार करके. इतना कॉन्फिडेंस मेरे को है.
Our report getting a heartwarming response, making a former hockey hero get what he truly deserves. India Today, the channel of real impact. With Satyendra Chauhan in Chandigarh, Bureau Report, India Today.
superstars, one from the West, another from the home country. While he ruled a million hearts with his charisma in Bollywood,
अगर ये तुझे प्यार करती है तो ये पलट के देखेगी पलट।
this charmer had his way into his fans' hearts by dominating the action world in Hollywood. Two contrasting personalities, but still connected with the thread of love for their craft and the unfathomable stardom. What's also common between the two superstars are reasons more than one. The thunderous comeback. Shah Rukh Khan and Tom Cruise both were seen in 2018 with their films Zero and Mission Impossible Fallout before taking a break from movies. While Mission Impossible raked in a total collection of $791.1 million worldwide against a production budget of $178 million, becoming the highest grossing Mission Impossible film at the time. Zero, on the other hand, failed to leave an impression. Directed by Anand L. Rai, the film was made on a budget of 200 crore rupees and minted 186 crore rupees worldwide.
कल रात 3:30 बजे तक मैं आपसे नफरत करता रहा। फिर 3:45 आपसे मोहब्बत हो गई।
सीधे मोहब्बत ही हो गई। हाँ। बहुत मिलेंगे तुम्हारे जैसे।
हमारे जैसा ही क्यों चाहिए आपको?
गवार पसंद है मुझे।
But when they did return to big screens after a gap in 2022 and 2023 respectively, they ensured the wait was worth it. Shah Rukh Khan shattered all the box office records and scripted history with Pathaan.
We found this national hockey hero trapped in a life of menial labor, forced to put aside his past glory and hockey dreams for his own son.
जो सपना मैंने देखा था मैं वही सपना अपने बच्चे में देखना चाहता हूँ।
The former hockey player is struggling to earn a living.
But after Rajdeep shone the light,
Thanks to India Today, राजदीप जी जिन्होंने इनकी स्टोरी को दिखाया।
Paramjit's pain went to the very top.
परमजीत कुमार के लिए एक पोस्ट क्रिएट करेंगे कोचिंग की, हॉकी की कोचिंग की।
Journalism of heart makes India's #1 channel of impact.
Gift well with Sleep Well.
Right now, Aam Aadmi Party conducting a press conference. Atishi about to speak up. Let's dip in. This is with regard to the mayor elections.
जी ने ट्वीट करके कहा कि हमें जानकारी मिली है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी आज सदन में हंगामा करेगी और आज चुनाव नहीं होने देगी। भारतीय जनता पार्टी के कार्यकारी अध्यक्ष ने उसके बाद प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस करके कहा नहीं हम तो तैयार हैं, आम आदमी पार्टी चुनाव को रोकेगी। लेकिन आज दिल्ली की जनता ने और देश की जनता ने देख लिया कि किसने चुनाव को रोका और कौन चुनाव चाहता था। हमने आज सुबह प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस करके पहले से ही बता दिया था कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी की जो झूठे आरोप थे कि आम आदमी पार्टी वाले उनके पार्षदों को खरीदने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, उन झूठे और हास्यास्पद आरोपों को बहाना बनाकर भारतीय जनता पार्टी हंगामा करेगी। भारतीय जनता पार्टी की प्रिजाइडिंग ऑफिसर चुनाव को स्थगित करेंगी और बिल्कुल यही हुआ। ये भारतीय जनता पार्टी का प्लान था कि वो दिल्ली में मेयर का चुनाव होने नहीं देंगे। और ये इस बात से भी दिखता है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी के सांसद वो चुनाव में वोट डालने के लिए आए ही नहीं।
मनोज तिवारी नहीं थे,
हंसराज हंस नहीं थे,
बिदुड़ी जी नहीं थे, और
तो उनको ये पहले से पता था। गौतम गंभीर नहीं थे, तो उनको ये पहले से पता था कि आज चुनाव नहीं होने वाला है, उनका वोट नहीं पड़ने वाला है, इसलिए उनके सांसद आज हाउस में मौजूद नहीं थे। मैं भारतीय जनता पार्टी से अपील करना चाहूंगी कि दिल्ली के जनता के जनादेश को स्वीकार करिए। दिल्ली की जनता ने एमसीडी में आम आदमी पार्टी को भारी बहुमत से जिता के भेजा है। 15 साल के आपके शासन के बाद भारतीय जनता पार्टी को दिल्ली की जनता ने एमसीडी से बाहर फेंक दिया है। अब आप विपक्ष में बैठने की भूमिका स्वीकार करिए, मेयर का चुनाव होने दीजिए, क्योंकि इस तरह किसका नुकसान हो रहा है? दिल्ली की जनता का नुकसान हो रहा है। आम आदमी पार्टी मेयर के चुनाव को लेके आज सुप्रीम कोर्ट में केस फाइल करेगी। हमारी ये डिमांड है कि टाइम बाउंड तरीके से सुप्रीम कोर्ट की निगरानी में मेयर का चुनाव हो और एल्डरमैन को वोट ना डालने दिया जाए, क्योंकि संविधान भी ये कहता है, कानून भी ये कहता है कि उनके पास वोट डालने का अधिकार नहीं है। हम सुप्रीम कोर्ट से अपील करेंगे कि उनकी निगरानी में टाइम बाउंड पीरियड में अगले हफ्ते से 10 दिन में मेयर का चुनाव हो जाए। और ये जो मजाक बना दिया है सत्या शर्मा जी ने कि आधे घंटे में भी हाउस को साइनडाई एडजॉर्न कर देती हैं, वो कह सकती थी कि भाई आधे घंटे का ब्रेक हो जाए उसके बाद हम वोटिंग करा देंगे, 1 घंटे का ब्रेक हो जाए उसके बाद हम वोटिंग करा देंगे। लेकिन ये भारतीय जनता पार्टी का पहले से प्लान था कि वो हंगामा करेंगे और वो वोट नहीं होने देंगे, और बिल्कुल यही हुआ। अब हम सुप्रीम कोर्ट के पास जा रहे हैं, ये अपील लेके जा रहे हैं कि दिल्ली की जनता को जल्द से जल्द एमसीडी में सरकार मिले। धन्यवाद।
सुप्रीम कोर्ट तक आप जाएंगे तो क्या पीठासीन अधिकारी को बदलने की भी मांग करेंगे, क्योंकि बार-बार सबसे ज्यादा शिकायत आपकी वहीं से होगी।
देखिए क्या होगा सुप्रीम कोर्ट में? देखिए पहली चीज ये है कि अभी तक आप लोगों के मन में भी डाउट था, हम लोगों के मन में तो डाउट नहीं था, आप लोगों के मन में भी डाउट था, और भारतीय जनता पार्टी ये दुष्प्रचार कर रही थी कि अरे भाई ये लोगों को क्या दिक्कत है, वोट करा लें। आज स्पष्ट हुआ पूरे देश के सामने कि एल्डरमैन को वोट कराना इनकी असली मंशा है। दूसरा, यह भी स्पष्ट हो गया कि सिर्फ मेयर का चुनाव कराने का जो अधिकार पीठासीन अधिकारी को है, उसका अतिक्रमण करते हुए स्टैंडिंग कमेटी का भी चुनाव एक साथ करा रहे हैं, जो एजेंडा में ही नहीं है। जो एजेंडा में सारे पार्षदों को, सारे सांसदों को एक एजेंडा भेजा गया कि भाई आज की मीटिंग में ये कार्रवाई होनी है, उसमें साफ तौर पे लिखा है, जिसपे एलजी की मोहर लगी थी कि भाई पहले मेयर का चुनाव होगा, डिप्टी मेयर का चुनाव होगा, और फिर स्टैंडिंग कमेटी का चुनाव मेयर कराएगी। अब बताइए क्या हो रहा है? तो ये सारे तथ्य अब स्पष्ट हो चुके हैं। अभी तक हो सकता है लुका छिपी का खेल हो, आज पूरे देश ने, मीडिया ने, दिल्ली वालों ने, सबने देख लिया। तो ये सारा तथ्य माननीय न्यायालय के सामने रखेंगे कि किस तरीके से संविधान का गला घोटा जा रहा है। जब वोटिंग राइट है ही नहीं एल्डरमैन को, डीएमसी एक्ट में भी और संविधान में भी, तो आप कैसे वोटिंग राइट दे सकती हैं? तो ये जरूर कहा जाएगा कि पीठासीन अधिकारी दरअसल भारतीय जनता पार्टी के निर्देश पे काम कर रही हैं और इनकी एक सुनियोजित साजिश है यहाँ पर चुनाव नहीं कराने की।
सर, अखिलेश त्रिपाठी और संजीव झा के वोट उनको वोट करने दिया जाए, उसको लेकर
कैसे नहीं कैसे उनके वोट रुकते कैसे हैं आप बताइए। आप सब तो बहुत सीनियर पत्रकार हैं, बताइए मुझे आप कैसे रुकते हैं। 3 महीने की एक सजा हुई, उस सजा पे ऊपर के न्यायालय ने स्टे लगा दिया। तो जब स्टे लग गया न्यायालय का, सजा के ऊपर जब स्टे लग गया, तो फिर कैसे उसको वोटिंग राइट नहीं है बताइए मुझे। किस नियम किस कानून के तहत? एक सजा पर स्थगनादेश जब लग जाता है तो फिर वो सजा स्थगित है।
संजय जी, क्या प्रिजाइडिंग ऑफिसर ने बाहर जाने के कहा था दोनों को? क्या मौखिक से कहा गया था बाहर जाने के लिए? इतना
शोर हल्ला कर रहे थे भाजपा कुछ सुनाई नहीं दे रहा था। अगर कहा भी होगा तो वो भी गलत है। अगर उन्होंने कहा ऐसा तो वो गलत है, इसलिए कि उनकी सजा स्थगित है कोर्ट से उसके ऊपर स्टे लगा हुआ है, रोक लगी हुई है उस सजा के ऊपर। तो जब न्यायालय ने सजा पर रोक लगा दी तो सजा पर रोक है, वो सजा मानी कैसे जाएगी?
दूसरी बात, अगर वो चाहती तो उनको बाहर करके फिर भी वोटिंग करवा सकती थी। तो ये बिल्कुल स्पष्ट है कि सिर्फ आम आदमी पार्टी को प्रवोक करने की कोशिश करी जा रही थी, कि वो चाहते थे कि आम आदमी पार्टी हंगामा करे और चुनाव को रोके, लेकिन हम चाहते थे कि दिल्ली को मेयर मिले। हमें पता है कि चाहे वो इलीगली भी एल्डरमैन से वोट करवा लेते, संख्या बल हमारे पास था, हम उसके बावजूद भी 151 वोट हमारे पास थे, और इलीगल वोट के बावजूद भी उनके पास सिर्फ 121 वोट थे। मेयर फिर भी आम आदमी पार्टी का बनता, डिप्टी मेयर भी आम आदमी पार्टी का बनता। तो ये स्पष्ट है कि वो ये बात जानते थे, इसीलिए उन्होंने हंगामा किया, और उन्होंने खुद हंगामा किया बीजेपी ने, और बीजेपी के ही प्रिजाइडिंग ऑफिसर ने हाउस को साइन डाई एडजर्न कर दिया।
आप डिमांड करेंगे कि प्रिसाइडिंग ऑफिसर को चेंज कर दिया जाए या दूसरा प्रिसाइडिंग ऑफिसर?
वो तो न्यायालय में पार्टी तय करेगी किन किन मुद्दों पे हम रखें।
अपनी तरफ से मुद्दा रखेंगे।
देखिए ये तो क्लियर है। आप लोग जो देख रही हैं, आपके कैमरे में कैद है, पीठासीन अधिकारी पूरी तरीके से भाजपा के इशारे पे काम कर रही हैं, और उनका चुनाव कराने का मकसद नहीं है एल्डरमैन को वोटिंग राइट देना, तीनों चुनाव एक साथ कराना। ये दोनों फैसले उनके पूरी तरीके से गलत हैं। हाउस तुरंत एडजर्न कर देना, तो ये इनकी मंशा ही नहीं है। और वही जो बात दुर्गेश ने कही, मैं फिर से रिपीट करना चाहूंगा, 15 साल में इतना खाया और लूटा है एमसीडी को कि ये मोह छोड़ नहीं पा रहे हैं बेचारे। ये लूट का जो मोह है भाजपाइयों का, वो लूट का मोह उनसे निकल नहीं पा रहा है। इसलिए वो चाहते हैं भाई किसी भी तरीके से हंगामा करके, हल्ला करके हमको इसको बस बना के रखना।
रेखा गुप्ता जी और हर्षवर्धन जी बोल रहे हैं कि 2016 के हाईकोर्ट के ऑर्डर का हवाला दिया जा रहा है, और जिसको कि मान करके प्रिसाइडिंग ऑफिसर ने कहा है कि स्पष्टीकरण
3 हाईकोर्ट के ऑर्डर, हमारे नेता सदन ने 3 हाईकोर्ट का ऑर्डर चिट्ठी लगा के डीएमसी एक्ट, कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन सब कुछ लगा के दिया, और डबल बेंच का।
एक चीज ये 2017 में जब 3 एमसीडी थी नॉर्थ, साउथ और ईस्ट, आप एक जगह दिखा दिए जहां हाउस में एल्डरमैन ने वोटिंग की, तब भी तो बीजेपी सरकार में थी, बीजेपी की मेजॉरिटी थी, तब एल्डरमैन की वोटिंग क्यों नहीं करने दी बीजेपी ने? इसका मतलब ये हो गया कि आप अपनी सुविधा के हिसाब से संविधान के साथ छेड़छाड़ करेंगे, ये तो नहीं हो सकता।
देखिए ये एक सेकंड सुनिए, एक सेकंड, ये हाईकोर्ट का ऑर्डर है जिसका वो हवाला दे रहे हैं 2016 का। उस हाईकोर्ट के ऑर्डर में ये स्पष्ट तौर से लिखा हुआ है दैट द राइट ऑफ नॉमिनेटेड पर्सन्स to vote at the meetings of the corporation is specifically barred under Article 243R and Section 33B1 of the Act. These persons cannot vote at the meeting of anybody under the corporation.
ये जो कोर्ट
मैं हाई कोर्ट के ऑर्डर से पढ़ रही हूँ,
दिल्ली हाई कोर्ट का है।
दिल्ली हाई कोर्ट का डबल बेंच का ऑर्डर है ये आप देख लीजिए।
जो उन्होंने कोर्ट का ऑर्डर कहा आज हाउस में कि 2016 के हाउस के आधार पर मैं करे, उन्होंने ऑर्डर भी नहीं पढ़ा, उस ऑर्डर में यही लिखा हुआ है, उन्होंने गलत कोर्ट किया आज हाउस के सामने।
ये न्यायालय की भी अवमानना है,
तो
कंटेंट हुआ सीधे
बिल्कुल।
संजय जी, क्या लगता है ये सारी कोशिश भारतीय जनता पार्टी के द्वारा ये की जा रही है कि मार्च तक इसको रोक दिया जाए, अगले फाइनेंशियल ईयर में फिर से?
नहीं, देखिए सारी कोशिश इसलिए की जा रही है कि लूट का माल जो 15 साल में इकट्ठा किए हुए हैं वो कैसे बचा रहे, बस लूट के माल का खेल है। ये बेईमानी से मुक्त नहीं हो पा रहे हैं, उसको बचाए रखना चाहते हैं। 15 साल एमसीडी को इन लोगों ने लूटा, अब इतना बड़ा मैंडेट दिल्ली की जनता ने दिया, इनको हराया, 15 साल के कुशासन को, कूड़ा जो था इनका उसको झाड़ू से साफ किया, और अब ये चुनाव नहीं होने, ये खतरनाक परंपरा शुरू हो गई है, ये खतरनाक परंपरा शुरू हो गई है। देखिए आज दिल्ली की 2 करोड़ आबादी ने एमसीडी में अपना जनादेश दिया है। दिल्ली के एमसीडी से छोटी देश की बहुत सारी विधानसभाएं हैं। अगर ये चीज होती रही तो कल को विधानसभा में बीजेपी हारेगी, मुख्यमंत्री नहीं बनने देगी, लोकसभा में बीजेपी हारेगी, प्रधानमंत्री नहीं बनने देगी। तो क्या दादागिरी से, आप गुंडागर्दी से देश को चलाएंगे? इस प्रकार से आप कहीं भी हार जाएंगे, फिर आप नेता ही नहीं चुनने देंगे, मेयर नहीं चुनने देंगे, सीएम नहीं चुनने देंगे, पीएम नहीं चुनने देंगे, सरकार ही नहीं बनने देंगे आप। ये कैसा मजाक हो रहा है? अरे ये तो वो कर रहे हैं ना, इसमें हम लोग की क्या गलती? आज आपके कैमरे लगे हुए थे, देख लीजिए, हमारे सारे एक पार्षद चुपचाप बैठे हुए थे, विधायक चुपचाप बैठे हुए थे, वही प्रवोक कर रहे थे, वही नारे लगा रहे थे, वही हंगामा कर रहे थे। हम लोग की तरफ से तो कहीं एक शब्द किसी ने नहीं बोला।
और इसीलिए हम सुप्रीम कोर्ट जा रहे हैं कि सुप्रीम कोर्ट की निगरानी में, सुप्रीम कोर्ट के आदेश से टाइम बाउंड तरीके से, लीगल और कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल तरीके से दिल्ली में मेयर का चुनाव होना होगा।
देखिए सारा मसला ना बेरोजगारी का है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी दिल्ली विधानसभा में बेरोजगार हो गई, अब वो एमसीडी में बेरोजगार हो गए। तो मनुष्य जो है वो बेरोजगार होने से सबसे ज्यादा डरता है। तो ये उनकी कोशिश है कि किस तरह से नया रोजगार अपनाया जाए, किस तरह से डरा धमका के किया जाए। ये होगा नहीं, क्योंकि ये लोकतंत्र है और दिल्ली की जनता ने उनको बेरोजगार कर दिया है। आज नहीं, कल नहीं, परसों नहीं, जब भी भारतीय जनता पार्टी ये कराएगी, आम आदमी पार्टी का मेयर चुना जाएगा, डिप्टी मेयर चुना जाएगा, स्टैंडिंग कमेटी चुना जाएगा। ये हम डंके की चोट पे कहते हैं।
An assertive, aggressive Aam Aadmi Party saying this was all deliberate, a plan by the BJP, and they are deliberately pushing the whole alderman issue when it shouldn't be, because their vote does not matter, should not be included. That's Atishi, Sanjay Singh and others who've been speaking. Let's listen into other reactions also that have been coming in on this Delhi dangle. Remember, Delhi does not have a mayor yet, despite elections and results that took place in the first week of December. Listen into more reactions.
देखिए, दिल्ली को एक भ्रष्ट मुख्यमंत्री मिला है जिसका नाम लगातार लिकर स्कैम में आ रहा है, और वो उसी पैसे का इस्तेमाल करके गोवा में चुनाव लड़वाने की कोशिश कर रहा था, और आज मेयरल चुनाव भी लड़वाने की कोशिश उन्होंने की। 9 भारतीय जनता पार्टी के काउंसलर्स को अप्रोच किया गया और कहा गया कि उन्हें कभी पद का लालच, कभी पोजीशन का लालच और कभी पैसों का लालच देने का प्रयास किया गया। तो रिग कौन कर रहा है वो दिल्ली जानती है, और जिस प्रकार से रिगिंग इन लोगों ने पहले भी अटेम्प्ट की है वो भी सबके सामने है।
हर बार वोट डालने आया हूँ और पूरे टाइम यहाँ बैठा हूँ। पिछली बार भी 5-6 घंटे, 4 घंटे, जब पहली बार हुआ था तब 4 घंटे शायद यहाँ बैठा था मैं। तो हम तो वोट डालने की इंटेंशन से आते हैं, और इसके बावजूद आते हैं कि हमें पता है कि इलेक्शन होगा तो मेयर आम आदमी पार्टी का ही बनेगा, इसकी संभावना है, क्योंकि नंबर्स उनके ज़्यादा हैं, चुनाव में वो जीते हैं, भारतीय जनता पार्टी से ज़्यादा उनके काउंसलर्स हैं। लेकिन हर बार बड़ी निराशा होती है, और हर बार मैं भगवान से प्रार्थना करता हूँ कि भाई आम आदमी पार्टी वालों को कुछ थोड़ा सा विजडम दो, कुछ थोड़ी सी सद्बुद्धि दो। इनका अपना मेयर बनना है, उसके बावजूद भी नॉन इश्यूज़ को इश्यूज़ बनाकर ये इलेक्शन को नहीं होने देते हैं।
कानूनन ऐसा नहीं हो सकता कि अगर किसी को कोर्ट ने सज़ा सुना दी हो, 6 महीने के लिए अपना जेल में डाल दिया हो, और वो दोनों उनके एमएलए यहाँ पे वोट डालने के लिए आए हों, तो ये ऐसा, जब हमारे अपना पार्टी के नेताओं ने ये मांग उठाई कि उन दोनों को बाहर निकालना चाहिए, तो उनके ऊपर में आम आदमी पार्टी ने आपत्ति उठाई। और इसके अलावा दूसरी बात कि वो बार बार इस बात को कह रहे हैं कि एल्डरमैन इसमें वोट नहीं डालेगा, जबकि जो आम आदमी पार्टी के मुकेश गोयल हैं उनका कहना है कि कोर्ट का ऐसा ऑर्डर है। हमने भी सारे कोर्ट के ऑर्डर पढ़े हैं, किसी भी कोर्ट के ऑर्डर में कोर्ट ने कभी भी ऐसा नहीं कहा कि एल्डरमैन मेयर के इलेक्शन में वोट नहीं डाल सकता।
आज हम
आम आदमी पार्टी के भ्रष्टाचार का उजागर करने के लिए यहाँ एकत्र हुए हैं। आज महापौर का चुनाव है, स्टैंडिंग कमेटी के सदस्यों का चुनाव है, उप महापौर का चुनाव है और हमारे पार्षद जिनकी संख्या लगभग 10 यहाँ जो उपस्थित हैं, इन सबको भ्रष्टाचार करके अपने पक्ष में मतदान के लिए इनसे संपर्क किया गया है और करोड़ों का ऑफर दिया गया है एक एक वोट के लिए। हम इसकी कड़े शब्दों में निंदा करते हैं।
Right, let's get an update now. My colleague Anisha Mathur is tracking all the latest on that. Anisha, it's quite saddening to see what's unfolding in the house there in Delhi. We don't have a mayor. We have these messages, scuffle, and literally fights that are taking place. What are you picking up right now? Because charges are being traded on both sides, but at least what is visible with evidence is this jhagda that is still on.
Well, you're very right, Pooja. What is visible to every Delhiite right now is the jhagda and the fact that both sides are trying to do their best to ensure that the other does not win at the cost of Delhi. We're waiting for, we've been speaking to the lawyers for the Aam Aadmi Party who are saying that they will be moving the Supreme Court by this afternoon, by evening at the latest, with regard to this mayoral election issue. Remember, last week also a petition had come by Shelley Oberoi of the Aam Aadmi Party, which had raised similar issues regarding the what the Aam Aadmi Party is claiming to be incorrect and illegal actions by the presiding officer of the BJP who is heading the house at this moment. We have seen the kind of visuals that we saw today from the house of the municipal corporation, the kind of jhagda, the kind of the shouting and the we are seeing. It is very clear that the political parties of Delhi are not doing their job, their political part, and particularly the question has to be asked about why was there a delay in this particular election. Today was the third time that the election was scheduled to be held but has not been held. Remember last week when the similar matter had come before the Supreme Court, the government had informed the court that an election is scheduled for Monday, which is why the court had allowed Shelley Oberoi to withdraw her petition and said that we do not need to interfere at this stage.
So 3 days already, Anisha, 6 January, 24 January, and now we don't have a mayor of a unified MCD. We have the Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP literally at each other's throat. And can they just be able to resolve it once and for all? Sympathies with the Delhi voter as well. Thank you so much, Anisha Mathur, with the latest on that. I'm heading into a very short break for now, but stay on because the Congress is staging a pan-India protest. This is over the Adani controversy. Congress supporters have hit the streets from Delhi to Jammu and are targeting the government at the centre and specifically Prime Minister Narendra Modi. They are not letting this issue be forgotten. Let's bring you that big story after a very short break.
I propose to increase the rebate limit to 7 lakhs.
Yet again, the nation trusts India Today TV. Highest concurrent users during the Budget 2023 speech. Most watched news channel on YouTube live. India Today #1.
political parties traveling from different parts.
Armed with facts,
Looking at political back.
she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold, and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories from every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
Nationwide showdown over Adani. From Parliament to the streets, Congress ups ante against Modi government. Geraus SEBI and LIC offices across India.
100 Congress cadres have gathered in front of SBI Bank over here and they are protesting. They claim that LIC and SBI were forced to make investment in Adani Group.
यहाँ पे अडानी मामले को लेकर जेपीसी की मांग हो रही है। यहाँ आप देखिए कि तमाम विपक्षी नेता आपको यहाँ पे नजर आ रहे हैं।
No debate, only disruptions in Parliament.
And I appeal to you, it is time for us to think what the common man is thinking. We are utilizing huge funds.
Storm over Adani remains our top focus on India Today.
A huge political showdown. This is over the Adani controversy right now. The Congress party is holding a nationwide protest against government at the centre over the crisis. From Jammu and Kashmir to Kerala, the workers of the grand old party are on the streets today. In Jammu, for example, take a look. These are different cities on your screen. Let's begin one by one. In Jammu, the Congress Karyakartas broke the barricades, clashed with the cops on duty. They raised slogans against government at the centre and demanded a debate in the parliament over this issue. All of this while unfolding from Jammu, as you can see, Bengaluru, Raipur, Thiruvananthapuram, national capital Delhi, Chennai, Hyderabad. In the parliament, meanwhile, the opposition leaders of the top brass continue to also lead protests and create commotion. After an uproar, the House has been adjourned till about 2 p.m. today. Opposition leaders protested outside at the Gandhi statue over the Adani crisis and are raising slogans targeting directly Prime Minister Narendra Modi. They are asking for a joint parliamentary committee-led investigation into the allegations and more action that the government needs to take over this Adani controversy.
प्रेसिडेंट का जो भाषण है उसके ऊपर हम सभी लोग बोलने को तैयार है और उनकी जो गरिमा है या जो हमारे पास हमेशा प्रेसिडेंट के स्पीच के लिए जो महत्व देते हैं वो तो हम देते रहेंगे और देंगे, लेकिन पहला हमारा मुद्दा ये है जो आज गड़बड़ी पूरे देश में हो रही है, नेशनली और इंटरनेशनली जो ये सब्जेक्ट आज उठा है इसके ऊपर मोदी जी जवाब।
क्यों अब तक हमारे SFIO चुप है, क्यों हमारा ED चुप है? वैसे तो ED भाग कर विपक्षी दल के नेताओं को पकड़ लेता है, उनकी आंख खुली रहती है कि कुछ थोड़ा सा भी ट्रांजैक्शन हो तो हम पकड़ ले। यहाँ पे इतना बड़ा वो हो रहा है, इरेगुलरिटी हो रही है जो हमारी अर्थव्यवस्था को धक्का पहुंचाएगी, जो हमारे जो इंटरनेशनली ग्लोबली हमारे मार्केट में कॉन्फिडेंस दिख रहा था वो खत्म करेगी। ये सब सवाल पूछे जाने चाहिए।
आपने अननेसेसरी इतने पॉलिटिशियन को ईडी के मामले में तबाह किया है। क्या अडानी पे ईडी नहीं होना चाहिए? क्या अडानी पे जवाब नहीं होना चाहिए? क्या अडानी के भ्रष्टाचार पे जवाब नहीं होना चाहिए? पूरा सदन, पूरा विपक्ष जेपीसी की मांग करता है और सदन में चर्चा चाहता है।
वो व्यक्ति कहते हैं, व्यक्ति विशेष अडानी जी, कि हम पर हमला नहीं, राष्ट्र पे हमला है। साहब, कब से आप राष्ट्र हो गए? ये राष्ट्र यहाँ बापू है ना, ये विरासत है हमारी। और एक किसी क्रोनी पूंजीपति के चरणों में पूरे देश की साख रख दी जाए, उसी का ये विरोध है कि सरकार जेपीसी मॉनिटर प्रोब करवाए, फटाफट करवाए, ताकि संदेश जाए पूरे दुनिया को और देश को।
Any demand for the JPC at the moment is misconceived and premature. The regulatory authorities who are empowered by law to go into the issues raised by the opposition are doing their work. Let's see what their findings are. If you have a problem after those findings, then you raise your demand. There's a discussion. There's a reply to the budget. The reply to the presidential address. In all that, You can weave this issue in. I mean, you don't have to have a specific, demand for a JPC just yet. At the moment, at least utilize the time allotted to you, and it is a good 12 hours. Why don't you use that time and you can weave it? It's an economic. The Adani issue is a financial and an economic issue. You can weave it into your speeches in reply to the president's address.
So let's try and understand what exactly is happening in the parliament and the Congress protests. My colleague Rahul Gautam tracking all the latest from the parliament as well. This clearly looks like a rare opposition unity today, Rahul, and that they're getting together, but not just in the parliament and on the streets as well. The Congress is leading this campaign. Any defense from the government yet? Are we expecting a discussion or a debate? And is the Congress party only likely to escalate this?
Well, Pooja, you rightly pointed out that Adani issue has become a rallying point which is actually uniting all the opposition parties on this issue. And because of this, we saw protests happening inside the parliament. At the same time, Congress party taking this entire issue all the way to the streets of the national capital by holding demonstrations at Jantar Mantar, trying to march to the SBI headquarters. So obviously this seems that to be gaining more heat, and obviously the opposition believes that this is one issue on which Modi government is on back foot. Therefore, they are only increasing the heat on this issue. As far as government is concerned, they have made it very clear that they are ready to discuss any issue, provided there is decorum and order in the house. And therefore, they are saying that let's have discussion on a presidential address, and post that, we can have discussion. Although they have not specified, issues, or they have not given any specific assurances about Adani issue, but they made it very clear that if you want to discuss any particular issue, let's have first order in the house. In fact, they are claiming that the opposition is running away from the discussion by creating ruckus and disruption in the house. So it seems that it has become a sort of a friction point between treasury and opposition benches, because the BJP particularly is maintaining that this is happening all because the opposition believe that they're going to get exposed on the floor of the house, and therefore they are running away from the discussion.
So opposition wants to disrupt everything else and ask for a debate and a discussion on the Adani crisis, while the government says let's focus on the budget session and the issues and the bills pertaining to it. So currently it's a big standoff. Remember, one by one, Parliament every day is getting adjourned. Work is not happening. Opposition wants a discussion. Government will not have it right now. Thank you so much for now, Rahul Gautam. Now let's bring to you about what's unfolding on the streets. Two reports sent by my colleagues from Kerala and Tamil Nadu, where the Congress workers are out on the streets in full force. Take a look.
Close to 300 Congress cadres have gathered in front of SBI Bank over here, and they are protesting. They claim that LIC and SBI were forced to make investment in Adani groups, and citing Hindenburg report, they claim that these are the people's money that has been invested, and they are demanding a joint parliamentary committee probe. This is occurring outside Porur Bank in Chennai, and across India also such protests are occurring. In Chennai alone, there are 2 locations such protests are occurring. Here, these Congress cadres are claiming that these were forceful investments that were conducted, and that's the reason they are holding a protest. They also claim that the central government is also a part of it, as they are supporting the Adani group. That is their allegation. And that's the reason such a protest is being held in Chennai in front of SBI Bank.
The International Congress is called out for a nationwide protest demanding action or probe, SC monitored, Supreme Court monitored probe in the Adani issue. And here in Kerala, the protest starts taking place outside the LIC office here in Thiruvananthapuram. In fact, the Kerala faction of the International Congress decided to organize this protest outside the LIC office here with a lot of workers. From the party have gathered here outside the LIC office demanding action, showing solidarity towards the protest called by the Grand Old Party across the country. Now here, the senior leaders of the party are speaking to the workers. Remember, the Kerala Assembly session is also going on, and the opposition leader V.D. Satish is expected to join the protest and talk to the workers, inaugurate this and talk to the workers. But here, a lot of workers, now what they're mainly alleging is that SBI and LIC were dream projects of the Congress party while they were in power, and here a lot of people, the common public, have their money invested in, deposited with LIC as well as SBI. Now, the scam. Now, what the party workers here is alleging that in this scam, in this particular scam, the drop in prices of the Adani group shares is a scam involving common people's money, since both LIC as well as SBI have invested money in the Adani group.
So clearly these protests continue there by the Congress party and will be on through the day. I'm heading into a very short break. I take you to Karnataka after shocking claims that have come from HD Kumaraswamy and can lead to infighting within the BJP. But apart from that, he's also now made, as appears to be, a casteist shocker. He targeted Union Minister Prahlad Joshi's caste when he said of how Prahlad Joshi will be the minister chosen and Basavaraj Bommai will be ousted. Let's get you that detail after a very short break.
Kashmir, once known as the paradise on earth, for more than 3 decades in the news for terror and killings, Deepa Soni, an artist from Udhampur, uses her brush to remind us of all good things about Kashmir. She wants the youth of the valley to be aware of the centuries-old heritage of Kashmir. She shares a vision of a positive, peaceful and fearless Kashmir through her canvas.
I keep on trying different mediums. Like आप देखेंगे कि 3-dimensional काम मैं बहुत करती हूँ. कई बार मैं abstracts बहुत करती हूँ. कई बार मैं folk styles भी कर रही हूँ. Miniature के साथ में मेरा बहुत ही मुझे बहुत पसंद है miniature paintings करना, जो कि बसोली painting मुझे बहुत पसंद है.
Through her exquisite paintings, Soni recently depicted the autumn and what it means for the valley.
जो यंग जनरेशन है वो नए आर्ट फॉर्म्स के साथ काफ़ी इंस्पायर रहती है और जो पुरानी जनरेशन है वो भी अपने पुराने हेरिटेज जो आर्ट फॉर्म्स करती आ रही है, अब वो आगे जनरेशन्स को नहीं सिखा रही है. तो कहीं ना कहीं जब यंग जनरेशन को इसमें इंटरेस्ट होगा तो ये फोक स्टाइल्स को हम आगे लेके जाएंगे.
Soni's main objective is to promote folk arts through exhibitions to keep the youth engaged. With Mauzu Mohammed, Bureau Report, India Today.
The southern state of Karnataka is an election-bound state and has a lot at stake for all the political parties involved. But this time, former Chief Minister HD Kumaraswamy has given out a shocking claim, and as it appears, there is also a casteist jibe that he's thrown at the Bharatiya Janata Party. Here's what JDS leader HD Kumaraswamy said, lashing out at Union Minister Prahlad Joshi. But as it appeared that he also mentioned the casteist slurs in it. This is what he said, translated. He said that Prahlad Joshi is a part of a cultureless community of Brahmins that does not represent South Indian traditions. HD Kumaraswamy then went on to say that Prahlad Joshi belongs to the sect of Brahmins who killed Gandhi. All this while claiming that basically RSS wants to replace Basavaraj Bommai from Karnataka as the Chief Minister with inducting Prahlad Joshi instead as the Chief Minister. So the BJP has immediately lashed out at Kumaraswamy over these comments and have slammed him and said these are absolutely unacceptable comments and that it will be the people of Karnataka who will teach him a lesson. CT Ravi of the BJP has reacted and said Prahlad Joshi is a self-made man. He's not a privileged one like you, Kumaraswamy, who's the son of former Prime Minister HD Devegowda.
ಇವತ್ತು ಪ್ರಹ್ಲಾದ್ ಜೋಶಿ ಅವರನ್ನ ಮುಂದಿನ ಚುನಾವಣೆ ನಂತರ ಈ ರಾಜ್ಯದ ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು RSSನಲ್ಲಿ ಹುನ್ನಾರ ಪ್ರಾರಂಭ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಕಾರಣ ಪ್ರಹ್ಲಾದ್ ಜೋಶಿ ಅವರು ನಮ್ಮ ದಕ್ಷಿಣ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದ ಬ್ರಾಹ್ಮಣರಿದ್ದಾರಲ್ಲ, ಇವರು ಯಾವ ಶೃಂಗೇರಿ ಮಠದ ಶೃಂಗೇರಿ ಮಠದ ಒಂದು ಪೇಶಾವರ ಗ್ರೂಪ್ನವರು ಅಲ್ಲಿಯ ದೇವರ ವಿಗ್ರಹವನ್ನು ಆ ಒಂದು ವರ್ಗಕ್ಕೆ ಸೇರಿದಂಥವ್ರು ಇವರು. ಮಹಾತ್ಮ ಗಾಂಧೀಜಿಯವರನ್ನು ಕೊಂದಂಥ ವರ್ಗಕ್ಕೆ ಸೇರಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥವ್ರು ಇವರು ನಮ್ಮ ಹಳೆ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದ ಬ್ರಾಹ್ಮಣರಲ್ಲ.
ಒಂದು ನಮ್ಮ ಪಕ್ಷದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಚಿಂತೆ ಮಾಡುವಂಥ ಅವಶ್ಯಕತೆ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಫಸ್ಟು ಅವ್ರ ಪಕ್ಷವನ್ನು ಅವ್ರು ಸರಿ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. ಅವರು ಭಾಳ ಕಷ್ಟಪಟ್ಟು ಓಡಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ಅವ್ರ ಪಕ್ಷವನ್ನು ಅವ್ರು ಸರಿ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. ಎರಡನೇದಾಗಿ ಯಾವ ಬ್ರಾಹ್ಮಣರು ಏನು ಜನ ಅವ್ರು ಯಾವುದನ್ನು ನೋಡೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಈ ಎಲ್ಲ ಮಾತುಗಳು ಅಪ್ರಸ್ತುತ, ರಾಜಕಾರಣಕ್ಕೆ ಅಪ್ರಸ್ತುತ. ನಮ್ಮ ಪಕ್ಷಗಳು, ನಮ್ಮ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಗಳು ಏನೆಲ್ಲ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಇವುಗಳನ್ನು ಮಾತಾಡಿದರೆ, ಇಬ್ಬರು ಹಿಂದಿನ ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಅವ್ರು ಇದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಮಾತಾಡಿದರೆ ಜನ ಭಾಳಷ್ಟು ಚಿಂತನೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಹೊರತಾಗಿ ವೈಯಕ್ತಿಕವಾಗಿ ವಿಚಾರಗಳು, ವೈಯಕ್ತಿಕ ಜಾತಿ ಬಗ್ಗೆ राजकारण
प्रहलाद जोशी भाजपा का वरिष्ठ नेता है। उन्हें पॉलिटिकल जर्नी शुरू किए एक कार्यकर्ता के नाते, एक एक कदम आगे बढ़ करके आज केंद्र मंत्री पद तक पहुंच रहा है। उनका क्षमता के वजह से, पार्टी प्रतिनिष्ठा के वजह से, उनका बैकग्राउंड कुमारस्वामी जी के जैसे एक्स प्राइम मिनिस्टर का बेटा नहीं है, एक कार्यकर्ता है। उनका पर्सनली टारगेट करना, कम्युनिटी के बारे में गलत आरोप बोलना कुमारस्वामी के जैसे एक्स सीएम के वो ठीक नहीं होता है। उनका बात सुन करके उनका भाव भी परेशान हो रहा है।
ಕುಮಾರಸ್ವಾಮಿ ಹೇಳಿದ ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ಗಳಿಗೆಲ್ಲ ಒಪ್ಪಲ್ಲ. ಬಟ್ RSSನವ್ರು ತೀರ್ಮಾನ ಮಾಡೋದು ಯಾರು ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿ ಆಗಬೇಕು ಅದು ಬಂದ್ರಲ್ಲೂ ತೀರ್ಮಾನ ಮಾಡೋದು. ಬಿಜೆಪಿ ಮೆಜಾರಿಟಿ ಬಂದ್ರಲ್ಲಿ ತೀರ್ಮಾನ ಮಾಡೋದು. ಯಾವಾಗ ಮೆಜಾರಿಟಿ ಬಂದಿತ್ತು ಹೇಳಿಯಪ್ಪ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದಲ್ಲಿ? ಎಷ್ಟು ಬರ್ಬೋದು? 50-60 ಬರ್ಬೋದು.
Let's go across now live to Bengaluru. My colleague Anaga Keshav with the latest on that. Anaga, that's quite a strange statement, because it was one thing to say that Prahlad Joshi could be replaced for Basavaraj Bommai, that who could be ousted out, but to bring in caste slurs, it clearly sounded inappropriate. Has the party reacted more to it? How has the BJP reacted to this?
Pooja, BJP has showed its angst towards Siddharamaya's statement. You know, previously also Siddharamaya has clarified that he identifies as a Hindu but does not believe in Hindutva. And yesterday he made quite a questionable statement and you know, in fact quite slanderous. He said the ideology of Hindutva is to spread violence and it is very murderous in its sentiment, is what Siddharamaya said. And this has indeed provoked a lot of pro-Hindu a lot of pro-Hindu groups, and BJP has also reacted negatively to it. C.T. Ravi has said that a person like Siddharamaya in such a high position should not be making these kind of statements. So indeed, even yesterday and day before yesterday, Siddharamaya is on his Prajadwani tour. He's in the first phase where he
can see, in fact, Anaga, we are running this HD Kumaraswamy's reaction right now, where he says that he belongs to a caste of Brahmins that's not from Dakshin Kannada. This caste of Brahmins killed Gandhi, broke idols. You know, what he's saying is actually preposterous in so many ways, because it's provocative. And he's also the son of HD Devegowda. So for him to say, has he got support from any party? Is the BJP going to make this a big issue? Because going by the BJP strategy, they are quick to jump on exactly on these objectionable statements and make a bigger deal out of it.
Absolutely. These comments by Kumaraswamy is very, very objectionable, because it might hurt the sentiments of Maratha Peshwar Brahmin community. Because I'm just quoting him, he says that this community lacks culture, is what Kumaraswamy said. And he also made a very personal attack on Prahlad Joshi, saying that he belongs to this particular community, they lack no culture, whereas the Brahmins from the South India and from the South Karnataka are more cultured. They believe in live and let live philosophy, whereas the Maratha Peshwar Brahmin community, where Joshi belongs from, are uncultured.
Stay on with me, Anaga, because what's interesting is it's not just HD Kumaraswamy. Hindutva, Hinduism is now becoming a political war cry. For it appears all parties and even the Congress has jumped into it. We have some more breaking news on what Siddharamaya has said. Let's listen into that. Former Chief Minister and senior Congress leader in Karnataka, Siddaramaiah, has given a remark over Hindutva, and I said, I quote him here first, "There is a scope for violence in Hindutva. I am against Hindutva." Siddaramaiah said Hindutva is different from Hindu religion. They always say I'm anti-Hindu and against Hindu religion, but I'm never a person against Hindu religion. I'm myself a Hindu, but I'm against Manuvad, Hindutva. Probably most of us here are against Hindutva, and we are not against the Hindu religion. But in Hindutva, there is a scope for murder and violence. Listen in now to what he has said. He's now got a reaction for C.T. Ravi too.
ಹಿಂದುತ್ವ ಬೇರೆ, ಹಿಂದೂ ಧರ್ಮ ಬೇರೆ. ನನ್ನನ್ನು ಯಾವಾಗಲೂ ಹಿಂದೂ ಧರ್ಮದ ವಿರೋಧಿ, ಹಿಂದೂ ವಿರೋಧಿ. ನಾನು ಯಾವತ್ತೂ ಹಿಂದೂ ಧರ್ಮದ ವಿರೋಧಿನೂ ಅಲ್ಲ, ನಾನು ಕೂಡ ಹಿಂದೂನೇ. ಆದರೆ ಮನುವಾದದ ವಿರೋಧಿ, ಹಿಂದುತ್ವದ ವಿರೋಧಿ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದನ್ನು ಬಹುಶಃ ನಾವಿಲ್ಲಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥವ್ರು ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಕೂಡ ಹೆಚ್ಚಾಗಿ ಮನುವಾದಕ್ಕೆ, ಹಿಂದುತ್ವಕ್ಕೆ ವಿರೋಧ ಅಷ್ಟೇ. ಹಿಂದೂ ಧರ್ಮಕ್ಕೆ ವಿರೋಧ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಮತ್ತು ಯಾವುದಾದ್ರು ಧರ್ಮದಲ್ಲಿ ಕೊಲೆ, ಹಿಂಸೆಗೆ ಪ್ರೋತ್ಸಾಹ ಇದೆಯಾ? ಯಾವುದಾದ್ರು ಧರ್ಮದಲ್ಲಿ? ಆದರೆ ಮನುವಾದ ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ, ಹಿಂದುತ್ವ ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ, ಕೊಲೆ, ಹಿಂಸೆ, ತಾರತಮ್ಯಕ್ಕೆ ಪ್ರೋತ್ಸಾಹ ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ. ದಟ್ ಇಸ್ ದ ಡಿಫರೆನ್ಸ್ ಬಿಟ್ವೀನ್ ಹಿಂದೂ ಧರ್ಮ ಅಂಡ್ ಹಿಂದುತ್ವ.
So it remains to be seen if these reactions, whether from HD Kumaraswamy, that there is a certain caste of Prahlad Joshi that is, that's something that Karnataka people will not accept. Then to Siddaramaiah say Hindutva is promoting murder. It's very interesting. Anaga Keshav joins me again for the latest. Anaga, what are you exactly picking up on this? Because it clearly becomes, as election season is coming closer, these high tempers, political insinuations, religious mentions are gaining ground.
Yes, Pooja, and remember, Siddaramaiah's main vote bank is the Ahinda voters, which involves the Dalits, the Kurubas, the SC community people, and also including the minority. Even in Kolar, when he made the big announcement that he desires to contest from the Kolar constituency, his people, his leaders tried to speak in Urdu, but then they tried shifting to Hindi. So there was a big appeal made for the minority voters. And now again, he's made a very strong statement saying that the whole ideology of Hindutva is to spread violence, and it is very murder-oriented in its sentiments. He has again reiterated that he identifies as a Hindu but opposes Hindutva.
So that's the statement that Siddaramaiah has made. But the bigger question is that whether this will help the Congress party or the JDS, like HD Kumaraswamy had mentioned, or could it actually backfire and the BJP will totally jump into it. Anaga, we are staying with this because I realized that the BJP has also given a reaction on this. C.T. Ravi is leading that charge. He was the one to target HD Kumaraswamy as well, and now Siddaramaiah. I said, what has C.T. Ravi of the Bharatiya Janata Party said?
Pooja, C.T. Ravi says that Siddaramaiah in such a high position, he should not be making these kind of statements. And even in the past, C.T. Ravi has openly mentioned that Siddaramaiah is anti-Hindu, he is anti-poor, he is also anti-poor people. And this is what C.T. Ravi is hitting back, saying that these kind of statements might hurt the sentiments of the Hindu groups, and he should not be making such slanderous remarks.
Anaga, all right, Anaga, stay on with me because C.T. Ravi, BJP has been quick to lash out, say Supreme Court has said Hindutva is a way of life. You are peddling lie that Hindutva supports murder. Why is that you always talk the language of tyrants and barbarians? Has Tipu Sultan worshipping made you lose your sanity? So, extreme views by our netas ahead of elections when we should be focusing on issues on the ground, on basic civic issues that pertain to assembly elections. It's Hindutva, Tipu Sultan, all of that has come back. But for Siddaramaiah, it's escalating because remember, he could be one of the chief minister face for the Congress party. And that is why the BJP ensuring they reply to him. But what did Siddaramaiah say? Let's just listen into him again.
ಹಿಂದುತ್ವ ಬೇರೆ, ಹಿಂದೂ ಧರ್ಮ ಬೇರೆ. ನನ್ನನ್ನು ಯಾವಾಗಲೂ ಹಿಂದೂ ಧರ್ಮದ ವಿರೋಧಿ, ಹಿಂದೂ ವಿರೋಧಿ. ನಾನು ಯಾವತ್ತೂ ಹಿಂದೂ ಧರ್ಮದ ವಿರೋಧಿನೂ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಆದರೆ ಮನುವಾದದ ವಿರೋಧಿ, ಹಿಂದುತ್ವದ ವಿರೋಧಿ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದನ್ನು ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ. ಆದರೆ ಮನುವಾದ ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ, ಹಿಂದುತ್ವ ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ, ಕೊಲೆ, ಹಿಂಸೆ, ತಾರತಮ್ಯಕ್ಕೆ ಪ್ರೋತ್ಸಾಹ ಕೊಡ್ತದೆ.
All right, let's bring in Anaga Keshav yet again. Now, Anaga, he clearly has given out that statement knowing fairly well that he'll get support for the distinction that he's making, while there could be many who will not agree with that distinction too. But does this really mean again that, you know, in the state of Karnataka, it will be religion eventually that will be a part of the political election discourse?
You know, Pooja, it's absolutely disappointing that when the real issues come to infrastructure, when the real issues is in potholes, when the real issues is the BBMP's poorly planned road infrastructure that is causing the lives of so many people. And recently we had a mother and son die because of metro pillar collapse. When these issues should be taking the center stage, the actual issues is this religion politics. One saying that Hindutva is only towards murder and violent sentiments, and the other hitting back, saying, and Kumaraswamy also bringing in caste politics, saying that Brahmin from the Peshwar community is uncultured. These are the kind of things that are taking a central stage, and it might really backfire because religion and caste politics will only work to a certain extent. At the end of the day, people want development and infrastructure, which these netas are not talking about.
Anaga, stay on with me because now the BJP is only likely to escalate this, and I'm joined by BJP Shehzad Poonawalla on this. Shehzad, this is apart from what HD Kumaraswamy said about Prahlad Joshi, but on Siddaramaiah, has he said anything objectionable? He's just making a distinction between the two. Why is the BJP charging at Siddaramaiah right now?
Pooja, Hindutva has been defined by the Supreme Court in 1995 as a way of life, and in fact in 2016 when Teesta Setalwad went and tried to link Hindutva with bigotry, it was dismissed and the 1995 judgment was upheld. Now, after that has been done, the Congress is yet again peddling lies. Look at the statement of Siddaramaiah. He's saying Hindutva means murder, Hindutva promotes discrimination, Hindutva promotes violence. Would he say that about any other religion or faith? Why just Hindutva, and that too when it has been described and defined by the topmost court of this country? And this is not a one-off, it's not a sahyog. Mr. Siddaramaiah said Sanatan Dharm killed Gauri Lankesh. You have another leader of Congress saying that Hindus are dirty word. Ram Mandir ka virod karna, Ram ji ke astitva pe sawal uthana, saffron ka virod karna, saffron terror, Hindutva is ISIS and Boko Haram. So there's a long list and history of the Congress party targeting anything that is related with Sanatan Dharma and Hindus. And therefore, the question is that for the sake of vote bank politics, why stoop to this level? Is Mr. Siddaramaiah above the Supreme Court? When the Supreme Court has clarified that Hindutva is a philosophy, a way of life, everyone practices Hindutva, then why would you attack that concept? It is only because you want to galvanize votes of a particular community.
But do you think the Congress and Siddaramaiah is saying this because he's likely to be the chief minister candidate too of the Congress party? So when he's making this comment, he knows fairly well that he's being heard, and many may just agree to what he's saying. What the BJP said, Shehzad, is that why are you talking like a barbarian or a tyrant? They are saying, has Tipu Sultan worshipping made you this insane? Is that, do you think, the right analogy to hit back at the Congress party?
You see, people are going to say that on the one hand, an invader, a barbarian like Aurangzeb and Tipu are hailed. Even Musharraf is hailed by Tharoorji. Shashi Tharoorji is giving constant sound bites that he is a force of peace. And Musharraf is force of peace, and Hindutva is agent of violence. Pooja Shali, I am very surprised you are living in India where the party says that Musharraf, the attacker who killed our soldiers, is a force of peace, and Hindutva philosophy of inclusiveness and love, something that is called way of life by Supreme Court, has been described like this by the Congress party. Janyudhari Rahul Gandhi, who says he's a Janyudhari, he should come out and explain. Is he with Siddaramaiah's version of Hindutva and Hindus, or does he disagree with this, and will he condemn the statement? They even find jihad in Gita Ji. So, nothing can be done. This is a chronic case of vote bank disease, and there is no cure for this, except that people will now punish them for this kind of appeasement politics.
Shehzad, final question. Should the BJP really be charging at the Congress party? You're the parties in power. You can totally be boasting about your achievements by attacking the Congress party, which is in opposition. Why do you think the BJP feels it's significant to question Siddaramaiah? He's just an opposition neta.
24/7, people are seeing the work we are doing, and we are also articulating on that. But having said that, if somebody in the sake of attacking Prime Minister or sake of attacking BJP attacks Hindus, attacks Hindutva, then of course there will be a reactionary comment that, stop doing this in the name of vote bank politics. And therefore this is a reaction. It is the anger of the people who are saying that time and again Congress party on the one hand says we are Janyudhari, on the other hand they constantly attack Hindus, Hindutva, Ramji, Ram Mandir. So this has become the DNA of the Congress. This has nothing to do with politics. It has to do with the astha of the millions.
In fact, I want to please, I request you to please stay on, because what you just mentioned, we have more breaking news coming in. Apart from what Siddaramaiah has said, it's the big controversy coming in from the Congress party. Let's take a look at that. Senior leader of the Congress party, Shashi Tharoor, who's been facing some outrage and online attacks as well over one of his statements on General Pervez Musharraf, Pakistan's military dictator who passed away yesterday at the age of 79. Tharoor has now again given out a statement via social media site Twitter, and he has said he appears to be really firm on his comment on Musharraf as peace force. He has said, and I quote Shashi Tharoor here, "Why did Vajpayee talk peace with Musharraf? Was Musharraf not a peace ally then?" Shashi Tharoor is lauding the peace force Musharraf, and the BJP is attacking him over this. So this has now become a huge issue. Shashi Tharoor, yesterday, remember, after the death of General Pervez Musharraf, had put out a statement that he had met him often and appeared to be a peace force ally. Let's bring in BJP Shehzad Poonawala as well. Shehzad, he's bringing in former Prime Minister Atal Bihari Vajpayee, saying he had a peace talk with the Pervez Musharraf. Why are you not looking into that? And then because he's dead, let's think of him in a better manner, in a more dignified manner, says Shashi Tharoor.
Pooja, first of all, now I am pretty sure that this was not personal comment of Mr. Tharoor, the way he is brazenly defending it. Secondly, look at the kind of analogy being drawn. On the one hand, when you are a leader of a country like Mr. Vajpayee was, you don't have the option. You have to deal with whoever the leader of the other country is. It is a compulsion. Here, it is out of choice that Mr. Tharoor is hailing, eulogizing, praising to the moon Mr. Musharraf, who his own country is now disregarding, who was the killer and the architect of Kargil, who was responsible for terrorism, who hailed Osama bin Laden and Taliban, who did not take back the dead bodies of his own soldiers. This out of choice, Congress is saying that Musharraf Mahan tha, force of peace tha. So, to compare compulsion with choice is A, ridiculous, but secondly, today it is confirmed that Musharraf mein force of peace Congress ko dikhta hai, because Musharraf used to see a gentleman in Rahul Gandhi. And Hindutva mein violence dikhta hai. So this is the thing of Congress party, that Hindutva mein violence, Musharraf mein aman ka doot. This is the short and long of the Congress party's philosophy today.
Do you think it was just being a dignified stance because he had died, or that there is more to it? Are you saying this is top of the Congress leadership? Quickly, Shehzad, why are you saying this is not just a personal comment?
No, tomorrow with this logic, they will say that Osama bin Laden is dead, Afzal Guru is dead, so they hail them also as martyrs and peaceniks. I mean, this is ridiculous. The man was somebody who bled our soldiers, and therefore, one thing is to not disrespect somebody, but one thing is to not polish and give a new picture of somebody and hail them and eulogize them.
Shehzad Poonawala with the latest on that. This has become a huge outrage that he has said he was the real peace force, and that, he was smart, clear, and engaging. This, remember, he's talking about the decade of 2008. He says, I met him often, and he's now charging at the BJP leaders. This is the big political showdown today. I'm heading into a very short break, and when we return, we get you the latest on more. Stay tuned. IndiaToday.in is where you will find all the latest updates. Thank you.
Shah Rukh Khan's Pathaan has been rocking at the movie theatres. It is in fact being touted as the best action movie of recent times. But is it true? What does the Tech Today community think about it? Are the tech sequences worth watching the movie in the movie theatre, or will the Tech Today community wait to watch it on OTT? Let's try and find out. Where will it be, in the cinema theatre or on OTT?
Cinemas. SRK in cinemas.
Movie theatre. OTT.
Will you be watching it in an IMAX or in a regular theatre?
IMAX for sure.
Yeah, that is really have a great VFX, and even John Abraham also, I like him, and Shah Rukh Khan especially.
I have heard a lot about it, how it has a parallel from a Christopher Nolan movie, and the technologies that they've used is same, so I want to explore that.
Not interested in watching in a movie theatre.
Is there any reason why you're averse to going to a movie theatre?
I feel more relaxed watching it at home.
Yes, if it releases in Amazon or Netflix, otherwise not.
Actually, we went to the cinema hall yesterday. I almost wanted to watch it, but my wife said we'll watch it on OTT.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Gift well with Sleep Well.
Nationwide showdown over Adani. From Parliament to the streets, Congress ups ante against Modi government. Geraus SEBI and LIC offices across India.
100 Congress cadres have gathered in front of SBI Bank over here and they are protesting. They claim that LIC and SBI were forced to make investment in Adani Group.
यहाँ पे अडानी मामले को लेकर जेपीसी की मांग हो रही है। यहाँ आप देखिए कि तमाम विपक्षी नेता आपको यहाँ पे नजर आ रहे हैं।
No debate, only disruptions in Parliament.
And I appeal to you, it is time for us to think what the common man is thinking. We are utilizing huge funds.
Storm over Adani remains our top focus on India Today.
Good afternoon and welcome. Thank you for tuning in to India Today. I'm Pooja Shali. Let's begin quickly with the headlines at the top of 2. It's the Adani storm raging in the parliament after massive sloganeering by the opposition. Both houses have been adjourned again, but to resume shortly.
आप केवल नारेबाजी करने
The Congress stages a pan-India protest over Adani controversy. Congress supporters even hit the streets from Delhi to Jammu to Thiruvananthapuram. Opposition parliamentarians are protesting in front of the Gandhi statue outside of the parliament. New Delhi mayor still not ready and is not elected. Massive commotion erupted in the house as the voting began. Elected councillors busy fighting among themselves between the Aam Admi Party and the BJP. HD Kumaraswamy has targeted Prahlad Joshi's caste, and this while saying that RSS wants to replace Bomai with Prahlad Joshi. He says Joshi is a Brahmin whose people killed Gandhi, demolished temples and idols. He is not of the South Indian ancestry. Disturbing incidents coming in from Bangladesh. Hindu hate across Bangladesh as 14 temples were desecrated in a series of orchestrated attacks overnight. Protests erupt. Police issue a statement. A massive earthquake has hit Turkey and adjacent countries. Over 100 people at least dead across Syria and Turkey in an earthquake of 7.8 magnitude on the Richter scale. Widespread damage can be seen on the streets. The areas have been flattened completely. Death toll likely to rise and could be reaching thousands. The parliament has resumed. Let's dip into that. This is, remember, during the uproar over the Adani crisis. Let's listen in.
धन्यवाद सभापति जी। मैं आज की कार्यसूची के क्रम संख्या 9 पर अंकित जो दस्तावेज श्री रामेश्वर तेली जी के नाम के अंकित है, आपकी अनुमति से सदन के पटल पर रखता हूँ। धन्यवाद।
पर 10 श्री सुभाष सरकार जी।
अध्यक्ष महोदय, आपकी अनुमति से आज की कार्यावली सूची के क्रम संख्या 10 पर मेरे साथी श्रीमती अन्नपूर्णा देवी के नाम के सामने उल्लिखित दस्तावेजों को मैं सभा पटल पर रखता हूं। नमस्कार।
11 श्री अजय भट्ट जी।
आदरणीय महोदय, आपकी अनुमति से मैं आज की कार्यसूची के क्रम संख्या 11 पर अपने नाम के समक्ष उल्लिखित कागजात को सदन के पटल पर प्रस्तुत करता हूं।
And while we are looking at the parliament session, we're getting a big update already that Rajya Sabha, the upper house of the parliament, has been adjourned, and that means one house already adjourned within seconds that it started and resumed today. This is the second time, that means it's been adjourned. We'll try and dip into the visuals coming in from Lok Sabha too. On the other side, you can see this is opposition protest that's taking place. This is within the parliament premises, but on the outside where there is the Mahatma Gandhi statue and united opposition, a rare face that we are seeing this time, led by Mallikarjun Kharge, that all opposition parties have come together. This is the Adani crisis that they're targeting the government and specifically Prime Minister Narendra Modi for it. They want a debate and a discussion. They want a joint parliamentary committee meeting, and they want investigations to be looked into. The opposition wants a debate on that. They will not rest till the government decides on that. The government says, let's focus on issues that are pertaining to this budget session. We can see former Finance Minister P. Chidambaram, other netas as well. These are the live visuals coming in from right outside the parliament, where there is the Gandhi statue, which is known now as a protest site. They've managed to get all other parties with them at this juncture. Now, interestingly, Congress party, while it's protesting, the parliamentarians are in the parliament and are indulging in this uproar. We also have street protests that the Congress party is leading from Delhi, Jammu to Thiruvananthapuram as well.
के लिए दिनांक 3/2/2023 की अधिसूचना संख्या 6/2023 केंद्रित पारित शुल्क दूसरा डीजल के
So this is Maha opposition dangal, an uproar on Adani, and parliament proceedings were adjourned earlier till about 2 p.m. within resuming of minutes. The Rajya Sabha adjourned right away while the Lok Sabha still continues and we can still hear sloganeering there in the house. This, remember, opposition continues to ask for a discussion. It's basically the adjournment motion, remember, in Lok Sabha. Even though it was rejected by the Speaker, the suspension of business notice was also rejected by the Rajya Sabha chairperson. But clearly we can see parliamentarians in the parliament are asking for a discussion, and this is what you see on the streets. Across cities, Congress parties have managed to get a show of strength. And in Jammu, there was even a scuffle with the police deployed. The Congress party workers tried to jump the barricades, police tried to stop them. So this is what is unfolding on different sides. This is all with regard to storm over the Adani crisis. So the market is still fluctuating. It hasn't stabilized for the Adani group, where the shares in the stocks continue to see a dip, despite assuring messages from the Adani group, and specifically himself, with Gautam Adani as the chairperson coming in to get a video message. It was supposed to be a budget session. Discussion was likely on that, but that's clearly not happening. And the bills and discussions that were supposed to take place have had to be adjourned for now. Opposition has been meeting. Today morning also there was a meeting. The government tries to hit back, but clearly the opposition says they will not back out this time. So the visual, as you can see, of an opposition meeting, of Minister Prahlad Joshi speaking, of the opposition protest at the Gandhi statue, and the budget that was presented by Finance Minister.
माननीय सदस्यगण, सरकार ने बोला कि सरकार उत्तर के लिए तैयार है। हमें राष्ट्रपति जी के अभिभाषण पर धन्यवाद प्रस्ताव पे चर्चा करना है। हमें इम्पोर्टेंट फाइनेंशियल बिजनेस करना है, और ये हमारा दायित्व है। आप सब वरिष्ठ लोग हैं, मैं आपसे निवेदन करता हूं कि अपने अपने स्थान पर जाइए। सभा की कार्यवाही कल मंगलवार दिनांक 7 फरवरी 2023 को प्रातः 11 बजे तक के लिए स्थगित की जाती है। धन्यवाद।
All right, that it appears that again, the parliament is getting adjourned given the uproar, the protest from the opposition parliamentarians, and the government wants to continue the session without a debate on the Adani crisis, and that's why the opposition says they will continue to protest. So these are the visuals coming in on your screen as well. So there are two main demands that have come in by the opposition parties. One is a joint parliamentary committee that they want to ensure that the investigations are looked into, or at least a Supreme Court monitored probe. There were even demands that Adani's passport must be confiscated so he does not leave the country. So these are different demands that the opposition had collectively put forth. But for now, in the parliament, right outside the parliament, outside on the streets, there is an opposition leading the campaign and does not want the government to rest till either the investigation is announced or a debate and a discussion takes place within the House. But one by one, we are being told that the parliament is being adjourned. We'll try and get more details from our reporter on the ground. So now Lok Sabha has also been adjourned. That's the big breaking news that is coming in right now. So within minutes, remember at about 2 p.m., just a little over it, when the Parliament House had started and Rajya Sabha was adjourned within seconds, Lok Sabha has now been adjourned as well. So both houses of the parliament have been adjourned, Lok Sabha and the Rajya Sabha, amid the uproar and the protest by the opposition parliamentarians till 11 a.m. today. Till 11 a.m. tomorrow, the houses of the parliament have been adjourned. So now 7th February is when again the Lok Sabha and the Rajya Sabha will be resuming. Ever since the budget session, and specifically since the Adani controversy had erupted and amid the backdrop of the Hindenburg research report and then the crashing of the market, because, for example, KCR, Telangana Chief Minister, had said that this is the Indian banking system at crisis and risk right now. So it appears that while the government is putting out a defense, while Adani Group is saying they are going to fight back and ensure nobody faces a financial loss, it has become a huge political showdown. Both the Lok Sabha and the Rajya Sabha have been adjourned for now amid all this hangama and commotion. 11 a.m. tomorrow is when both houses of the parliament will resume again. We'll just dip into the reactions also that have come in from the members of parliament, but we can see that it's a defiant opposition right now. We saw Jagdeep Dhankar there in the Rajya Sabha, who did say that you need to see how the common people are looking at it. We are having a disrupted session. We need to ensure that we discuss issues pertaining to the parliament session right now. But it clearly, as of now, we can see protests still unfolding inside the parliament where the hangama took place, then right outside at the Gandhi statue, and then on the streets as well. So ahead of the House proceedings, remember, in the morning itself, the opposition parties had met the leader of opposition, Mallikarjun Kharge. They had met in his chamber in the Parliament building and they wanted to chalk out a strategy. Focus is Adani financial scam allegations. The focus is asking for a demand of a probe into it monitored by the Supreme Court or the Joint Parliamentary Committee. Mausami Singh is at the Parliament right now. She's tracking all the latest on that. Mausami, the Congress party is all guns blazing, leading the campaign in the Parliament and also on the streets. But what's happening? This, the budget session appears is going to be whitewashed.
Absolutely, Pooja. If you look at the way the opposition parties have joined force as far as cornering the government is concerned, this is a cause of worry for the government. If you look at the business being transacted in the House, there was a motion of thanks. Discussion was to happen on that, but with the opposition parties, more than 17 of them upping the ante, protesting at the Gandhi statue and then giving several notices of adjournment, which the chairman and the speaker have sidelined. The opposition is in no mood to conduct any business in the House, and there's been an uproar. There were adjournments in the morning as well, and even now, very little business being transacted. The opposition think it is an opportunity to corner the Prime Minister and, in fact, get the government on the mat as far as the economy is concerned and compromising the interests of investors is concerned.
Singh with the latest on that. Mausami, stay on with me because for now, both houses of the Parliament, the Lok Sabha and the Rajya Sabha, have been adjourned within minutes of resuming at 2 p.m. They were adjourned in the morning till 2, but when it resumed, there was again uproar, hangama, and the protests continued. Mausami Singh continues to be with me. Mausami, what are we looking at possibly at the government strategy? Because the government is saying that we are not going to have a discussion on this. We have other issues pertaining in the Parliament that we have to focus on. And speaking to reporters also in the Parliament, Prahlad Joshi, who's the Parliamentary Affairs Minister, he had said that when the government stand is being asked on this Adani Group issue, that the government has nothing to do with this, and that the opposition is just disrupting the House over this because it has no other issues to talk about. So the government says that why are we being pushed about it? Why are we being asked? We have nothing to do with it. But the opposition says we need to have a discussion, a debate on this. We need, as you can see, look at that banner on your screen in the center of the screen. We demand JPC, the Joint Parliamentary Committee, or a Supreme Court monitored investigation on the Adani scandal. So that's a big banner. Posters are ready with the Congress and the opposition putting up a united face. So, Mausami, does the government have any strategy than to say we have nothing to do with this matter, we are not going to have a discussion? Because as of now, it appears that it's all going to get washed out. What are you listening about or hearing about what the government has to say?
See, as far as this matter is concerned, Pooja, there's a deadlock because the government is simply accusing the opposition of indulging in the politics of disruption. And the battle lines are drawn because the government is saying that we don't have anything to do with this, and there are certain agencies and mechanisms in place that will take the matter up in due course. So as far as SEBI is concerned or any other agency is concerned. So the government, in fact, is saying that the opposition is trying to brew trouble when there is none, and that's the reason that this is sheer politics that is happening at the cost of business being conducted in the Parliament. So we are unlikely to see that there is going to be any thaw in this entire stream of opposition parties, rallying against the government. There could be more protests up on the cards as far as this entire week is concerned. And the budget session, the first leg of the budget session in the Parliament is heading towards a washout. So we will have to wait and see. The demand of the opposition is for a JPC. So unless the government agrees on a joint parliamentary committee on the matter, it is unlikely that there is going to be any thaw or going back as far as the matter is concerned. So this is, we see after a long time that the opposition parties like the Samajwadi Party, the Aam Admi Party, even the TMC, coming on the same...
All of them have got together this time, Mausami. They may have disagreements. Even in the Bharat Jodo Yatra, some of these parties decided to not join in. But on this issue of Adani scandal allegations, they have got together. So that's what the visuals on your screen are about the protests that are being launched. And the government says we need to discuss issues that concern to this session right now. Mausami Singh with the latest coming in on that. Mausami, thank you very much for now. So what exactly has happened? It's a political slugfest. Congress is holding a nationwide protest against the centre and specifically Prime Minister Narendra Modi over the Adani crisis. Jammu, Trivandrum, workers of the Grand Old Party are on the streets. Congress karyakartas in Jammu even broke barricades and clashed with cops. There are slogans of asking for a debate under JPC. Houses in Parliament, both Rajya Sabha and Lok Sabha, have been adjourned till 11 a.m. tomorrow, while protests at the Gandhi statue continues.
नारेबाजी कर प्रेसिडेंट का जो भाषण है उसके ऊपर हम सभी लोग बोलने को तैयार है और उनकी जो गरिमा है या जो हमारे पास हमेशा प्रेसिडेंट के स्पीच के लिए जो महत्व देते हैं वो तो हम देते रहेंगे और देंगे, लेकिन पहला हमारा मुद्दा ये है जो आज गड़बड़ी पूरे देश में हो रही है, नेशनली और इंटरनेशनली जो ये सब्जेक्ट आज उठा है इसके ऊपर मोदी जी जवाब।
क्यों अब तक हमारे SFIO चुप है, क्यों हमारा ED चुप है? वैसे तो ED भाग कर विपक्षी दल के नेताओं को पकड़ लेता है, उनकी आंख खुली रहती है कि कुछ थोड़ा सा भी ट्रांजैक्शन हो तो हम पकड़ लें। यहाँ पे इतना बड़ा वो हो रहा है, इरेगुलरिटी हो रही है जो हमारी अर्थव्यवस्था को धक्का पहुंचाएगी, जो हमारे जो इंटरनेशनली ग्लोबली हमारे मार्केट में कॉन्फिडेंस दिख रहा था वो खत्म करेगी। ये सब सवाल पूछे जाने चाहिए।
आपने अननेसेसरी इतने पॉलिटिशियन को ईडी के मामले में तबाह किया है। क्या अडानी पे ईडी नहीं होना चाहिए? क्या अडानी पे जवाब नहीं होना चाहिए? क्या अडानी के भ्रष्टाचार पे जवाब नहीं होना चाहिए? पूरा सदन, पूरा विपक्ष JPC की मांग करता है और सदन में चर्चा चाहता है।
वो व्यक्ति कहते हैं, व्यक्ति विशेष अडानी जी, कि हम पर हमला नहीं, राष्ट्र पे हमला है। साहब, कब से आप राष्ट्र हो गए? ये राष्ट्र यहाँ बापू है ना, ये विरासत है हमारी। और एक किसी क्रोनी पूंजीपति के चरणों में पूरे देश की साख रख दी जाए, उसी का ये विरोध है कि सरकार JPC मॉनिटर प्रोब करवाए, फटाफट करवाए, ताकि संदेश जाए पूरे दुनिया को और देश को।
Any demand for the JPC at the moment is misconceived and premature. The regulatory authorities who are empowered by law to go into the issues raised by the opposition are doing their work. Let's see what their findings are. If you have a problem after those findings, then you raise your demand. There's a discussion. There's a reply to the budget. The reply to the presidential address. In all that, you can weave this issue in. I mean, you don't have to have a specific.
Second press briefing by the Aam Aadmi Party in less than 1 hour. This is over the Delhi dangle and the commotion we saw in the House today as well, with the BJP and the Aam Aadmi Party are trading charges. Here's what the press briefing that's this time the BJP is now holding their press conference. Listen in now to what the netas of
2016 में हाई कोर्ट के आदेश में सेक्शन 3 के अंदर क्लियर है कि नॉमिनेटेड जो पार्षद एल्डरमैन हैं वो दे कैन कास्ट देयर वोट, और वो डाल भी रहे हैं वोट वहां पर समिति जॉन्स के अंदर, पहले से डाल रहे हैं। पहले मेयर के अंदर किसी ने ध्यान इसलिए दिया कि थंबिंग मेजॉरिटी के लोग आते रहे हैं, छोड़ो हमारी तो सरकार बन रही है। अब ये थंबिंग मेजॉरिटी में 151 आने के बाद भी डर रहे हैं चुनाव से। हमारे 7 सांसद हैं, 10 एल्डरमैन नॉमिनेटेड हैं। अगर वो हमारे मान के चले तो वैसे तो कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन सब, एक विधायक है, हमारी गिनती तो 121-22 बनती है, आपकी तो 151 बनती है। तो 121 वाले से 151 वाला चुनाव लड़ने से क्यों डरता है जी? क्यों कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन की दुहाई देकर लोगों को गुमराह करना चाहते हो? क्योंकि आपने जो टिकटें बेची थी 50 लाख 1 करोड़ में, जैसे मीडिया के सूत्र होते हैं, हमारे पास भी कुछ सूत्र हैं। केजरीवाल साहब के पास भी सूत्र आते थे कि मनीष सिसोदिया गिरफ्तार किए जाने वाले हैं, तुरंत सूत्र बताते थे ना केजरीवाल साहब को। हमारे पास भी सूत्र हैं कि जिन लोगों को मनीष सिसोदिया जी, ब्रजेश पाठक जी ने टिकटें बेची थी 50 लाख से 1 करोड़, ऐसे कम से कम 50 से 55 पार्षद जीत कर आए हैं। वो कहते हैं कि तुमने टिकट दी, हम जीते, हमें 1 करोड़ रुपया हमसे लिया गया, 90 लाख लिए गए, हमारे पैसे लौटाइए, हम तब वोट कास्ट करेंगे जी, हमारा पैसा लौटाइए, हम जीत कर आए हैं जी। इसी कारण आपको ध्यान होगा डिप्टी मेयर के भी नॉमिनेशन इनको डबल ट्रिपल भरने पड़े, और बड़ी मुश्किल से 2 दिन की जद्दोजहद के बाद एक का विड्रॉ कराना पड़ा था जी। तो कुछ तो मजबूरियां रही होंगी ना, तो इसीलिए आप जो बार बार ये आरोप लगाकर भाग जाने का काम करते हैं कि दूसरे के ऊपर थूक और भाग जाओ, वो पर आप तुम्हारे पीछे पीछे भागता रहेगा। तो आज तक जैसे भी नेता प्रतिपक्ष रहे विजेंद्र जी 5 साल पार्टी के, उन्होंने कहा है कि दुनिया की रूलिंग पार्टी ने आज तक कभी भी हाउस को डिस्टर्ब किया है क्या? पहले दिन उन्होंने शुरुआत की, आज फिर उन्होंने शुरुआत की। अगर आपके पास 151 पूर्ण बहुमत है, और सबसे बड़ा दुर्भाग्य देखिए कितने झूठे लोग हैं, इनका आज प्रवक्ता कहता है कि भाजपा के सांसद पार्षद दिल्ली से बाहर थे, वो आए नहीं, उनको तो पहले से ये देखो कैसे गुमराह करते हैं गरीब शरीफ लोगों को, दिल्ली वालों को, कि उनको मालूम है चुनाव कराएंगे ही नहीं हम।
So that's the BJP Member of Parliament Ramesh Biduri. So that's the reaction coming in from the BJP on the Aam Aadmi Party. It's a dangle that continues in Delhi. Since December, when the elections and results were out, unified MCD in Delhi does not have a mayor to take care of the civic basic issues around us. Wrapping up this bulletin for now. Thank you so much for watching. In the club next, our special entertainment segment. Do stay tuned. Lots more on the wedding festivities of Kiara Advani and Siddharth Malhotra. Thank you for watching.
Chopra, how could this have happened? I know it's very difficult to conjecture without a full court of inquiry completing its proceedings. But in your mind, sir, because you've been in Mirage 2000s, you've flown from Gwalior, you've flown dynamic missions where you are expected to fly very, very close to other aircraft. You've been a test pilot. How could something like this happen, sir?
Yeah, Chip, first I must tell you that as you have brought out some facts already, that, the aviation over the years has become much, much safer. We know in the First and Second World War, there used to be thousands of aeroplanes in the same area, and yet there were not so many collisions. And over the years, if you see the number of collisions, no, this is unfortunate that we have lost a pilot in Gwalior, but the last one was a SCAT in 2019, which was an inverted flying display. And the one before that was in 2015 when two Su-30s had collided. Yes. So there are phenomenal amount of aids in addition to the support that the ground controller, the radar controller gives you. There is a support within you, the avionics, there is a radar, there are other sensors that are all the time telling you the presence of the other aircraft. But must remember that we are in military aviation. Combat training has to be realistic. The aeroplanes are flying very fast. They are turning at high Gs. There are, high speeds, and there are physiological, forces that are acting on your body. So there is. So what is critical is that situational awareness, the combine of the controller and the pilot and the other members of the formation. There is a need for a close situational awareness of where the other aircraft is with whom you're maneuvering. But again, as I must say that in this particular case in Gwalior, this Mirage 2000 aircraft and the Su-30 that are reportedly have collided, details are still not known, and any conjectures may not be absolutely correct. But the overall accident rate of the Indian Air Force is phenomenally good. Nowadays you're having a current accident rate is 0.15. Now, how do you calculate accident rate in the Air Forces? For every 10,000 hours, how many accidents have taken place? So the rate is very good. You will recall that in the 1990s, we were losing close to 20 aircraft a year or even more, and the rate was much higher. And nowadays, we have come down to between 10 and 20, and there are many years when you have got less than 10 aircraft accidents, and among them the mid-air collisions are very, very far and very, very few, despite such high performance aircraft like.
case, Pathaan has dominated social media for the last 1 week, and rightly so. The film has shattered several box office records and even registered the biggest one-week haul in Bollywood history. The film is also now the fastest Bollywood movie to enter the 300 crore club. While this spy thriller takes you around the world in 146 minutes, did you know that most of the movie was shot in Mumbai? Well, let's break this down for you in Tech Today style. Pathaan might be a blockbuster hit, but there's also technology play that makes it as close to a Christopher Nolan flick as Bollywood can get. Nolan is usually known for his unique storytelling using the 70mm IMAX cameras. But if you've watched Pathaan on an IMAX screens and enjoyed the show, it is because the filmmaker has used a technology called IMAX DMR. IMAX DMR is a post-production process used for converting traditional 2D films into IMAX's proprietary format in order to show the film in IMAX theaters. This means the film has increased resolution, contrast, and color accuracy as compared to the original shoot. So while Pathaan may not be a true IMAX experience, this process ensures you're in for a visual spectacle either way. A majority of the movie was shot during the pandemic when strict restrictions were in place all over the world. Yash Raj Films actually used a massive green screen digital set in Mumbai and put it all together in post-production. Like several Hollywood movies, CGI or computer-generated imagery has been used to create backgrounds and special effects in Pathaan 2. Pathaan is also an ICE certified movie. ICE stands for Immersive Cinema Experience, combining LED panels on an auditorium sides to create an immersive panoramic viewing experience. It happens to be the first Indian film to be released in ICE format. For now, only 2 cinemas support this sort of format and are both to be found in Delhi NCR.
Hello and welcome. You're watching our special broadcast in the club. My name is Aditi. Siddharth Malhotra and Kiara Advani are all set to tie the knot on 7th of February at Suryagarh Palace in Jaisalmer. Kiara was last seen visiting Manish Malhotra's studio ahead of her wedding, while Siddharth Malhotra was in Delhi to take stock of the preparations. Preparations are in full swing, and India Today has exclusive details of this year's most anticipated wedding. Take a look.
Wedding bells are ringing louder than ever as Bollywood's it couple is finally ready to say their I do's. That's right, Siddharth Malhotra and Kiara Advani are all set to begin a new chapter of their lives as husband and wife. The most anticipated wedding of 2023 is happening in Jaisalmer, Rajasthan. India Today sources reveal that the couple was quite keen on having their wedding in the month of love. You guessed it right, February is the month of lovers all across the world to celebrate, and Sid and Kiara chose the same to take their relationship to the next level. The duo will tie the knot on 7th February at Suryagarh Palace Hotel. The preparations are in full swing. The wedding venue is all decked up. The guests are welcomed with Rajasthani folk dance and music. It's finally happening. The Sher Shah couple is only hours away from becoming husband and wife. And as the festivities are to begin today, the bride-to-be had already reached Jaisalmer. Kiara was spotted at the airport as she arrived for her wedding with friend and celebrity fashion designer Manish Malhotra, who accompanied her to the wedding venue. As per India Today's sources, there will be Sangeet and Haldi on Sunday and Fairas on Monday. Kiara was also heard discussing a Sangeet song playlist with her friends in Dubai over the New Year's. Since Sher Shah was a huge hit for both of them, Rata Lambia is already on the Sangeet playlist. What's more, Kiara was seen visiting Manish Malhotra's store ahead of the wedding, while Sid was too in Delhi before the wedding festivities to take stock of the preparations. The couple will be wearing a traditional wedding outfit assembled by Manish Malhotra for their wedding. Siddharth and Kiara also ensured a desert safari for the guests, along with food stalls which will consist of Rajasthani cuisine. The guests will even be treated to the wonderful Rajasthani folklore performances by the Manganiyar artists beneath the Rajasthani skyline. And also to receive a spa voucher as a treat in their respective luxury villas. Immediate family members and close friends from the industry, including Karan Johar, Shahid Kapoor and his wife Meera, Isha Ambani and husband Anand Piramal are among other guests who have reached the wedding venue. Wedding photographer Vishal Punjabi too was spotted at the venue. While it's going to be an intimate wedding, the couple has planned to host two receptions, one in Delhi and another for the film industry friends in Mumbai. Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
From wedding planners to photographers and even mehndi artists, celebrities are known to get married with supreme secrecy. Alia Bhatt and Ranbir Kapoor, Vicky Kaushal and Katrina Kaif, Priyanka Chopra, Nick Jonas, Virat, Anushka, and even Ranbir Deepika's wedding had striking similarities. Will Sid Kiara's wedding be any different? Here's a special report on that.
You know the wedding season is here, when celebrities step out all decked up in their best ensemble. But Bollywood couples nowadays are choosing to keep their special day a low-key affair. With limited guests and several SOPs in line. So could Siddharth Malhotra and Kiara Advani, the new power couple in Tinseltown, be any different? Well, these two are looking for an intimate celebration with 150 guests, including family members and some really close industry friends in attendance. Just like Ranbir and Alia, who had a low-key wedding at their Mumbai residence on April 14, 2022. And even Athiya Shetty and KL Rahul's wedding for that matter, where the couple tied knot at Sunil Shetty's Khandala house with an intimate way on January 23. To add, Siddharth Malhotra and Kiara Advani's nuptials is not quite different from other popular Bollywood weddings. That's right, the couple never really shied away from making appearance with each other in public, and even almost confirmed their relationship on Coffee with Karan. However, like several others, even they chose to keep their wedding details under wrap.
So now that you're dating Kiara Advani, any future plans?
I'm manifesting it today.
That you'll marry Kiara Advani?
Sorry?
Ye bada biba munda hai.
But we have got inside details. The high-profile Big Fat destination wedding will take place in Jaisalmer, and the couple will get hitched at the Suryagarh Palace Hotel. If you jog your memory, Vicky Kaushal and Katrina Kaif also opted for a destination wedding in Rajasthan and tied the knot in December 2021 at Six Senses, Bardwara. The lovebirds were not only tight-lipped on their whirlwind romance, but kept the details of their wedding under wrap. Just like how other real-life Jodis like Priyanka Chopra, Nick Jonas, Virat Kohli, Anushka Sharma and even Ranveer Singh Deepika did during their wedding celebrations. Now, if we draw a comparison, there was a striking similarity in all these weddings. To begin with, Vicky and Katrina chose Rajasthan for their wedding. So did Priyanka and Nick, as they had their fairy tale wedding at the Umaid Bhawan in Jodhpur. Both went for a desi destination, but was a royal one at the same time. Vicky Katrina did not invite too many friends from the film fraternity, keeping in mind the pandemic restrictions, and had a strict no-phone policy for the guests. Sid and Kiara are likely to follow their footsteps. Even Priyanka Chopra during her wedding did the same. When it comes to celebrity weddings, fans get really intrigued in knowing the details about the bride's ensemble. Priyanka, Anushka, Deepika and even Alia, who ditched lehenga for a traditional sari unlike the other three. All four of them, however, wore a Sabyasachi, and so did Katrina. But Kiara will be opting for a different route here. The bride is such good friends with celebrity designer Manish Malhotra that she was accompanied by him as she arrived for her fairy tale wedding in Jaisalmer. Given the hectic lifestyle and schedule of the A-listers in the film industry, planning a wedding becomes an added responsibility, and it takes a team to rescue them. So yes, the Shadi Squad is one such brand that ensures the big day turns out to be a dreamy affair, with supreme secrecy. And will Kiara and Sid too go for that Shadi Squad like the other couples? Well, maybe. But what is 100% sure though is that Vishal Punjabi will be taking charge of the camera. While celebrity Mehndi artist Veena Nagra adorns the bride's hands with henna. Not only did they all as a team give Ranveer and Deepika a beautiful twist to their royal Lake Como Shadi, but also were a part of Virat and Anushka's Tuscany wedding in 2017. Vicky Katrina also have joined the bandwagon. And with all the same people on board, looks like Sid Kiara are all set to exchange their vows in a dreamy affair. Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
Siddharth Malhotra and Kiara Advani's romance has always been the talk of the town. And now all eyes are on the lovebirds as they are all set to say their I do's. We give you the timeline of their story here in this story.
He was launched by the Dharma head honcho Karan Johar in 2010, while she made her acting debut with Fugly in 2014. Years down the line, both Siddharth Malhotra and Kiara Advani shared screen space in Shersha in 2021. And this almost felt like it was always meant to be.
जिद्दां ना होया मेरा विआह विक्रम नाल ते फिर मैं कदी किसी भी नाल विआह ना करांगी.
Though the couple has been tight-lipped about their whirlwind romance, their love story, more often than not, has become the talk of the town. Be it an event, an award ceremony, or even a chat show, all eyes have also been on the lovebirds in the hope of an answer to this million-dollar question. Will they not? And now the time is finally here. If you jog your memory, it was Salman Khan who had teased Siddharth Malhotra about his marriage plans when he visited the sets of Big Boss 16 to promote his film Thank God with co-star Rakulpreet Singh.
सिद्धार्थ, शादी मुबारक हो। कितना प्यारा डिसीजन आपने लिया है। प्यारा डिसीजन लिया है। और किसके अडवाणी क्या हो रहा है मेरे को यार? किसके एडवाइस पे लिया आपने ये?
भाई, आप और शादी के सजेशन दे रहे हो?
सुन लो जानम टीनू नहीं करना चाह रहा है। मैं जानम और टीनू को बचपने से जानता हूँ।
जी बिल्कुल, मेरी गुड फ्रेंड। शादी कब, कहाँ, किसके साथ भाई?
होगी, यू कांट टेल। जब तक हो नहीं जाए जी, जब तक हो नहीं जाए यू कैन नॉट टेल के किसके साथ होगी, और उसके बाद भी यू कैन नॉट टेल के किसके साथ और होगी।
नहीं, शादी तो एक ही बार करनी है बस। आई थिंक एक ही बार, क्वालिटी ओवर क्वांटिटी।
या एक ही बार उसके बाद कभी नहीं करना। उसके
एक ही बार गलती करना।
That's right. After showing off their abs on national television, Salman got down to advise Siddharth to start maintaining his abs, hinting at his wedding.
शादी मुबारक हो। कितना प्यारा डिसीजन आपने लिया है। प्यारा डिसीजन लिया है। और किसके अडवाणी क्या हो रहा है मेरे को यार? किसके एडवाइस पे लिया आपने ये?
भाई, आप और शादी के सजेशन दे रहे हो?
सुन लो जानम टीनू नहीं करना चाह रहा है।
This, however, wasn't the first time the actor was teased or asked about his marriage plans. In fact, during the promotions of his film, Siddharth, in an interview with India Today, had opened up about the ongoing marriage speculations, though he ultimately shrugged it off by saying that if it has to happen, people will know.
Really be bothered about. If I was getting married, I think it's very difficult to keep it a secret today. We've realized that some way or the other it would stem out.
During Jug Jug Jio promotions in Delhi, even Kiara was put on the spot when Varun Dhawan, in an exclusive interview with India Today, was asked about his best friend Siddharth's wedding plans.
I started my career with Sid, and I feel Sid is very mature, and I think he'll make a very, very good husband. So, yeah.
For the unversed, the link-up rumors of Siddharth and Kiara started doing the rounds after they began shooting for Shersha. In 2019, Kiara and Siddharth were seen flying to South Africa to spend their New Year's together. And while the couple did not reveal that they were together on a vacation or even shared pictures on social media, their fans were quick to connect the dots and put up similar pictures that proved they had a gala time during their getaway. What's more, Siddharth and Kiara have also been to Maldives for New Year's in 2021, and then they were also spotted in Dubai together in 2022. After vacationing with one another, the couple decided to take the relationship to the next stage. They introduced their parents to each other. In fact, reports suggest that Kiara had invited Siddharth and his parents to her home for an intimate dinner. And in 2021, Kiara was also seen meeting Siddharth's parents when they had come to Mumbai. There were also strong breakup rumors for a brief period. The couple, however, was soon seen together on a few occasions, and one of them was Karan Johar's star-studded 50th birthday bash. Reports suggest that the filmmaker is extremely close to the couple and was not very happy with the news of their separation and had decided to sort it out between them. Cut to August 2022, Karan had officially confirmed Siddharth and Kiara's relationship on his chat show.
So now that you're dating Kiara Advani, any future plans?
I'm manifesting it today.
That you'll marry Kiara Advani?
Sorry?
ये बड़ा बीबा मुंडा है.
And by the end of 2022, the duo sort of made it official when they returned to the country after bringing 2023 in Dubai. Well, we only wish the best for this new couple in B-Town. Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
Time now for a short break, but there's lots more coming up on the other side. So stay tuned to In the Club.
Congratulations on this good set of numbers that you've reported. Your own take, was it in line with your expectations or better than your expectations? And also, what were the key factors that really supported the bottom line?
As you know, we were the first ones in the life insurance space to do a M&A, and we had guided the street that we will be margin neutral about a year down the line, but very happy to share that we are already at margin neutrality, which means that the combined entities margins, new business margins are in line with where we were last year, and from here on we will continue to build that upwards. So slightly ahead. Apart from that, very happy in terms of whether it's in top line. We have grown faster than the sector at 17%. And all the elements of growth, our agency channel, their share has grown from about 14% to 18%. Annuity has trended upwards about 60%. Protection sequential growth has been about 13-14%. Credit life has grown upwards of 50%. And hence, because of all of this, this has not surprisingly resulted in fairly healthy margins and also a healthy PAT, like you mentioned, of over 15% growth.
What are the trends that you're already witnessing? 20th of January already here, in January, and for the entire FY23, can we safely say it's going to be a good growth year for HDFC Life?
Yes, it's going to be a holistic year. Good growth in profitability, very steady in terms of quality of business, in terms of persistency.
The 65th edition of annual Grammy Awards took place in Los Angeles, and India woke up to a great news as composer Ricky Kej took home his third Grammy. His album Divine Tides was nominated in the Best Immersive Audio Album category. Beyoncé, Kendrick Lamar and Viola Davis are among other artists who bagged the coveted award in different categories. However, what kept fans gushing was Benifer's cute moment at the Grammys. Here's a complete story for you.
And the Grammy goes to
Kendrick Lamar,
Beyonce Knowles,
and Adele,
Samara Joy,
Sam Smith, and Kim Petras.
The winners of the 65th annual Grammy Awards were announced in Los Angeles, with Trevor Noah as the host for the third time.
She is also a hero. Her name is Beatrice.
This year's show marks his return to Los Angeles after the COVID pandemic forced the Grammys to be shifted to Las Vegas in 2022. As the evening proceeded, Bad Bunny opened the awards ceremony with a high-energy performance, which even made Taylor Swift groove to the song. In a proud moment for India, music composer Ricky Kej has won the Grammy this year for his album Divine Tides. His album was nominated in the Best Immersive Audio Album category. He shared the award with Stuart Copeland, the drummer of the iconic British rock band The Police. With this feat, Cage has become the only Indian to hold 3 Grammy Awards. After winning his 3rd award, Ricky Cage shared pictures with his counterpart and wrote, "Super grateful, my 3rd Grammy Award." For the coveted event, the musician embraced his traditional roots and turned up in a Bandkala set. The Indian musician won his 2nd in the Best New Age Album category at the 64th Grammy Awards in 2022. He had won the award for the Best Album along with rock legend Stewart Copeland. In 2015, he won his first Grammy for Winds of Samsara. So who were the other big winners of the night? Beyoncé scripted history by winning her 32nd Grammy, the highest by any musician. Beyoncé bagged the award for her album Renaissance in Best Dance, Best Electronic Music Album category. She also bagged the award for Cuff It, the Best R&B Song category. The icon was late for the awards show because of traffic, leading to Trevor Noah personally handing over one of her awards at her table.
Ladies and gentlemen, Beyonce Knowles. Thank you so much. I was shocked to find out that traffic could stop you. I thought you traveled through space and time, but I'm glad you could be with us right now.
The other big headline grabber was Harry Styles, who bagged the Best Pop Vocal Album Award for Harry's House. Harry, as usual, made heads turn with his fashion choices and took to the stage with an emotional speech after winning the prestigious award. Adele, meanwhile, won for her song Easy on Me in the category of Best Pop Solo Performance. Kim Petras and Sam Smith bagged the award for their song Unholy in Best Pop/Group Performance category. Kim Petras made history as the first transgender woman to win a Grammy. Kendrick Lamar's album Mr. Morale and the Big Steppers won the award for Best Rap Album.
What a deal!
Samara Joy is this year's Best New Artist. Bonnie Raitt grabbed the Song of the Year award for her ballad Just Like That, beating Harry Styles, Lizzo and Taylor Swift, among others. Viola Davis, who is now being termed as EGOT for winning an Emmy, Grammy, Oscar and Tony after she won for Best Audiobook, Narration and Storytelling Recording. The actor also gave an emotional speech and said, "I just got EGOT," after she marched on stage to collect her award.
The 6-year-old Viola, to honor her life, her joy, her trauma, everything. And it has just been such a journey. I just EGOT.
Another moment from the awards that went viral was Jennifer Lopez and Ben Affleck's PDA moment, or the lack of it. They were having a Grammy date night, but some netizens did point out that Ben Affleck looked rather bored as his wife was all smiles. Another historic night wrapped up as the world celebrated the best of the best in the music world. Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
And that's all we could pack in our show today. Keep watching In the Club from Monday to Friday at 2:30 p.m. and 11:30 p.m. only on India Today to get your daily dose of entertainment. Till next time, thanks for watching and goodbye.
different parts.
Armed with facts,
Looking at political back.
she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold, and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories from every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Presented by Cool Fans, Smart Inside, Stylish Outside. Co-presented by Jaguar, Discover the Magic of Smart Life. Co-presented by Macho Hand, बड़े आराम से. Banking partner, Bandhan Bank, आपका भला सबकी भलाई. Co-powered by CH, it helps. Runta Seal TMT Bar, एकदम solid. Max Life Insurance, you are the difference.
Let me introduce to you at this conference, starting with Sudhanshu Trivedi, one of the sharpest political minds in the BJP. Sudhanshu ji, welcome. Flanking Sudhanshu ji, we have Supriya Srinath, who just ran a very successful social media campaign for Rahul Gandhi, helping RG revive his battered image. Flanking Supriya, we've got Ashwini Mahajan, who heads the Swadeshi Jagran Manch, very key insights on Atmanirbhar Bharat oftentimes come from the Swadeshi Jagran Manch. So thank you all very much for joining us. Supriya Srinath, the BJP says, look at what our government has done 1 year before the elections and compare that to what the UPA did. Closer to the elections, UPA was spending money in the hope that money being given to voters would help the UPA come back to power. That didn't work. Sudhanshu ji's party is looking at the long game, trying to spend on public infrastructure in a bid to ensure that you build the assets that can build the new India, because as you well know, the highest multiplier for money spent is on infrastructure. So yours was short-sighted politics in the budget. Theirs is a longer game, which is laying the foundations of building a new India. Let's start from there.
We've seen the build-up of New India since 2014. It's been 9 years now. We are still waiting for those fruits to emerge for every section of this society. But before I go any further and answer questions on their frugal or not so frugal spending, let me ask two things to my esteemed co-panelist. Every budget text is presented in some context. This is one budget which is absolutely out of context. What are the 3 or 4 big things that Indian economy and we, the people at large, face today? Unemployment, price rise, income inequality, and lower wages. The budget doesn't seem to talk about any of that. The budget has not moved the needle on consumption. The budget has not moved the needle on jobs. The budget certainly has not moved the needle on poverty. And please explain to me, whatever they're spending may be frugal or prudent or imprudent otherwise, how is this government planning to lay the foundation of a new India while actually cutting the spending on education, on health, on agriculture, on rural and on urban development, and on flagship women's schemes, and on social empowerment? And I speak with numbers. I am also telling you that this budget had allocated, the budget this year had allocated a certain sum for all of these things, spent much less, and this year as a percentage of the GDP, those numbers have gone down further. I mean, what is this doublespeak all about?
Sudhanshuji, John Drez has a piece out which says, adjusted for inflation, actual spends on key social sector schemes is actually down in comparison to 2013-2014, which were the last years of the Manmohan government. The charge against you is, while you're spending on public infrastructure, when it comes to the social sector, whether it is on Manrega, whether it is on some of the social sector schemes to do with education and health, the spends are flat or tending downwards, which if you adjust for inflation are actually much lower than earlier. Sonia Gandhi, in fact, the chairperson of the UPA, has written an editorial this morning where she's accusing your government of being anti-poor and pro the rich capitalists.
Since you have given the reference of the last budget of UPA government 2013-14, I would just like to put forth 4 facts. Number 1, they have given a loan waiver to the farmers in 2013 just in run-up to the 2014 election, 60,000 crore rupees, but they have not mentioned in their budget. They have shifted it to the next year. If somebody is having doubt, they can go through the speech of Sri Arun Jaitley ji in 2014 budget and you will get a clear thing. Another thing, that they have taken so many oil bonds which were not liable to be paid in that year. This liability will be in 2026. So just 2 points which can give you a fictitious good picture. Despite that, the rate of growth was lower than the rate of inflation at the time. Now coming to our side, right from 2014 onwards, if somebody is unable to see, we were the 10th largest economy, now we are the 5th largest economy. We have become the 3rd biggest producer of automobile. We have become the 2nd biggest producer of the mobile handset. Previously, we were the 2nd biggest consumer, but not the 2nd biggest producer. We are having the national highways developed at the pace of 38 kilometers per year. And for the first time, we are having a defense production. Prior to that, there was no production of the light machine guns. Now we have get an aircraft carrier ship. All those things have happened, but to visualize this, you should have a wise vision, which I think is lacking on the part of the Congress party.
Can I make a small intervention?
Very quickly, yes.
The smallest intervention that I would want to make on this is, do not compare 2013-14 budget. Compare last budget of this government, 2023 fiscal year versus 24 fiscal year. Spending on education was 2.64% of the GDP, down to 2.5. Spending on health was 2.2% of the GDP, down to 1.9. Spending on agriculture was 3.8% of the GDP, down to 3.2. Rural development, 5.8 to 5.29, and it's a similar picture for urban. My problem with the government and the defendants of this budget is, you should never talk about oil bonds, because all that you have paid is 3.5% of the 28 lakh crore that you fleeced from the people of this country. For the last 6 months, crude oil prices are down $36 a barrel. Have petrol and diesel prices gone down in this country? You have cut subsidy for fertilizer and for food and for agriculture. What are we even talking about? I mean, you really are talking about an India that doesn't seem to exist for the common man. Even your tax proposal is so anti-common man and so anti-saving that nobody has been put their right minds together and explain
Ashwini ji, respond to this. The critique is, if this was the UPA government doing some of these things, by now the Swadeshi Jagran Manch would have been out protesting the fact that some of the government spending on key social sector schemes, including on Manrega, is actually coming down, that a lot of MSMEs MSMEs and those in the informal sector continue to be in distress, and that we're seeing wealth inequity rise post the pandemic, doesn't now seem to be bothering the Swadeshi Jagran Manch as much as it would have had another government been in power.
See, if you talk about Swadeshi Jagran Manch, it has always been critique to all sorts of governments, not just this government or other government. Now the question here is about the budget. And budget obviously is the reflection of the government's policies. If you look at the budget this year or the previous 9 years of the budget, this government and our school of thought is our opinion is that it is never good to give doles, it's never good to just give freebies and say that yes, we have reduced the poverty by giving away the right to work, giving away this and that. We have to empower the people. We have to make them capable of earning enough so that they can spend on all these. But this is a mismatch, and this is a kind of difference of opinion between the UPA and NDA. And in the very beginning, Narendra Modi ji had said that Manrega is a symbol of the policies of the Congress government, where people were kept on suffering from the poverty, unemployment and so on. We have to keep people capable enough. This was his opinion. So this is the different school of thoughts. You know, one school of thought, the other school of thought. They were of the opinion of which was given by the Amartya Kumar Sen, that we have to give this free. Now, on this count, yes, we are with the government on the issue that yes, they are providing houses to the poor people, those who don't have, or making them capable enough. But giving doles is no good. But at this juncture, if rural people are unemployed, we have to keep them going, and therefore Manrega is a necessary evil. But we have to come out of this Manrega and all sorts of doles and make the people capable enough.
Okay, so you're talking about wasteful spending or non-optimal funding, and the fact that every rupee spent on Manrega, Supriya, could potentially be spent better. You could get higher return on your spending if you were spending on public infrastructure, which is what the BJP is trying to do, unlike what you were trying to do, which is just to hand out cash in the hope that they'll vote you back to power.
So it's very rich for us sitting here at the Maurya Sheraton to say that what we do for the poor is doles and what we do for the rich is incentive. That's the classic problem that this government is obsessed with. I'd like to actually counter question you and ask, when corporate rates effectively come down by 5 percentage points, is that dole or incentive? When surcharge for the super rich in this country comes down significantly, is that dole or incentive? I mean, let's not get carried away. And if the Prime Minister hated Manrega so much, he wouldn't have...
tax collections have gone up since. Despite the pandemic, there is greater regularization in tax collections. Tax collections are showing more buoyancy. In fact, one of the reasons why the fiscal deficit is better than most people would have expected to, because tax collections have been more buoyant.
Fiscal deficit is at 8.8%, including the government's fiscal deficit and the PSUs. You're letting the PSUs do their own bidding. The fiscal deficit is as high as 8.8%. The government may not admit it in Parliament. The government's record is showing a very different picture. I have a counter question to anything that is being said here on doles and rights. The reality is that you have to incentivize consumption. What has this government done to incentivize consumption? You're actually telling people in this country, you know, to answer the question on Manrega first, actually. The Prime Minister said Manrega is a monumental failure and how he's had to spend every year more on Manrega. In fact, the BJP governments are now talking about an urban Manrega of sorts, and urban
Sudhanshuji, respond to this. If it's such a failure of the UPA, you've now been in power for 9 years. Ab tak to UPA failures ko aapko khatam kar dena chahiye.
50,000 crore rupees was allocated for Manrega. You had to spend 90,000 crore. You've cut it down by 1/3 in this budget. What good?
Actually, there is a fundamental difference in the approach of ours and theirs. When you say that provide 1 rupee in the hand of a person to spend it at his or her will. This is an empirical study that contributes to the 45 paisa to 90 paisa in the economy. But if you put it in the capital expenditure and creates an infrastructure, it provides 3.45 rupees in the long run. But look at our Supriya ji. She is saying that the PSU's deficit is that. I challenge her that post-liberalization, can you quote a single budget in which the PSU's deficit is included in the fiscal deficit? The answer is categorically no. But in order to create a situation and in order to evade what is the real thing, I want to say just one thing. We have given 81 lakh self-help groups to the women. 34 people are getting the Mudra loans. At the fundamental level, 80 crore people are getting food support, those who are the poorest of the poor. But on the upper side, if you say, first time we are manufacturing the BrahMos missile, exporting it. Now, Philippines has become the first country. Now the Airbus has joined and fighter aircrafts is being manufactured here. I just want to ask one question. Our scientists and engineers were capable enough of making Chandrayaan and Mangalyaan, but they were not capable of making a fighter plane. Does this thing sound logical? We were capable of making intercontinental ballistic missile, but not the light machine guns. Does this thing sound logical? No. The previous government was not interested.
And you had wrong priorities.
Be because business can carry on in some other way to make some people super rich.
Because people were benefiting in the UPA from weapon imports. I think Sudhanshuji has managed to get a round of applause, which is interesting.
You can coax one out of the audience if you say that one more time.
Was that?
You can coax an applause out of the audience.
This was completely unsolicited.
Anyways,
they're welcome to clap or not clap whenever they want. Anyway, that you wanted to continue importing weapons from abroad because there were people in the UPA gravy train who were benefiting from it, whether it is the AK-203 project in Amethi or the BrahMos, which is being manufactured again in Uttar Pradesh and elsewhere. The BJP is trying to make India Atmanirbhar. From semiconductors, they are attempting to get them into India. Electronics manufacturing in the NCR region, defense manufacturing. It's all an attempt in the right direction. It will take time to show results, but they're pushing in the right direction.
What is Atmanirbhar? To my understanding, it translates into self-reliance. And any country can only be so self-reliant as far as people have jobs to do. The BJP's track record on jobs, I don't think I have to sit and eulogize it here or put out the numbers. Their track record on jobs is dismal. They've now been in government for 9 years. So to say what UPA did and what you did not do, let's not get carried away. Yes, the BJP has done something unprecedented. He speaks about missiles. You know, a day before the budget, the economic survey puts out numbers. Industrial production growth is down to 4.1% from 10.3%. What is their explanation? Why is that growth dipping? Why are those numbers dismal? Why is the job scenario so grim? The problem is that it's very good to sit here and make boisterous statements. Can you explain to me why is our trade deficit at China at an alarming $100 billion, unprecedented in India and China's bilateral trade? And let me tell you, no. Before you go any further, they'll say, we have become the largest or the second largest or third largest, whatever he said, mobile manufacturers. Who's inflating that mobile bill? Who's inflating the trade deficit bill with China? The mobile making companies. What are we talking about? I mean, let's talk in the
Ashwini ji, is that not something that bothers you, that post Galwan, the government said they would ban Chinese apps, that they would try and restrict trade with China? Instead, the deficit in India's trade with China has actually gone up much more than in the past, and that continues to happen. So, isn't that something you should be critiquing? How does the Swadeshi Jagran Manch wrap its head around this?
See, we have always been telling the government that this deficit with China is getting more and more serious, and therefore we need to do something. Government did a right thing in 2018 to raise the tariffs on electronics and telecom, and that produced results. Everybody here would agree with me that after that only our mobile production has increased, and this has also led to increase in the exports of mobiles. and other telecom products. But there is a confusion in the government, I must say, and we have always been saying so, and just one day before we had issued a statement that we should have raised tariffs. We should have raised tariffs during this, and we have to make strategic calculations that where the tariffs are to be increased. There is, Sudhanshuji, I would like you to really pass it on to the finance minister. We have also been saying that there is one example. Our viscose, there are about 7-8 viscose factories, plants. 7 of them are not working, they are idle, for the simple reason that viscose is coming via Vietnam under ASEAN agreement, and it is coming at a lower tariff. We need to do something. We have to make strategic efforts. Yes, government will have to go and change the ASEAN agreement or whatever we have to do. But this is only an example. There are several other examples. That is the reason why our economic analysts keep on making holy cow out of this intermediates imports. Intermediates, we are having, as Sudhanshuji was also saying, that we have a lot of capabilities. We could do everything. We could make Chandrayaan, Mangalyaan, everything. But can't we make these intermediates? Yes, we can. I have given you one example. There can be several such examples. We have to make efforts to stop Chinese imports, and China has been deliberately doing it. During UPA government, there was 3,000% increase in the imports from China. That is also to be seen. And obviously, this continues. Then why? Why? Because we have not made sufficient efforts. But PLI scheme is good. All other efforts which are being made is good. When we are saying yes, we have to impose technical barriers, that is also okay. But without tariffs, I don't think, as a student of economics, I don't think it should not be like Nehruvian tariffs of 400%, 700%, but it has to be raised from 5% to 10% or to 15%, wherever we can make our people competitive.
Okay. So of late, Swadeshi Jagran Manch has stopped talking about the custom duties that are raising because they now have held a brief for Mr. Adani. And I want to talk about
we have raised. Very good, sir. This is not correct. This is not correct. One day before we had issued it's not that. We have always been saying so. We have always been saying so. Please don't say.
You could have raised whatever. Nobody paid heed to you. The finance minister went ahead and raised customs duties. So don't tom what you raised. Let's address the elephant in the room. He spoke about incentivizing production, super rich, and all of that. How is the Modi government incentivizing corporate India by letting one man build leading monopolies across ports, airports, food, agriculture, renewable energy? And look at what that contagion is doing to corporate markets. Look at what that contagion is doing to LIC, what that contagion is doing to SBI. And not a squeak from India's regulators. There are indices like Dow Jones and S&P that have put out scathing statements saying fraudulent and serious allegations. Look at the severity of their tone. There are institutions like Citigroup, Standard Chartered, Credit Suisse that have said we can no longer accept Adani Group's bonds as collaterals for any loans. But not a squeak from our regulators. And let me tell you, in my earlier capacity as a business news journalist, I can tell you there is SEBI, there is RBI, there is IRDA, which is the insurance regulator, there is DRAI, there is ED, there is SFIO, there is MCA. Multiple agencies and institutions actually should be looking into the mess on which the government has chosen to maintain a stoic silence, and people to my left and right hold a brief to defend them.
Now, this is where the opposition has its knives out for you, Sudhanshuji, saying that this is a government. Jairam Ramesh tweeted on behalf of the Congress to say, "Aakhir Adani aapke hain kaun?" Now, is this turning out to be a big problem in Parliament and outside?
Taken the issue to China and the international aspect, so I would like to put forth certain facts. You have said that a knife out, it's knife out certain things to cut the growth story of India. I would like to give an example. iPhone factory shifted from China to India in Bengaluru. You remember 2 years back? Such a huge strike and violent strike in only iPhone factory. How come? And who is going to be benefited? I think anybody can understand if somebody is having doubt, he should or she should try to check their common sense.
No, so Mahesh Jethmalani ji said yesterday that he sees a Chinese hand in the attack on Adani by Hindenburg. Are you supporting that?
I am just saying that if Apple has started manufacturing 25% of the phones in India and a violent strike in which damage was done only in Apple factory, तो मुझे लगता है समझने वाले समझ रहे हैं, ना समझे वो अनाड़ी है.
So Rahul, you are essentially suggesting here. Oh, I thought you were done.
Now coming to the international aspect she has mentioned. Then I would like to say, I'm not quoting the government of India data. IMF saying that India's growth rate is going to be 6% next year. And what is going to be the global growth rate? 2.9. I would like to ask, name a single G7 country, single G20 country which is going to have higher growth rate than India, or any country which is having lower inflation than India. And as far as the international agencies are concerned, I would remind just a couple of months back, these people you were chest thumping that in hunger index we have gone down, even gone down with Pakistan, in which क्या situation है, खाने का ठौर नहीं है, दंगे हो रहे हैं, गोलियां चल रही हैं और उनसे हम पीछे हैं. If these type of things happen overseas, and also I would like to say, since last 7 or 8 years, you go and check the timing of the things. Whenever there is a session of parliament is going to be there, from Rafale time to Pegasus time to this time, suddenly something erupts. And taking the clue of that, they always try to create a ho-halla, and finally nothing substantial come out of that, because I think they are trying to evade the real discussion, because discussing here on the on media platform is very easy. You say something and go out, but standing on the floor of the house, there is an issue that if you are saying anything incorrect, there is can be a matter of privilege. Like they are saying that per capita income is going down. Finance Minister in her speech has said that in the last 8 years, it has doubled. 1,97,000. They are not able to talk to that.
Do you just one second, Ashwini ji, do you see in the Hindenburg Adani report a Chinese conspiracy, an alleged attempt, a geopolitical war which seems to be at place, where China is trying to trip one industrial conglomerate because they seem to be adding to India's economic diplomacy capacity internationally?
We have to look at the Hindenburg attack on 5 points. One, whether Hindenburg had some conflict of interest, everybody will say yes. Second is whether Indian laws permit Hindenburg to do like this. The answer is no, because this has happened in the lower court. 30 Hajari court, Hindenburg was questioned, they didn't contest, and Google was asked to take down, Twitter was asked to take down their tweets. Then comes the third point, whether Hindenburg is allowed to publish reports in US about any US company. They are not allowed. They are allowed to do anything with India and create this kind of atmosphere in India. Fourth, whether Adani is burning cash, like Nika was doing, like other companies, Paytm and others, where 70% of the money was lost. The investors lost 70% of their money, but no questions were raised. Now I come to your point of Chinese hand. Whenever there is something, we would always be, try to see who is going to gain out of it. China is the biggest beneficiary, because Adani is giving good run to China everywhere. In case of ports, in case of solar panel production, in case of semiconductors, in every field. Therefore, who is going to get benefited? It is China. Therefore, Chinese hand should also be investigated in this.
You're asking for an investigation into the Chinese hands because whether it's ports with Bangladesh, Israel, attempts in Sri Lanka and elsewhere, the Adani Group has been a force multiplier to the India story. Therefore, those linked to the current government say this is something that at least should be investigated, Supriya.
Can I make a small point? I must congratulate Mr. Mahajan for defending Adani better than they could have defended themselves. So big congratulations, sir. You really have put in a very brave defense, completely false and infructuous, and I'll tell you exactly why. Nobody is questioning Mr. Adani's dealings in ports or Haifa, Israel or Sri Lanka or any of that. What are we bothered about? 16 lakh crore worth of market cap has eroded in India's capital market since the 24th of January. 10 lakh crore of that money is Mr. Adani's companies and his counters and his shareholders. They're paying a price for that contagion and that carnage. Why should 6 lakh crore additional money be destroyed of those shareholders who have invested in 4,000 plus perfectly clean, good governed listed entities? Who's going to talk about the minority shareholders in this country? I want to understand. That is SEBI's job. Who is going to talk about the fact that 30 crore worth of LIC policy holders put their money, and some people who invest in LIC are not, you know, blue-blooded people who are sitting here or the pink papers. People who invest in LIC are people with very, very meager income who believe that zindagi ke saath bhi or zindagi ke baad bhi. That money has been put in Adani, and what is LIC's defense? That our exposure is under control. We entered at 20, we are at 50 or whatever they say. They also went up to 76. There is something called time value of rupee. If I invest 100 rupees 10 years back and 5 years later it becomes 1,000, but again at the end of 10 years it becomes 200, my investment has not gone up from 100 to 200. My investment has come down from 1,000 to 200. That's how financial institutions the world over, mark-to-market CAGR is calculated. That's how it's reported. So let's not get carried away. What about India's banks? 38% of Mr. Adani's exposure is to banks in India on debt. 81,000 crore rupees. 8% of that is private. 30% of that is public money. 45 crore shareholders of SBI want to know, how are they ring-fenced? Why is the government not acting on it?
Awkward that a body that's meant to handle people's life's earnings through pensions invests in a stock or a group of stocks where domestic mutual funds are not willing to put their money because it doesn't meet the investment mandate of domestic mutual funds, even if they're on the equity side and are meant to be more aggressive than a body like LIC, which is meant to be highly conservative because it is handling people's life savings.
Those who deal with the financial institutions and the share market and the financial instruments, they very well understand that in any time space of less than 1 week, drawing any conclusion is nothing but your prejudice. Our regulators are professionally competent enough to see the things, and Finance Minister has given in a statement that any one company or institution cannot have any significant impact on the Indian financial system. But जैसे ही कुछ थोड़ा सा गड़बड़ हो जाए तो क्या लगता है, खुशी मिली इतनी जो दिल में ना समाए, पलक बंद कर लूं कहीं छलक ही ना जाए. मतलब in a span of less than 1 week, you are drawing so many conclusions from here to there.
This is an important point.
One sentence. One interesting fact I would like to put. You know, from where the word Hindenburg was attached previous to this. Hindenburg, first air crash in the history of the world, was a Hindenburg was a big balloon in 1937 who came from Germany to New York. When it was going to land in New Jersey, prior to landing it crashed. And you know, another word associated with Hindenburg. Hindenburg, Paul Wall Hindenburg was the chancellor who appointed Adolf Hitler as the chancellor of Germany. So the history says that those who relied on the decisions of the Hindenburg are bound to give a big crash to their sentiments or whatever the decisions prove to be wrong.
Supriya,
one of the hot air balloon that we built with Adani, thanks to your Prime Minister.
Supriya, one of the basic tenets of criminal jurisprudence says that you're innocent till proven guilty. The opposition in India, particularly the Congress, as Sudhanshu ji says, seems to be lapping this up with delight. You know, Gadkari ji was here on the stage this morning. He said that there are 25,000 crore rupees of projects which are with one particular group. And naturally, if those projects are halted, it slows down India's march. Therefore, let the investigators, the regulators do their job, but don't assume guilt just because it suits your political agenda.
You hit the nail on its head. Let the regulators and let the institutions do their job. Are the regulators and institutions being allowed to do their job? IRDA, the insurance regulator, has not even put out a single statement on LIC's exposure. What essentially are we talking about here? What are we saying? We are saying let investments continue, let the group continue to function, but at some stage the regulators and the institutions have to step up and protect minority shareholders. It's very good for him to say, एक हफ्ते में मत देखिए. एक हफ्ते में लोगों की जिंदगी भर की कमाई उड़ गई है मार्केट्स में.
No, but LIC put out a statement to say they invested because Adani stocks were AA grade. It fit their investment mandate. It's not as if they did something which was outside their mandate. When the price went up in the manner that it did, that investment manager would have been deemed to be a genius ki dekho uska jo investment tha, look at how it's done, which is what Sudhanshu ji is saying. It's come down now. At some point in time it will correct. You can't cast judgment in just a matter of a week.
You have heard about the institution Elara Capital that invested in Adani's FPO that had to be called out. Joe Johnson, the brother of Boris Johnson, former UK's premier, whose son of course works for Adani Defence here in Ahmedabad. Joe Johnson had to quit. Heads are rolling in the UK, but not a squeak in India. What disparate comparisons are we even making? I'm sorry to say. LIC may put out a statement. LIC has to be questioned on why did they take this exposure? How did that 76,000 crore become 30,000 crore as of today?
But that's the way the markets function.
And what about ring fencing the small investors? What about ring fencing LIC's policy
all
holders?
These questions which are being asked,
and
the opposition says the government must
explain. A very small point. The finance minister informed Lok Sabha in July of 2021, particularly Ms. Moitra of the TMC, that an investigation is being done into Adani stock manipulation and its overvaluation. It's been 18 months. Where is that report? And which is why we are questioning that institutions and regulators are not being allowed to function.
Because of alleged political proximity between the industrial house and the government, investigators and regulators may go easy. There is apparently an ongoing DRI investigation on stock manipulation, which we haven't heard from.
I just like to put forth the political intent in the shown content. Anything is decided after the completion of the financial year. And at least 1 quarter is waited for giving a rate of growth or rate of inflation. And you are trying that draw a conclusion within 6 and 7 days and act within 6 and 7 days, presuming on the basis of one media report without giving any time or any assessment. I denounce the assessment of the regulator. I denounce the assessment of the financial. Problem ये है कि अच्छा छोड़िए, इनको regulator भरोसा नहीं है. चुनाव आयोग को भरोसा था? नहीं. आर्मी पे भरोसा है? नहीं. एयरफोर्स पे भरोसा है? नहीं. अरे जनाब, जिसके कि दिमाग के ऊपर ये चढ़ गया हो, जिसे कहते हैं कि जो साए को भी देख के डरता हुआ, एक लाइन कहना चाहूंगा कि इसमें क्या रखा है, देखे है जो तू आन के पास, बदगुमा वहम की दारू नहीं लुकमान के पास. हकीम लुकमान भी आपको दवा नहीं दे सकते. अदरवाइज विद ड्यू ह्यूमिलिटी आई वुड लाइक टू आस्क, एक इंस्टीट्यूशन बताएं जिसके की बारे में इन्होंने निगेटिव स्टेटमेंट पिछले 9 सालों में न दिया हो.
I must say one thing though. I think Mr. Trivedi's defense of Adani is a lot stronger and better than his defense of the union budget. I must compliment him on that. Despite the fact that in the last 10 minutes that we've discussed Adani, he's not named Adani even once. I think the parliament of this country deserves to know what is happening with Adani Group and why has government, this is taxpayers' money at stake. Let me remind you, we recapitalized SBI, which is taking exposure to Adani, a group that has lost 80% in its market cap valuation. How does the parliament not deserve to know the truth? Why are you running away from a debate?
Ashwini ji, should this be discussed in parliament? Just one second. Ashwini ji, your perspective, should there be an open debate in parliament?
Obviously, there should be open debate if the debate happens. The very suggestion I would like to give here is a sane advice to all the political parties, including the ruling as well as opposition, that as Supriya ji had said, that many innocent and those who had not invested in Adani's shares, they have also lost. Therefore, please look for their interests and don't try to dramatize. Don't try to create a kind of political atmosphere about a company which is such an infamous company, which is not allowed to publish reports in their own country, but we have, and जैसे उनका होता है ना, ब्रह्म वाक्य है, कहीं से आ गया है, अमेरिका से आया है.
Okay, so we're running out of time on this. Quick final comments. You are.
If whatever Supriya ji is saying is her party is having faith in that, I would just like to remind in the last 6 months the biggest financial investment with Adani Group has done in any state is Rajasthan, 60,000 crores. How many contracts you are cancelling? And the biggest port was in Kerala. I have just quoted 2 states. One state which is the biggest Congress rule out of those 3, and one is the state from where Rahul Gandhi comes, जो आपके लिए नंदनीय, वंदनीय और जनता के लिए निंदनीय है, वो वहां से आए हैं. तो at least you should tell what action you are going to take in Kerala and Rajasthan. Then it shows the credibility. Otherwise, it is just
cancel his projects in Rajasthan.
That's a silly argument, and I'll tell you why. That project has been won by tendering. Why should we cancel it?
वही तो सब जगह बोल रहे हैं. वो तो सब जगह बोल रहे हैं. Once again. I spoke to Mr. Adani myself. He said every project that he's won has been won through tender. Others had the right to come in. If he goes
Rahul ji, दिक्कत ये है कि मित्र मंडली मंत्रिमंडल पर भारी है, इसलिए ये जांच नहीं करा पा रहे और यहाँ पर आकर लच्छेदार बातें कर रहे हैं. The reality is that they do not have the guts to speak against Adani. They do not have the guts or the courage to investigate him and probe him because of his proximity to Mr. Modi. The mess on Adani stops at one person's doorstep, and that is India's Prime Minister.
Will the Prime Minister clarify on this?
किस कैबिनेट की बात कर रहे हैं? केरल की कि राजस्थान की? मतलब कितना मजेदार, कितना कन्वीनियंट स्टेटमेंट है. नहीं, जो हमारे यहाँ हुआ है वो तो एकदम नीट एंड क्लीन है, मगर आप क्या हुआ है
ज्यादा तो आप क्या हुआ है, कुछ करके तो आप भी दिखाइएगा.
Moreover, I would like to put forth one fact. You know that Mudra port was in profit before 2014, and it is not in profit after 2014 because the government ports had started working efficiently, so that profit margin.
Okay, so we're out of time.
That
this
shows
is a
the
debate
honesty on the
which
part
we'll
of the government.
hear a lot about in the weeks and days to come. So thank you very much, Sudhanshu Trivedi, Supriya Shrindit, and Ashwini Mahajan, for joining us here at the India Today Business Today Budget Roundtable. Thank you.
Big breaking news coming in. Rahul Gandhi has cornered the Modi government over the Adani row. Rahul Gandhi asked, why is the government scared of a discussion in the parliament on Gautam Adani? Who is protecting Gautam Adani? Rahul Gandhi says, I have been raising this issue for 2 years now so that people could know the truth. Corruption took place of lakhs of crore of rupees and how country's infrastructure has been hijacked by one man. Unquote. Rahul Gandhi's big attack on the Modi government and on Gautam Adani. Rahul Gandhi going on to say that he's been raising this issue for nearly 2 years now so that people come to know what the truth is. He's further gone ahead and said that corruption has taken place of lakhs of crores of rupees and how the country's infrastructure has been hijacked by one man. Listening to Rahul Gandhi's scathing attack at the Modi government and on Gautam Adani.
काफी सालों से मैं बोल रहा हूं सरकार के बारे में कि हम दो हमारे दो. सरकार नहीं चाहती और सरकार डरी हुई है कि पार्लियामेंट में अदानी जी के बारे में डिस्कशन हो जाए, मगर सरकार को डिस्कशन अलाउ करना चाहिए. आप देखना पूरी कोशिश होगी और ये सरकार नहीं, मोदी जी पूरी कोशिश करेंगे कि पार्लियामेंट में अदानी जी का डिस्कशन ना हो जाए. उसका कारण है, कारण आप जानते हैं. तो पूरी कोशिश होगी कि अदानी जी पे डिस्कशन ना हो. मैं अब 2-3 साल से ये मुद्दा उठा रहा हूं और मैं चाहता हूं कि इस पे डिस्कशन हो और दूध का दूध पानी का पानी हो जाए. जो लाखों करोड़ रुपए का भ्रष्टाचार हुआ है, जो हिंदुस्तान का इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर कैप्चर किया गया है, उसके बारे में डिस्कशन हो और अदानी जी के पीछे कौन सी शक्ति है वो भी देश को पता लग जाए.
Gautam is now joining us for the very latest. Rahul, a big scathing attack coming in by Rahul Gandhi, questioning why the BJP is not willing to discuss this particular issue on the floor of the House in the Parliament. He's gone ahead and made a direct attack on the Modi government, questioning who is protecting Gautam Adani. The question here now is, will they or will they not have a discussion about this issue?
Absolutely, Chaiti. It seems that Rahul Gandhi himself is sharpening his attack on Narendra Modi-led government over this Adani issue. In fact, he just repeated what he has been saying, that how some of the corporate houses are enjoying patronage of the incumbent BJP government. In fact, he said that the current BJP government is running away from a discussion on Adani inside the House, merely because of the fact that they're going to get exposed. And because this is the reason that Prime Minister Narendra Modi himself doesn't want a discussion on Adani issue. In fact, he also alleged that corruption took place worth of lakhs of crores under the leadership of NDA. In fact, he said that one man has been given monopoly over the entire infrastructure of the country. So obviously, you rightly pointed out, these are scathing remarks that are coming in from Rahul Gandhi, and it seems that that Congress party is mounting their pressure upon BJP government. It seems that this is certainly going to become an issue which the Congress party is going to exploit to create a narrative that how Narendra Modi-led government is giving undue favors to some corporate houses.
Absolutely. Thanks. And Rahul, stay with us right there. We're getting some more breaking news on the same story coming in. Let's cut straight across to it. Breaking news coming in. Adani Group is going to prepay loans worth over $1.1 billion. Loans being prepaid ahead of maturity in September 2024. The prepaying loans will release pledged Adani shares in due course, and 12% of promoters holding in Adani ports will also be released. 3% of promoters holding in Adani Green is going to be released. 1.4% of promoters holding in Adani Transmission is going to be released. We'll get you a better perspective on this with our Business Today team in moments from now, but this is a big breaking story coming in for all of those who are wondering what next as far as Adani Enterprises is concerned. They are going to be prepaying loans worth over $1.1 billion ahead of maturity in September 2024, and they will release pledged Adani shares in due course. 12% of promoters holding in Adani Ports are going to be released. 3% of promoters holding in Adani Green are going to be released. And 1.4% of promoters holding in Adani Transmission will be released. Well, we're slipping into a very short commercial break here on India Today. Lots more coming up on the other side. Stay with us.
You are watching India Today.
I propose to increase the rebate limit to 7 lakhs.
Yet again, the nation trusts India Today TV. Highest concurrent users during the Budget 2023 speech. Most watched news channel on YouTube live. India Today #1.
Kashmir, once known as the paradise on earth, for more than 3 decades in the news for terror and killings, Deepa Soni, an artist from Udhampur, uses her brush to remind us of all good things about Kashmir. She wants the youth of the valley to be aware of the centuries-old heritage of Kashmir. She shares her vision of a positive, peaceful and fearless Kashmir through her canvas.
I keep on trying different mediums.
लाइक आप देखेंगे कि 3 डायमेंशनल काम मैं बहुत करती हूँ, कई बार मैं एब्स्ट्रैक्ट्स बहुत करती हूँ, कई बार मैं फोक स्टाइल्स भी कर रही हूँ। मिनिएचर के साथ में मेरा बहुत ही मुझे बहुत पसंद है मिनिएचर पेंटिंग्स करना, जो कि बसोली पेंटिंग मुझे बहुत पसंद है।
Through her exquisite paintings, Soni recently depicted the autumn and what it means for the valley.
जो यंग जनरेशन है वो नए आर्ट फॉर्म्स के साथ काफ़ी इंस्पायर रहती है, और जो पुरानी जनरेशन है वो भी अपने पुराने हेरिटेज जो आर्ट फॉर्म्स करती आ रही है, अब वो आगे जनरेशन्स को नहीं सिखा रही है। तो कहीं ना कहीं जब यंग जनरेशन को इसमें इंटरेस्ट होगा तो ये फोक
Shah Rukh Khan's Pathaan has been rocking at the movie theatres. It is in fact being touted as the best action movie of recent times. But is it true? What does the Tech Today community think about it? Are the tech sequences worth watching the movie in the movie theatre, or will the Tech Today community wait to watch it on OTT? Let's try and find out. Where will it be, in the cinema theatre or on OTT?
Cinemas. SRK in cinemas.
Movie theatre. OTT.
Will you be watching it in an IMAX or in a regular theatre?
IMAX for sure.
Yeah, that is really heavy, great VFX, and even John Abraham also, I like him, and Shah Rukh Khan especially.
I have heard a lot about it, how it has a parallel from a Christopher Nolan ka movie, and the technologies that they've used is same, so I want to explore that.
Not interested in watching in a movie theatre.
Is there any reason why you're averse to going to a movie theatre?
I feel more relaxed watching it at home.
Yes, if it releases in Amazon or Netflix, otherwise not.
Actually, we went to the cinema hall yesterday. I almost wanted to watch it, but my wife said we'll watch it on OTT.
are watching India Today.
There's breaking news coming in. Legal storm over Madras High Court judge. Row over Victoria Gowri's appointment as the High Court judge. The Supreme Court is going to be hearing a plea against Madras lawyer's appointment. The plea is against Madras High Court lawyer that is going to be heard tomorrow. The CJI said got information post the recommendations. So that's the latest coming in. There is a legal storm over the Madras High Court judge. Let's bring in Pramod Madhav to bring us up to speed with the very latest developments. Well, Pramod, is this the issue on the allegations of hate speech and her appointment as Madras High Court judge despite those allegations, or is there any other issue or any other reason why this row is taking place?
Well, for now, the lawyers that have protested against the appointment of the additional judge, she has already been appointed as the additional judge for Madras High Court, Victoria Gowrie, is about hate speech. They claim that on like social media, there are so many evidences against her about her hate speech, especially against Muslims and Christians. And this is what they cited and they wanted the Supreme Court to hear as well. We also spoke to the CPM leader Balakrishnan from the state of Tamil Nadu. He also resonated the same instance, claiming that there are such evidence, and he also said that Victoria Gowrie also seems to be holding a position in BJP, and he claims that a grave error has occurred in the collegium's part, and he claims that probably from now on this kind of errors can be taken care of, and he wants the Supreme Court to go ahead once again with her appointment, citing the lawyers' protest against her.
Leave it at that. Pramod, thanks so much for getting us those details right here. We're slipping into a very short commercial break here on India Today. Lots more coming up on the other side. Stay with us on India Today.
You are watching India Today.
Armed with facts, she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories. From every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Not engineers or doctors, students at this government school in Hasuri, Osanpur in UP's Siddharth Nagar district want to be scientists. All thanks to a unique space lab designed and set up by the Indian Space Research Organization in 2022. The school kids are thrilled to see different planets and their satellites through the telescope. Around 8 lakh rupees was spent on the lab in the school.
सर, जब हमारे यहाँ स्पेस लैब नहीं थी तो हम लोग सौर मंडल के बारे में ही जानते थे, इससे ज़्यादा हम लोग सोच नहीं पाते थे।
तो स्पेस लैब लगने की वजह से हमें सौर मंडल के बारे में बहुत कुछ जानने को मिला है और सैटेलाइट्स कैसे बनती हैं, सैटेलाइट्स का काम क्या होता है, ये सब भी जानने को मिला है जो कि पहले हमें स्कूल्स में नहीं पढ़ाया जाता था।
The space lab is the initiative of Dilip Tripathi, the village pradhan. The postgraduate in ancient history was inspired by the Hindi film Mission Mangal. He approached the Vyomika Space Academy, which was working with ISRO, to start classes in astronomy in the school.
एक भी आदमी यहाँ से, एक भी बच्चा अगर हमारा आने वाले समय में यहाँ से निकल के अगर स्पेस टेक्नोलॉजी में अपने जाके देश की सेवा करेगा तो हमारा समझ लीजिए इसे स्पेस लैब का लगाना सफल हो जाएगा।
The space lab has scale models of all satellites launched by ISRO since 1980 and those that will be launched till 2030. It has 2 telescopes of 60 mm and 130 mm. It also has many remote-operated aircraft models and drones. Students from the school have also been selected for the ISRO campus tour. With Ashish Mishra, Bureau Report, India Today.
You are watching India Today.
Hey, good evening, viewers, and thanks so much for being with us here on India Today. I'm Chaiti Narula, joining you with all the top stories. Let's start with the headlines first. Adani storm rages on in the parliament after massive sloganeering by opposition. Both the houses adjourned. Rahul Gandhi corners the Modi government.
आप देखना पूरी कोशिश होगी और ये सरकार नहीं, मोदी जी पूरी कोशिश करेंगे कि पार्लियामेंट में अदानी जी का डिस्कशन ना हो जाए।
Congress stages pan-India protests over Adani controversy. Congress supporters hit the streets from Delhi to Jammu. Opposition MPs protest in front of the Gandhi statue outside the parliament. Siddaramaiah triggers a big row, says Hindutva has scope for murder and violence. BJP accuses Siddaramaiah of speaking the language of tyrants like Tipu Sultan. The wait for New Delhi mayor continues as voting over mayor adjourned for the third time. Massive ruckus erupted in the house as voting began. Hindu hate across Bangladesh as 14 temples were desecrated in a series of orchestrated attacks overnight. Over 100 dead across Syria and Turkey in an earthquake on a 7.8 Richter scale that hit Turkey. Widespread damage reported across Turkey. Death toll could mount to thousands. Former Karnataka Chief Minister and senior Congress leader Siddaramaiah have triggered a big Hindutva row again. Speaking in Kalaburgi, Siddaramaiah said there is scope for murder, violence and division in Hindutva. In a highly polarized state of war, Karnataka, this statement has created a big political storm. The BJP has come all guns blazing against Siddaramaiah, saying he's speaking the language of tyrants.
Hindutva bere, Hindu dharma bere. ನನ್ನನ್ನು ಯಾವಾಗಲೂ ಹಿಂದೂ ಧರ್ಮದ ವಿರೋಧಿ, ಹಿಂದೂ ವಿರೋಧಿ. ನಾನು ಯಾವತ್ತೂ ಹಿಂದೂ ಧರ್ಮದ ವಿರೋಧಿನೂ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಆದರೆ ಮನುವಾದದ ವಿರೋಧಿ ಹಿಂದುತ್ವದ ವಿರೋಧಿ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದನ್ನು ತಿಳಿಯುತ್ತೆ. ಆದರೆ ಮನುವಾದ ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ, ಹಿಂದುತ್ವ ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ, ಕೊಲೆ, ಹಿಂಸೆ, ತಾರತಮ್ಯಕ್ಕೆ ಪ್ರೋತ್ಸಾಹ ಕೊಡ್ತದೆ.
सिद्धरामैया जी, जिन्होंने पहले भी इस प्रकार की बातें बोली है, कहते हैं कि हिंदुत्व जो है वो वायलेंस, डिस्क्रिमिनेशन, मर्डर सिखाता है, इंडोर्स करता है और हिंदुत्व संविधान विरोधी है. कांग्रेस पार्टी की आदत पुरानी है. उनके इसी नेता ने सनातन धर्म पर हमला बोला है. उनके कर्नाटका कांग्रेस के नेता ने हिंदू को गंदा शब्द और वल्गर शब्द कहा था. ये वही कांग्रेस पार्टी है जिसने प्रभु श्री राम के अस्तित्व पर सवाल खड़े किए, राम मंदिर का विरोध किया, हिंदुत्व आईसिस और बोको हराम होता है ये कहा, सैफरन टेरर, हिंदू टेरर, सैफरन और भगवे रंग पर हमला करना, और जिस प्रकार से गीता जी की भी तुलना जिहाद से की गई थी उनके पूर्व गृह मंत्री शिवराज पाटिल के द्वारा. बार बार एक लंबा इतिहास बन चुका है हिंदू विरोध का, हिंदू विरोधी शब्दों का और हिंदुओं के खिलाफ जहर उगलने का.
हिंदुत्व and Hinduism are one and the same, two sides of the same coin. You abuse Hindutva, you are indirectly abusing Hinduism. I'm extremely disappointed with Siddaramaia's attitude towards Hinduism. He always targets majority community. Even in the previous election, he did the same and he paid penalty, but he has not learned any lesson. The Congress party in general is opposed to majority. Time and again it has been proved.
As Nagarjun, there has been a polarizing war going on anyway, and this is just adding fuel to the fire. I'm throwing straight across to you in terms of what's going on right there as far as these statements that are being made by politicians.
Well, that's true, Chaiti. In fact, during the Prajadhwani Yatra, Siddaramaiah, former Chief Minister in Gulbarga, made a statement about Hindutva, saying, look, I'm a Hindu myself, but Hindutva is different, Hindu is different. Hindutva preaches murder and violence and provokes people to take up violence as a mean of communication. But as a Hindu, there's nothing else. Hinduism cannot be identified as Hindutva, and people of BJP...
4,884 एकड़ में फैली हुई औद्योगिक टाउनशिप का विकास 3 चरणों में होगा. तो फिलहाल जो ये लाइट कॉम्बैट हेलीकॉप्टर्स की बात हो या जो लाइट यूटिलिटी हेलीकॉप्टर्स हो और आत्मनिर्भर रक्षा क्षेत्र में आत्मनिर्भर भारत की जब बात होती है तो ये निश्चित तौर पर एक मील का पत्थर साबित होगा. हमारी संवाददाता नंदिता डागर इस पूरी खबर पर बातचीत करने के लिए हमारे साथ जुड़ी हुई है. नंदिता, आपसे जो HAL का ये कारखाना है इसकी खासियत के बारे में तो जानेंगे ही, पहले अपने दर्शकों को बता दें कि ये जो एक प्रोटोटाइप, एक मॉडल प्रधानमंत्री को सौंपा गया है हेलीकॉप्टर का, और यहाँ पर उन्होंने एक जो इसको राष्ट्र को सौंपने की इसको लोकार्पण करेंगे हेलीकॉप्टर कारखाने का प्रधानमंत्री. साल 2016 में इसकी नींव भी प्रधानमंत्री ने रखी थी. तो कितना खास, कितना महत्वपूर्ण, और रक्षा क्षेत्र में जब हम आत्मनिर्भरता की बात करते हैं तो उसके लिए कितना बड़ा ये कदम देख रही नंदिता?
है जो आज़ादी के अमृत काल में हमें 2047 में एरोस्पेस इंजीनियरिंग और मैन्युफैक्चर में, यानी कि न सिर्फ फौजी लड़ाकू विमान, फौजी हेलीकॉप्टर, बल्कि यहाँ तो केवल हेलीकॉप्टर ही बनाए जाएंगे ऑब्वियसली. लेकिन
all right, these are live visuals that are coming in from Karnataka, and Prime Minister Modi inaugurating the India Energy Week. He's inaugurating Asia's largest helicopter factory to boost Atmanirbhar Bharat program in the defense sector. Shiv Arur joins us from the newsroom now for the latest on this. Shiv, if you could walk our viewers through the big push as far as Atmanirbhar Bharat is concerned. I'm throwing straight across to you in the newsroom for more.
Very, very symbolic images coming in from Tumkuru, which is just about 100 kilometers from Bengaluru. These are images of Prime Minister Modi at the big HAL helicopter factory. This is now India's biggest military helicopter facility, one of the largest also in the region. This is where all future Indian helicopters for the armed forces are to be constructed. The the Prime Minister is being given a tour by the HAL corporate leadership. He's flanked by Defence Minister Rajnath Singh as well as State Chief Minister Basavaraj Bommai. Now, the helicopter you see in these images is the first airframe of what is called the light utility helicopter. Now, the light utility helicopter is basically going to be procured and manufactured in very large numbers at this very facility near Bengaluru for the Army, Navy, Air Force as well as the Coast Guard. These are light 3 to 5 ton helicopters that will perform all manner of operations, both over land and oversea. They're specially built to replace, the very familiar Cheetah and Chetak helicopters, which are currently operational in large numbers, across our services. This particular helicopter is fully indigenous. The engine is of French origin, but it's manufactured here in India. And these helicopters, roughly about 187 to 200 of these helicopters will be built, by HAL at this facility where the Prime Minister is being given a tour. Now, remember that the Indian military has been reasonably self-reliant when it comes to military helicopters for quite a while now, owing to the famous ALH Dhruv. The Dhruv helicopter is, one of the best-selling helicopters used in large numbers by the 3 armed forces as well as the Coast Guard. Those helicopters are built in Bengaluru, but owing to lack of space, owing to lack of adequate infrastructure for more modern construction, HAL had decided that they need to build a factory somewhere outside Bengaluru. They had identified this land over a decade ago. In 2016, the foundation stone for this facility was laid by Prime Minister Modi. And in this facility now, apart from the light utility helicopter itself, other types of indigenous helicopters are also expected to be constructed, including the Prachand, which is the light combat helicopter, which entered service with the Indian Air Force last year. The Indian multi-role helicopter, which will be a platform that augments and then replaces the workhorse Mi-17 helicopters, will also be manufactured at this particular facility. Not many of our viewers may know that the Indian government and Russia have a joint venture to manufacture a Russian helicopter called the Kamov 226T Sergei, also a light helicopter. That is also expected to take place at this very facility.
Shiv, is this Asia's biggest manufacturing unit that will exist, or is there anything bigger than that, or this is the as biggest can be?
ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರದ ಹೆಮ್ಮೆಯ ಹೆಸರು ಇದರ ಹೆಲಿಕಾಪ್ಟರ್ ಕಾರ್ಖಾನೆ ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರಕ್ಕೆ ಸಮರ್ಪಣೆ ಲಘು ಉಪಯೋಗಿ ಹೆಲಿಕಾಪ್ಟರ್
Shiv, can you hear me?
ತುಮಕೂರು ಕೈಗಾರಿಕಾ ಟೌನ್ಶಿಪ್ ಯೋಜನೆ ಹಾಗೂ
Shiv, is this going to be Asia's biggest manufacturing unit for helicopters ever? And please correct me if I'm wrong there.
It's going to be one of the biggest. I cannot confirm whether it will be the biggest because there are some pretty large facilities, in Japan and China most certainly, and certain other countries. But it certainly is going to be one of the biggest, Chaiti. Nothing on this scale. 615 acres is a pretty large facility. There are going to be concerns, however, because at this point of time, the number of orders for the helicopters that are intended to be manufactured here are still very, very small. The capacity in this particular factory is the ability to manufacture anywhere between 30 to 90 helicopters per year, and that number could actually go up. But at this point of time, the sad reality is that only about 25 helicopters have actually been ordered. There is an intention to order many more, and I'm sure the government knows what it's doing, including the Ministry of Defence, but they will have to place those orders as quickly as possible because the factory will have to operate at a certain tempo, at a certain rate to keep the production line hot. Otherwise things may just waste away and lose relevance. So this is a large facility. It's a very ambitious facility. It's way bigger than anything HAL has operated before. With the Prime Minister there now, with his blessings, with the formal inauguration of production at this facility, it's going to be something to very much look forward to. The first LUH, the life-size helicopter you saw that the Prime Minister was walking next to, Chaiti, is actually the first airframe of the light utility helicopter, one of 4 helicopters that are going to be handed over to the Indian Army in just the next few days. Also to tell our viewers that the Aero India show is scheduled, for February 13th to 17th. So the Prime Minister will be there to inaugurate the show as well. So this was a timed event to make sure that there's enough of a spotlight on what is a very, very important indigenous project.
And Shiv, if I could take a moment and ask you to explain to our viewers as to how this is going to be a big boost and how does this benefit the defense sector in India?
It's in terms of a boost, the fact is this is going to be like an integrated one-stop facility where all future military helicopters of the Indian armed forces are going to be manufactured. This basically means that this becomes a kind of, it becomes an industrial hub, Chaiti. Hundreds of companies from the private sector will feed into this hub, supplying parts, supplying spares, supplying, all manner of aggregates and support systems that go into the integration of what become fully Indian-made helicopters. So it's something to be very proud of, because a facility like this will provide a huge amount of employment, in the area surrounding Tumakuru and elsewhere. It becomes a kind of epicenter for, design and manufacture of helicopters. It also, very importantly, becomes an export hub, because from here, helicopters can be exported to other countries, not just military helicopters, mind you. All of the helicopters, apart from the Prachand, which is obviously a weaponized helicopter, all of the other helicopters that will be manufactured here, Chaiti, also have civilian variants. They can also operate as civil helicopters. And therefore, the export potential, the export possibilities from this particular site are going to be tremendous. Just like India's automobile factories have, reached that huge critical limit as far as export numbers are concerned, I think the government is aiming for this facility to be one of Asia's most vibrant, most promising helicopter manufacturing and export hubs as well. And there's no reason why it shouldn't happen. The only issue is there need to be a consistent flow of orders, and so far that hasn't happened just yet. The LUH, for instance, Chaiti, the total requirement of helicopters is 187, but only 12 have been formally ordered so far. So there's a huge shortfall. Of course, there are reasons for it, because orders are usually placed in phases. But there is another argument that says that since this is an Indian system, since Indian scientists, Indian engineers, and labor are working on these helicopters, why shouldn't the system change a little bit to make sure that large orders are placed up ahead to keep, everything at a fast clip? So
probably you
we're going to have
will
to
see the
whether,
order pipeline also grow as we go along the years, because this is just the inauguration shift for the moment, and maybe probably with time and with the passage of time, the order pipeline could also perhaps get a boost in case there is enough demand that exists, Shiv?
Certainly, most certainly. Factories of this kind, the one that the Prime Minister is inaugurating, these are factories that have scalability. Should there be a sudden spurt in demand, should there be sudden, orders coming in, these are factories that can easily ramp up their production rates. The statement that came out yesterday from Hindustan Aeronautics Limited said that the capacity for helicopter manufacture there could go anywhere between 30 to 90 helicopters per year. That's pretty healthy. But to maintain that, to utilize that kind of capacity, the orders are required. And that's the reason I keep repeating it. The orders are required, but they need to flow at a rate that keeps the factory buzzing, keeps the production line hot. And I'm sure that the Prime Minister, the Defence Minister and all others are fully cognizant of this, this very familiar dilemma that indigenous production usually has. Large capacity but not enough orders. In this particular instance, I am told that they're going to try and get that formula right, from the get-go, because the requirement and the demand for helicopters from the Indian Armed Forces is enormous. As we speak, the requirement for just light utility helicopters numbers around 400 helicopters are required of the kind that the Prime Minister, was just having a walk around from. And these are helicopters that are required for logistical purposes, reconnaissance, troop transport, weapons carriage. They operate at Siachen, they operate at high altitude areas. So these are the very crucial link to our logistics network.
Absolutely.
So we need them very quickly.
Stay with us, Shiv. We are getting breaking news coming in. We are cutting straight across to the news that is just trickling in at this point of time. Shiv Arur continues to be with us. The LCA Navy makes a maiden landing. Takeoff from the Indian Navy's new aircraft carrier INS Vikrant. That's the big breaking story at this point. A historical milestone has been achieved towards Atmanirbhar Bharat by Indian Navy as naval pilots carry out landing of LCA on board INS Vikrant. This is demonstrating India's capability to design, develop, construct and operate indigenous aircraft carrier with indigenous fighter aircraft. Shiv, if you could elucidate further on this news that is coming in on how this historical move has been, a historical milestone, I beg your pardon, has been achieved towards Atmanirbhar Bharat by India.
This is an absolutely incredible milestone, not just for India, but for aviation around the world, Chaiti. The images that we're looking at right now are images of the first time ever that an Indian-built fighter aircraft is landing on an Indian-built aircraft carrier. It doesn't get bigger than that in the world of naval aviation for India. And I can tell you that aviation watchers around the world are going to be watching this very closely and applauding as well. Building an aircraft carrier is a hugely difficult thing. India did it. The INS Vikrant joined the Indian Navy, 4 months ago. The LCA Navy, is the naval version of the already in-service LCA Tejas fighter aircraft. Also a successful platform that is being used to test the aviation components and elements on board this aircraft carrier. So today's test was basically to test the compatibility of this brand new aircraft carrier to be able to receive and then launch a fighter aircraft. It's not as easy as it looks. It might look, very symphonic, but these are extremely precise maneuvers that are conducted by some of the best pilots in the world. You can't see the pilot in these pictures, but his name is Commodore Shivnath Dahiya. He is the commanding officer of the INAS 552 Naval Test Squadron. These are incredible aviators, who really push the limit of their aircraft and their abilities and the planning to be able to pull off something like this. What this basically means is INS Vikrant is ready now to receive aircraft. There's quite a bit of work ahead, but this is one of those milestones. For an aircraft carrier, nothing is more important than having aircraft on board. And the image you're seeing right now is INS Vikrant for the first time receiving an aircraft on board its flight deck. So it's really, really big. It's a very promising start to what's going to be a few more months of aviation trials before the INS Vikrant becomes totally aircraft ready towards the end of this year, Chaiti. So huge milestone for India and for the aviation world.
Oh, absolutely. Thanks so much, Shiv, with that perspective. Continue to be with us. We are cutting straight across to Union Minister Rajnath Singh, who is currently speaking on the same topic. Let's cut live in and listen into what he has to say.
सेनानियों को भी एक श्रद्धांजलि है जिन्होंने राष्ट्र रक्षा के यज्ञ में अपना सर्वस्व न्यौछावर कर दिया। साथ ही यह फैसिलिटी हमारे सामने महात्मा गांधी जैसे राजनीतिक संत से प्रेरित स्वदेशी आंदोलन का भी एक प्रतिबिंब उपस्थित करती है। एक शताब्दी पहले चला वह राष्ट्रीय आंदोलन अगर हमारी स्वाधीनता का पहला चरण था, तो आत्मनिर्भर भारत का आंदोलन यानी सेल्फ रिलायंस का यह आंदोलन हमारी स्वाधीनता का यह दूसरा चरण है, जिसके माध्यम से हम विदेशी साजो सामानों से यानी परनिर्भरता से मुक्त की ओर तेजी से आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। देवियों व सज्जनों, हम सभी देश के आईटी कैपिटल बेंगलुरु के नजदीक हम सब उपस्थित हैं। आईटी और सॉफ्टवेयर की भाषा में यदि हम कहें तो स्वाधीनता संग्राम अगर नेशनल मूवमेंट 1.0 था, मैं फिर से दोहराना चाहता हूं, यदि स्वाधीनता संग्राम अगर नेशनल मूवमेंट 1.0 था, तो आत्मनिर्भर भारत यानी सेल्फ रिलायंट इंडिया का यह कैंपेन नेशनल मूवमेंट 2.0 है। आपने वास्तव में नयति इति नायकः यानी जो आगे ले जाए वही नायक होता है कि कथन को प्रधानमंत्री जी आपने चरितार्थ किया है। प्रधानमंत्री जी, आपके नेतृत्व और मार्गदर्शन में न केवल हमारी सेनाएं नए जोश और उत्साह के साथ राष्ट्र की सुरक्षा में आगे बढ़ी हैं, बल्कि साइंटिस्ट, इंजीनियर्स, मैशनिस्ट, टेक्नीशियंस, एमएसएमईज, इंडिविजुअल इनोवेटर्स और स्टार्टअप से लेकर इंडस्ट्रियल वर्कर्स के रूप में सभी वर्ग राष्ट्रीय सुरक्षा और देश की सोशियो इकोनॉमिक एम्पावरमेंट में अपना योगदान दे रहे हैं। ये सभी हमारी सेनाओं की तरह सीमा पर भले ही न खड़े हों, पर उनको मजबूती प्रदान करने में पर्दे के पीछे इन हीरोज का बहुत बड़ा योगदान रहता है। एचएएल की यह नई फैसिलिटी राष्ट्र रक्षा के लिए उन्हीं हीरोज के सम्मिलित संकल्प का यह परिणाम है। इस अवसर पर अधिक कुछ न कहते हुए मैं अपनी गरिमामयी उपस्थिति प्रदान करने के लिए माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी को पुनः धन्यवाद देता हूं और मैं इस समारोह में अपनी उपस्थिति प्रदान करने के लिए आप सभी को धन्यवाद देते हुए अपना निवेदन यहीं समाप्त करता हूं। आप सबको बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Indeed, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, today's event is another giant leap towards making India Atmanirbhar Bharat. Let's give a round of applause and thank the Honorable Raksha Mantri Shri Rajnath Singh Ji for his address. Dhanyavad, sir.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, Karnataka's fast-paced development.
All right, this is a big push coming in for Atmanirbhar Bharat. Tumakuru, right there, visuals coming in from Tumakuru in Karnataka. Asia's biggest chopper-making unit. Shiv was just bringing us the relevance and how big this moment really is. The Prime Minister is inaugurating the Energy Week 2023. It is happening in Tumakuru in Bengaluru, which is aimed at showcasing India as a rising manufacturing hub for aerospace and a rising powerhouse. It is India's landmark aerospace moment. You can see live visuals coming in of Prime Minister Narendra Modi flagging off this particular Atmanirbhar Bharat initiative for Atmanirbhar defense in India. We're slipping into a very short commercial break. Lots more on the other side. Stay with us.
You are watching India Today.
A corporate museum called The Journey has got everyone talking. This museum showcases the origins of the DS Group, its struggling era, initial phase of establishment, the downfall followed by rejuvenation of family members, revival of business and reincarnation of the belief of the founder Sri Satyapalji. It's actually the art of storytelling, which involves a wide range of media and multimedia tools backed by context-driven, strong narrative that has made the outcome truly an undulating one. It took 2 years for this museum to be completed.
I took over the business and I used to see the files of my father, the records and other things. So I came to know that what was the hard work he put in. And in 50s and 60s, where there was no brand consciousness, he used to work hard. We got those handmade designs and other things. Creating brand where trademark and branding was not known to anybody. So then we started collecting them, and there were huge bundles of papers and other things. So then we started developing a biography on him.
Okay.
So in 2014 we launched his biography, and वो इतना डाटा कलेक्ट करते करते हमारे को मतलब ये लगा कि अब हमारे को ये म्यूज़ियम के लायक सामान है, तो फिर हमने म्यूज़ियम पे काम करना शुरू करा. And so that from my grandfather's time to father and the next generation and whatever development is going on, all is depicted in the museum.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
You are watching India Today.
There's an earthquake that strikes in South Turkey again. That's the big breaking news coming in. Second earthquake of magnitude 7.6 on Richter scale has... second earthquake hits Turkey right now. You've got the second quake to hit Turkey within 24 hours itself. That is the big breaking news coming in at the moment. This is the second one, because earlier we reported one which hit Turkey, which was at the magnitude of 7.8 on Richter scale, and now within 24 hours as well, after 1,500 dead in the first earthquake in Turkey, the second one strikes again in southern Turkey. Second earthquake of magnitude 7.6 strikes southern Turkey. Second quake to hit Turkey within 24 hours. That's the big story coming in at the moment. This is preliminary information flowing in. We'll get you more in terms of any casualties that are reported or not on the back of the second earthquake that has hit Turkey. In fact, we had reported the first one as well of 7.8 on the Richter scale in central Turkey that killed nearly 1,500 people, left over 5,000 injured, and just in 24 hours itself, there's been a second earthquake. What we know so far is that confirmed there's been a second earthquake. It's hit southern Turkey this time. This is the second earthquake of magnitude 7.6 on the Richter scale. What we know is this has happened in southern Turkey. The first one happened in central Turkey. And the preliminary information coming in does not indicate any injuries at the moment from the second earthquake, but we'll wait for that information to come in. Any kind of casualties to public and private property. We'll wait for all of that information to trickle in. But this is the second earthquake we can confirm to hit Turkey within 24 hours itself. The first one, of course, was a massive one on 7.8 Richter scale, and this one is 7.6 Richter scale. So quite a heavy one right there. In the first one, you saw nearly 1,500 people killed. That's the official figure for the moment, and 5,000 injured in the first one. Not even 24 hours. Not even 24 hours. And the second one has hit Turkey once again. In fact, in the first one, you saw collapse of dozens of buildings with debris spread all over the streets, and the visuals of that catastrophe are on your screens at the moment. We're getting you another breaking news coming in of the deadly quake in Turkey. The second one to hit Turkey in 24 hours itself. 7.6 on the Richter scale in southern Turkey within 24 hours. This is another quake. We'll wait for more details to come in. But Geeta Mohan joins us for more on this. Geeta, the first one we have reported, it caused massive damage to public and private property and, of course, loss of lives also. In this particular one, do we have any initial information coming in terms of the number of casualties, etc.?
Well, again, details a little sketchy right now, but what we're given to understand is that it's a magnitude of 7.6 on the Richter scale, and this is in the Kahramanmaraş province, of Turkey. This again is a shockwave being felt in the Syrian provinces as well. And there's reports coming in, Chetty, of some fresh earthquake that has now rattled Damascus and Latakia in Syria as well. So serious tectonic shifts in place. The reason why we're looking at earthquakes in that region, in that part of the world. South Turkey is the epicenter. It was in the morning, in the wee hours of Monday, as also now in the afternoon. And the area certainly is very close to Lebanon and Syrian border, and it's the reason why shockwaves are being felt in the entire region, including in parts of Iraq. That happened early in the morning, and now we are looking at yet another earthquake. But again, no details yet on the damage and the loss of life. We will have to wait for official agencies to start reporting on what really is happening on the ground, and the situation looking pretty bad when it comes to Turkey now in rescue mission mode, as also ensuring that the rubble that from the buildings that collapsed are removed for people to be brought out.
Felt in neighboring areas as well, Geeta, in the neighboring countries, in the neighboring areas. Do we have more information on that front?
That's right, Chelsea. There have been shockwaves that have been felt, at least in the morning, across Lebanon, Iraq, Cyprus, Syria. But now we're getting reports of fresh earthquakes that has rattled Damascus and Latakia of Syria. These are 4 provinces in Syria, not in Turkey. And these are not tremors anymore. They're shockwaves. These are fresh earthquakes that are being reported. So in all probability, because of how deep the first earthquake was, it was about 10 feet deep, there was about 6 miles, is the reason why the monitoring departments were looking at and were concerned about tsunami-like situation, given this is south of Turkey. And now also the fact that it can move either way. So we're looking at tremors, shockwaves, and now reports of earthquakes, fresh earthquakes in Syria as well.
Absolutely. And at the moment, we are still awaiting more information, but Geeta, preliminary information indicating that this is 7.6 on the Richter scale. At the moment, of course, I can understand we can't confirm the kind of damage that this could have done. But if the first one is anything to go by, it's quite scary.
It is. It is indeed very, very scary, because the first one was has impacted people. There were about 15 deaths that were reported earlier on, and the death toll could rise once we have more reports coming from the medical centers and hospitals where people were taken to. But the second one, again, struck southeast Turkey, and 7.5 or 6 on the Richter scale. This again would mean a huge loss of damage, a loss of life and damage to property in that very part of the world. Chetty, the area that we're talking about also is an area, in the morning we were discussing this, is an area that houses a lot of refugees, Syrian refugees.
Okay.
So the concentration and the density of population in these parts is a real worry for the administration. When the real numbers start coming out, that's when you will realize the devastation that these earthquakes have really caused.
Okay, that's information which is again something which is worrisome, given the fact that Geeta Mohan says that the area has got the concentration of many Syrian refugees living over there. If you Geeta, you could tell us the exact area, what lies around it, if you can give us a bit of a lay of the land of where this has taken place.
So the one that has taken place right now is southeast. In the morning also to south of Turkey, but primarily southeast of Turkey, and very, very close to the Syria-Lebanon border, which is why the seriousness of the situation can only be known once we know whether it's the refugee camps, the Syrian refugee camps were impacted or not. And if they were, it would really mean a huge loss of life, because there are many refugees who are actually living and are housed in those parts in Turkey. So it's southeast Turkey is what we're given to understand. and very close to, if you look at the map and one pulls out the map, very close to Syria and Lebanon. And Cyprus, of course, affected because it's in the Mediterranean Sea. And that's the area, that's the waters where they are expecting tsunami-like conditions. So Turkey, the bordering Syria, Lebanon, Cyprus, and a little far away yet bordering Iraq have felt the tremors and the shock waves. So a very serious condition for those who have been impacted in southeast Turkey, but a worry for other countries in the region because of the depth of the earthquake, which goes down 10 feet deep.
And also, Geeta, stay with us. And I'll also like to take a moment to tell our viewers about this earthquake that's hit Turkey and give you a sense of Turkey's situation as we speak right now. Now, a major earthquake of magnitude 7.8 hit central Turkey. The earthquake lasted about a minute. It shattered windows, visuals on your screens right now. The German Research Center for Geosciences said the quake struck at a depth of 10 kilometers near the southern Turkish city of Kahramanmaraş. Let's go to the next visual that we have at the moment. A Turkish security official said that 17 buildings, I repeat, 17 buildings collapsed in the southeastern province after the earthquake, adding that people were trapped under the debris, under the rubble. The visuals on your screens right there. Natural gas pipeline in Hatay burst under the force of the powerful earthquake. The video shows that massive pipelines burst into flames as well. Take a look. As several buildings collapsed, debris was spread all across the streets. Locals were seen standing on the rubble of a collapsed building in Diyarbakir trying to search for survivors. Many people were trapped under the debris. Search operation is currently underway. Residents were seen triggering a search for survivors under the rubble on the streets. Massive earthquake striking Turkey right there. Earthquake of magnitude 7.8 in central Turkey kills nearly 1,500 people and over 5,000 have been left injured. The German Research Center for Geosciences said the quake struck at a depth of 10 kilometers in the southern Turkish city of Kahramanmaraş. Earthquake resulted in collapse of dozens of buildings with debris spread all over the streets. Many people were trapped under the debris. The search operation is underway. More than 2,000 people rescued under the rubble. Natural gas pipelines in Hatay also burst under the force of the powerful earthquake. Locals were seen standing on the rubble of the collapsed building in Diyarbakir trying to search for survivors. The officials are now warning the death toll is expected to rise. Turkish authorities scrambled rescue teams and supply aircraft to the region around the city. Runway of Hatay airport in Turkey was damaged due to a massive earthquake. Tremors were also felt in Cyprus, Lebanon, Syria, and light shaking was felt in Jordan, Israel, and Egypt. Geeta Mohan is still on the phone line. Now, Geeta, these are some scary visuals and scary information that we're bringing for our viewers. Is there any kind of advisory that is going out? Because this is the second earthquake. The first one caused a fair bit of damage, a lot of damage, I would say. We still have to receive information in terms of the casualties on the second one, but any advisory going out?
Well, none whatsoever, because in terms of the Turkish government putting out advisories, I suppose it's only information department putting out information regarding what happened and what is being done in terms of rescue and aid, the medical aid. But beyond that, because earthquakes are not something that is predicted way in advance, is the reason why now Turkey is preparing herself for any such repeat of, we do know that when earthquake hits, there would be afterwaves, aftershocks and tremors that would be felt, or a repeat of an earthquake may be lower in magnitude in the same region, in the same area because of the tectonic shift in the plate. But over here, the fact that two earthquakes have hit southeast Turkey, both above 7 on the Richter scale, clearly shows that this region is going to be quite badly and adversely impacted when it comes to a loss of life and damage of property. The earlier one we've already reported and shown the kind of massive damage. Now we cannot be reporting on the number of deaths, and we're only being very, very careful about what we're putting out. But the numbers could really go up should we get information about the exact area and whether if it involves any of the refugee camps.
Oh no, absolutely. We're absolutely
that,
careful about the kind of information that we're putting out at the moment, because there is preliminary information that is coming in. Geeta, continue to be with us. It's time now for a very short commercial break on these deadly visuals that are coming in. Lots more on the other side.
You are watching India Today.
This 8-year-old differently abled student of a government school in UP has brought glory to his city, Bahraich. Whoever says disability can slow you down should look up to this little one. Divyansh, who is more than 40% disabled in his legs, created a record by doing Shirshasana continuously for 44.1 minutes in the G20 Yogasan Record 2023 program.
शर्मा सर, और मैं 2 घंटा करता हूँ, पढ़ाई भी करता हूँ और प्रैक्टिस करके भी डीएम सर को हराऊंगा।
क्या बनना चाहते हो?
IAS।
His teachers were equally joyous as Divyansh bagged his name in Yogasan Book of World Records.
इन बच्चों को स्वयं से और कोच बुला करके महीने में 2 बार या 3 बार इनको कोचिंग देते हैं, और इसी कोचिंग के बल पर बच्चे हमारे म्यूजिकल योगा में भी आगे हैं और सामान्य योगा भी ढंग से करते हैं।
कर्नाटका संतों, ऋषियों, मनीषियों की भूमि है। आध्यात्म, ज्ञान विज्ञान की महान भारतीय परंपरा को कर्नाटका ने हमेशा सशक्त किया है। इसमें भी तुमकुरु का विशेष स्थान है। सिद्धगंगा मठ की इसमें बहुत बड़ी भूमिका है। पूज्य शिवकुमार स्वामी जी ने त्रिविधा दसोही यानी अन्ना, अक्षरा और आश्रय की जो विरासत छोड़ी, उसे आज श्री सिद्धलिंगा महास्वामी जी आगे बढ़ा रहे हैं। मैं पूज्य संतों को नमन करता हूं। गुब्बी स्थित श्री चिदंबरा आश्रम और भगवान चन्न बसवेश्वर को भी मैं प्रणाम करता हूं। भाइयों और बहनों, संतों के आशीर्वाद से आज कर्नाटका के युवाओं को रोजगार देने वाले ग्रामीणों और महिलाओं को सुविधा देने वाले, देश की सेना और मेड इन इंडिया को ताकत देने वाले सैकड़ों करोड़ रुपए के प्रोजेक्ट्स का लोकार्पण और शिलान्यास हुआ है। आज देश की एक बहुत बड़ी हेलीकॉप्टर फैक्ट्री तुमकुर को मिली है। आज तुमकुरु इंडस्ट्रियल टाउनशिप का शिलान्यास भी हुआ है और इसके साथ साथ तुमकुरु जिले के सैकड़ों गांवों को पीने के पानी की स्कीमों पर भी काम शुरू हुआ है और मैं इसके लिए आप सबको बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं। साथियों, कर्नाटका युवा टैलेंट, युवा इनोवेशन की धरती है। ड्रोन मैन्युफैक्चरिंग से लेकर तेजस फाइटर प्लेन बनाने तक कर्नाटका के मैन्युफैक्चरिंग सेक्टर की ताकत को दुनिया देख रही है। डबल इंजन सरकार ने कर्नाटका को निवेशकों की पहली पसंद बनाया है। डबल इंजन सरकार कैसे काम करती है, इसका उदाहरण आज जिस हेलीकॉप्टर कारखाने का लोकार्पण हुआ है वो भी है। साल 2016 में एक संकल्प के साथ मुझे इसके शिलान्यास का सौभाग्य मिला था और संकल्प ये था कि हमें अपनी रक्षा जरूरतों के लिए विदेशों पर निर्भरता को कम से कम करते जाना है। मुझे खुशी है कि आज सैकड़ों ऐसे हथियार और रक्षा उपकरण जो भारत में ही बन रहे हैं, जो हमारी सेनाएं उपयोग कर रही है। आज आधुनिक असॉल्ट राइफल से लेकर टैंक, तोप, नौसेना के लिए एयरक्राफ्ट कैरियर, हेलीकॉप्टर, फाइटर जेट, ट्रांसपोर्ट एयरक्राफ्ट, सब कुछ भारत खुद बना रहा है। – 2014 से पहले के ये आंकड़ा याद रखना, याद रखोगे? 2014 से पहले के 15 सालों में जितना निवेश एरोस्पेस सेक्टर में हुआ उसका 5 गुना बीते 8-9 वर्षों में हो चुका है। आज हम अपनी सेना को मेड इन इंडिया हथियार तो दे ही रहे हैं, बल्कि हमारा डिफेंस एक्सपोर्ट भी 2014 की तुलना में कई गुना ज्यादा हो गया है। आने वाले समय में यहां तुमकुरु में ही सैकड़ों सैकड़ों हेलीकॉप्टर बनने वाले हैं और इससे लगभग 4 लाख करोड़ रुपए का बिजनेस यहां होगा। जब इस प्रकार मैन्युफैक्चरिंग की फैक्ट्रियां लगती हैं तो हमारी सेना की ताकत तो बढ़ती ही है, हजारों रोजगार और स्वरोजगार के अवसर भी मिलते हैं। तुमकुरू के हेलीकॉप्टर कारखाने से यहां आसपास अनेक छोटे छोटे उद्योगों को, व्यापार कारोबार को भी बल मिलेगा। साथियों, जब नेशन फर्स्ट, राष्ट्र प्रथम, इस भावना से काम होता है तो सफलता भी जरूर मिलती है। बीते 8 वर्षों में हमने एक तरफ सरकारी फैक्ट्रियां, सरकारी डिफेंस कंपनियों के कामकाज में सुधार किया, उनको ताकतवर बनाया, वहीं दूसरी तरफ प्राइवेट सेक्टर के लिए भी दरवाजे खोले। इससे कितना लाभ हुआ वो हम HAL, हिंदुस्तान एरोनॉटिक लिमिटेड में भी देख रहे हैं। और मैं कुछ सालों पहले की चीजें आज याद कराना चाहता हूं, मीडिया वालों का भी जरूर ध्यान जाएगा। यही HAL है जिसे बहाना बनाकर हमारी सरकार पर तरह तरह के झूठे आरोप लगाए गए। यही HAL है जिसका नाम लेकर लोगों को भड़काने की साजिश रची गई, लोगों को उकसाया गया, पार्लियामेंट के घंटे से घंटे तबाह कर दिए। लेकिन मेरे प्यारे भाइयों बहनों, झूठ कितना ही बड़ा क्यों न हो, कितनी ही बार बोला जाता हो, कितने ही बड़े लोगों से बोला जाता हो, लेकिन एक न एक दिन वो सच के सामने हारता ही है। आज HAL की ये हेलीकॉप्टर फैक्ट्री, HAL की बढ़ती ताकत ढेर सारे पुराने झूठों को और झूठे आरोप लगाने वालों का पर्दाफाश कर रही है, हकीकत खुद बोल रही है। आज वही HAL भारत की सेनाओं के लिए आधुनिक तेजस बना रहा है, विश्व के आकर्षण का केंद्र है। आज HAL डिफेंस सेक्टर में भारत की आत्मनिर्भरता को बल दे रहा है। साथियों, आज यहां तुमकुरू इंडस्ट्रियल टाउनशिप के लिए भी काम शुरू हुआ है। फूड पार्क, हेलीकॉप्टर कारखाने के बाद तुमकुरू को मिला एक और बड़ा उपहार है। जो ये नया इंडस्ट्रियल टाउनशिप होगा, इससे तुमकुरू कर्नाटका के ही नहीं बल्कि भारत के एक बड़े औद्योगिक केंद्र के रूप में विकसित होगा। ये चेन्नई बेंगलुरु इंडस्ट्रियल कॉरिडोर का हिस्सा है। इस समय चेन्नई बेंगलुरु, बेंगलुरु मुंबई और हैदराबाद बेंगलुरु इंडस्ट्रियल कॉरिडोर पर काम चल रहा है। इन सभी में कर्नाटका का एक बहुत बड़ा हिस्सा आता है। मुझे इस बात की भी खुशी है कि तुमकुरू इंडस्ट्रियल टाउनशिप का निर्माण पीएम गति शक्ति नेशनल मास्टर प्लान के तहत हो रहा है। मुंबई चेन्नई हाईवे, बेंगलुरु एयरपोर्ट, तुमकुरू रेलवे स्टेशन, मंगलुरु पोर्ट और गैस कनेक्टिविटी, ऐसी मल्टी मॉडल कनेक्टिविटी से इसे जोड़ा जा रहा है। इससे यहां बहुत बड़ी संख्या में रोजगार और स्वरोजगार बनने वाले हैं। साथियों, डबल इंजन की सरकार का जितना ध्यान फिजिकल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर पर है, उतना ही हम सोशल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर भी जोड़ दे रहे हैं। बीते वर्षों में हमने निवास के नीरू, भूमि के निरावरी यानी हर घर जल, हर खेत को पानी को प्राथमिकता दी है। आज पूरे देश में पीने के पानी के नेटवर्क का अभूतपूर्व विस्तार हो रहा है। इस वर्ष जल जीवन मिशन के लिए बजट में पिछले वर्ष की तुलना में 20,000 करोड़ रुपए से अधिक की वृद्धि की गई है। जब हर घर जल पहुंचता है तो इसका सबसे बड़ा लाभ गरीब महिलाओं और छोटी बेटियों को ही होता है। उन्हें साफ पानी जुटाने के लिए गांवों से दूर नहीं जाना पड़ता। पिछले 3.5 वर्षों में देश में नल से जल का दायरा 3 करोड़ ग्रामीण परिवारों से बढ़कर के 11 करोड़ परिवार हो चुका है। हमारी सरकार निवासक के नीरू के साथ ही भूमि की निरावरी पर भी लगातार बल दे रही है। बजट में अपर भद्रा प्रोजेक्ट के लिए लगभग 5,500 करोड़ रुपए की व्यवस्था की गई है। इससे तुमकुरू, चिकमंगलुरु, चित्रदुर्ग और दावणगेरे सहित सेंट्रल कर्नाटका के बड़े सुखा प्रभावित क्षेत्र को लाभ होगा। ये हर खेत और हर घर तक पानी पहुंचाने के डबल इंजन सरकार की प्रतिबद्धता को दिखाता है। इसका बहुत बड़ा लाभ हमारे छोटे किसानों को होगा, जो खेती के लिए सिंचाई के पानी पर, वर्षा के पानी पर ही निर्भर रहते आए हैं। साथियों, इस साल के गरीब हितैषी, मध्यम वर्ग हितैषी बजट की चर्चा पूरी दुनिया में हो रही है। विकसित भारत के निर्माण के लिए सब जुड़े, सब जुटे, सबका प्रयास कैसे हो, इसके लिए ये बजट बहुत ताकत देने वाला है। जब भारत अपनी आजादी के 100 वर्ष मनाएगा, उस सशक्त भारत की नींव इस बार के बजट ने और मजबूत की है। ये बजट समर्थ भारत, संपन्न भारत, स्वयंपूर्ण भारत, शक्तिमान भारत, गतिमान भारत की दिशा में बहुत बड़ा कदम है। आजादी के इस अमृत काल में कर्तव्यों पर चलते हुए विकसित भारत के संकल्पों को सिद्ध करने में इस बजट का बड़ा योगदान है। गांव, गरीब, किसान, वंचित, आदिवासी, मध्यम वर्ग, महिला, युवा, वरिष्ठ जन, सबके लिए बड़े बड़े फैसले इस बजट में लिए गए हैं। ये सर्वप्रिय बजट है, सर्वहितकारी बजट है, सर्वसमावेशी बजट है, सर्वसुखाकारी बजट है, सर्वस्पर्शी बजट है। ये भारत के युवा को रोजगार के नए अवसर देने वाला बजट है। ये भारत की नारी शक्ति की भागीदारी बढ़ाने वाला बजट है। ये भारत की कृषि को, गांव को आधुनिक बनाने वाला बजट है। ये श्री अन्न से छोटे किसानों को वैश्विक ताकत देने वाला बजट है। ये भारत में रोजगार बढ़ाने वाला और स्वरोजगार को बल देने वाला बजट है। हमने आवश्यकते आधारा मत्तु अदाया, यानी आपकी जरूरतों, आपको दी जाने वाली सहायता और आपकी आय, तीनों का ध्यान रखा है। कर्नाटका के हर परिवार को इससे लाभ मिलेगा। भाइयों और बहनों, 2014 के बाद से सरकार का प्रयास समाज के उस वर्ग को सशक्त करने का रहा है जिन्हें पहले सरकारी सहायता मिलनी बहुत मुश्किल होती थी। इस वर्ग तक सरकारी योजनाएं या तो पहुंचती ही नहीं थी या फिर वो बिचौलियों के हाथों लूट जाता था। आप देखिए, बीते वर्षों में हमने हर उस वर्ग तक सरकारी सहायता पहुंचाई है जो पहले इससे वंचित थे। हमारी सरकार में कार्मिक, श्रमिक, ऐसे हर वर्ग को पहली बार पेंशन और बीमा की सुविधा मिली है। हमारी सरकार ने छोटे किसान की सहायता के लिए उसे पीएम किसान सम्मान निधि की शक्ति दी है। रेहड़ी, ठेले, फुटपाथ पर काम करने वाले स्ट्रीट वेंडर्स को हमने पहली बार बैंकों से बिना गारंटी का ऋण दिलाया है। इस वर्ष का बजट इसी भावना को आगे बढ़ाता है। पहली बार हमारे विश्वकर्मा बहनों भाइयों के लिए भी देश में एक योजना बनी है। विश्वकर्मा यानी हमारे वो साथी जो अपने हाथ के कौशल से, हाथ से चलने वाले किसी औजार की मदद से कुछ निर्माण करते हैं, सृजन करते हैं, स्वरोजगार को बढ़ावा देते हैं। जैसे हमारे कुंभारा, कम्मारा, अक्कसालिगा, शिल्पी, गोरे के लसदवा, बड़गी आदि जो हमारे सब साथी हैं, पीएम विकास योजना से अब ऐसे लाखों परिवारों को उनकी कला, उनके कौशल को और समृद्ध करने में मदद मिलेगी। साथियों, इस वैश्विक महामारी के समय में राशन पर होने वाले खर्च की चिंता से भी हमारी सरकार ने गरीब परिवारों को मुक्त रख रखा है। इस योजना पर हमारी सरकार 4 लाख करोड़ रुपए से अधिक खर्च कर चुकी है। गांवों में हर गरीब परिवार को पक्का घर देने के लिए बजट में अभूतपूर्व 70,000 करोड़ रुपए रखे गए हैं। इससे कर्नाटका के अनेक गरीब परिवारों को पक्का घर मिलेगा, जिंदगी बदल जाएगी। भाई और बहनों, इस बजट में मिडिल क्लास के हित में अभूतपूर्व फैसले लिए गए हैं। 7 लाख रुपए तक की आय पर इनकम टैक्स 0 होने से मिडिल क्लास में बहुत उत्साह है। विशेष रूप से 30 वर्ष से कम के युवा साथी जिनकी नौकरी नई है, बिजनेस नया है, उनके अकाउंट में हर महीने अधिक पैसों की बचत होने वाली है। इतना ही नहीं, जो रिटायर हुए कर्मचारी है, जो हमारे सीनियर सिटीजन है, वरिष्ठ नागरिक है, उनके लिए डिपॉजिट की लिमिट को 15 लाख से बढ़ाकर 30 लाख यानी 2 गुना कर दिया है। इससे उन्हें हर महीने मिलने वाला रिटर्न और बढ़ जाएगा। प्राइवेट सेक्टर में काम करने वाले साथियों के लिए लीव एनकैशमेंट पर टैक्स की छूट लंबे समय से सिर्फ 3 लाख रुपए थी, अब 25 लाख रुपए तक के लीव एनकैशमेंट को टैक्स फ्री कर दिया गया है। इससे तुमकुरू, बेंगलुरु सहित कर्नाटका और देश के लाखों परिवारों के पास ज्यादा पैसा आएगा। साथियों, हमारी देश की महिलाओं का वित्तीय समावेश भाजपा सरकार की सर्वोच्च प्राथमिकताओं में से एक है। महिलाओं का वित्तीय समावेश घरों में उनकी आवाज मजबूत करता है, घर के निर्णयों में उनकी भागीदारी बढ़ाता है। हमारी माताएं, बहनें, बेटियां ज्यादा से ज्यादा बैंकों से जुड़े, इसके लिए इस बजट में हमने बड़े बड़े कदम उठाए हैं। हम महिला सम्मान बचत पत्र लेकर आए हैं। इसमें बहनें 2 लाख रुपए तक का निवेश कर सकती हैं, जिस पर सबसे अधिक 7.5% ब्याज मिलेगा। ये परिवार और समाज में महिलाओं की भूमिका को और बढ़ाएगा। सुकन्या समृद्धि, जनधन बैंक खातों, मुद्रा ऋण और घर देने के बाद ये महिला आर्थिक सशक्तिकरण के लिए एक और बड़ी पहल है। गांवों में महिला सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप के सामर्थ्य को और बढ़ाने के लिए भी बजट में अहम फैसला लिया गया है। भाइयों और बहनों, ग्रामीण अर्थव्यवस्था पर इस बजट में सबसे अधिक फोकस है। किसानों को कदम कदम पर डिजिटल टेक्नोलॉजी से मदद हो या सहकारिता का विस्तार, इस पर बहुत फोकस है। इससे किसानों, पशुपालकों और मछुआरों सभी को लाभ होगा। गन्ने से जुड़ी सहकारी समितियों को विशेष मदद मिलने से कर्नाटका के गन्ना किसानों को बहुत लाभ होगा। आने वाले समय में अनेक नई सहकारी समितियां भी बनेगी और अनाज की स्टोरेज के लिए देश भर में बड़ी संख्या में स्टोर बनेंगे। इससे छोटे किसान भी अपना अनाज स्टोर कर पाएंगे और बेहतर कीमत मिलने पर बेच पाएंगे। यही नहीं, प्राकृतिक खेती से छोटे किसान की लागत कम हो, इसके लिए हजारों सहायता केंद्र भी बनाए जा रहे हैं। साथियों, कर्नाटका में आप सभी मिलेट्स, मोटे अनाज का महत्व बखूबी समझते हैं। इसलिए मोटे अनाजों को आप सभी पहले से सिरी धान्य कहते हैं। अब कर्नाटका के लोगों की इसी भावना को देश आगे बढ़ा रहा है। अब पूरे देश में मोटे अनाज को श्री अन्न की पहचान दी गई है। श्री अन्न यानी धान्य में सर्वश्रेष्ठ। कर्नाटका में तो श्री अन्न रागी, श्री अन्न नवणे, श्री अन्न सामे, श्री अन्न हरका, श्री अन्न कोरले, श्री अन्न उदलू, श्री अन्न बरगू, श्री अन्न सज्जे, श्री अन्न बीड़ी जोड़ा। किसान ऐसे अनेक श्री अन्न पैदा करता है। कर्नाटका के रागी मुद्दे, रागी रोटी, इस स्वाद को कौन भूल सकता है। इस साल के बजट में श्री अन्न के उत्पादन पर भी बहुत बल दिया गया है। इसका लाभ कर्नाटका के सूखा प्रभावित क्षेत्रों के छोटे छोटे किसानों को सबसे अधिक लाभ होगा। साथियों, डबल इंजन सरकार के ईमानदार प्रयासों के कारण आज भारत के नागरिक का विश्वास बुलंदी पर है, आत्मविश्वास बुलंदी पर है। हम हर देशवासी का जीवन सुरक्षित करने के लिए, भविष्य समृद्ध करने के लिए दिन रात मेहनत कर रहे हैं। आपका निरंतर आशीर्वाद ही हम सभी के लिए ऊर्जा है, हमारी प्रेरणा है। एक बार फिर आप सभी को बजट और आज तुमकुरू में जो विकास के प्रोजेक्ट का लोकार्पण और शिलान्यास हुआ है, इसके लिए मैं बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं। आप आज इतनी बड़ी तादाद में यहां आए हैं, हमें आशीर्वाद दे रहे हैं। मैं आप सबका भी हृदय से बहुत बहुत आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। धन्यवाद।
The Prime Minister inaugurating India's biggest helicopter factory, but pretty much making a speech crafted for the upcoming Karnataka election. The Prime Minister has adapted this event once again for this upcoming election in Karnataka. He's reached out and connected Modi style with the public in Karnataka for the upcoming election. He not only spoke about job creation and HAL's brand new factory, but also took potshots at Rahul Gandhi over Rafale politics, and then extended into the many welfare schemes and budget announcements that will impact Karnataka. But the big takeaway from the first half of the Prime Minister's speech is the Prime Minister's first big attack on Rahul Gandhi over his Rafale politics of 2019. The Prime Minister spent several minutes attacking the Congress and Rahul Gandhi, saying that they used HAL's good name for their dirty politics, and this new factory in Tumakuru near Bengaluru is a slap in the face of all those who tried to tarnish HAL's good name for their personal politics and in order to tarnish Prime Minister Modi's image as well. Take a listen to what the Prime Minister has said. Remember, Rahul Gandhi in 2019 had alleged that Prime Minister Modi had neglected HAL, sidelined HAL in order to award the fruits of the Rafale deal to private sector companies, which has turned out to be completely incorrect and false. Take a look at what the Prime Minister has just said.
यही HAL है जिसे बहाना बनाकर हमारी सरकार पर तरह तरह के झूठे आरोप लगाए गए हैं। यही HAL है जिसका नाम लेकर लोगों को भड़काने की साजिश रची गई, लोगों को उकसाया गया, पार्लियामेंट के घंटे से घंटे तबाह कर दिए। लेकिन मेरे प्यारे भाइयों बहनों, झूठ कितना ही बड़ा क्यों न हो, कितनी ही बार बोला जाता हो, कितने ही बड़े लोगों से बोला जाता हो, लेकिन एक न एक दिन वो सच के सामने हारता ही है.
Let's go across to India Today's Gaurav Sawant joining me live. Gaurav, Prime Minister taking an unusually direct swipe at Rahul Gandhi, over the politics that Rahul Gandhi and the Congress party had played to the hilt over HAL back during the 2019 campaign.
Shiv, you and I have covered the Rafale journey right from its inception to the aircraft now flying with the Indian Air Force and all the delays, all the air pockets that the deal hit. Now, when it came to HAL, there was an issue in terms of why HAL could not manufacture, who would take guarantees for the HAL manufactured Rafale aircraft, and that is why the deal got stuck. Whereas politics on that subject, and Rahul Gandhi or the Congress party targeted the Narendra Modi government, saying that they didn't give the contract to HAL but gave it to private sector instead to benefit, as Rahul Gandhi continues to say in another context, hum do hamare do, that only select industries are being benefited, or industrial houses or corporate houses are being benefited. That's the allegation. The Prime Minister says those were lies, half-truths, absolute lies and rumors. Look at HAL today. HAL is manufacturing. HAL is able to deliver. This in context, of course, of the light utility helicopter.
Right.
And this huge base that has come up in Tumkuru, 615 acres for the manufacture of the LUH and other heptas subsequently.
Stay with me, Gaurav. Shehzad Poonawala of the BJP also with me. Shehzad, very direct attack by the Prime Minister. It doesn't take Rahul Gandhi's name, but, pretty clear who he's talking about when he says that those who tried to use and misuse HAL's name, today they've gotten a slap in their face.
Absolutely, and as Gaurav was rightly pointing out, it was actually the failure on the part of the UPA government at that time, which was known for its indecision, that they couldn't resolve the issues that were there between HAL and Dassault. And therefore, because of their inefficiency, incapacity, HAL had to suffer. Look at the fact, like Gaurav rightly mentioned, today HAL is manufacturing and producing. The capacity to produce Tejas has increased. 20,000 crores, if I remember correctly, has been allocated to enhance its production capacity for the LCAs. So this has been done under the Modi government, and all the allegations that were made for the Rafales, all of them were tested at the annual of a court, and the court of law held that there was no corruption, but yet the Congress party continued to peddle lies. In fact, they said that the Supreme Court said Chaukidar Chor hai in context of the Rafale verdict. Rahul Gandhi had to apologize, and just like that, the lies about HAL was also peddled by Rahul Gandhi, and all those lies have been exposed time after time by the highest courts of the land. The fact of the that, Rajniti above Rashtra-niti has been the foremost policy of the Congress party, and therefore, whether it's the surgical strike, the Balakot airstrike, the procurement of Rafales, procurements of various other equipment for our military, even purchased for 9 years, the CDS wasn't put in place, the National War Memorial wasn't commissioned or done, OROP was left hanging. This is the legacy that the UPA gave us during the tenure, and this is how they treated the armed forces of this country and how they treated the government enterprises of this country. Today that has completely changed, and HAL is proudly managing the Tejas aircraft.
And just to also share with our viewers, Shehzad and Gaurav, and we're trying to get a reaction in from the Congress also, in 2019, at the peak of this entire Rafale HAL politics that Rahul Gandhi was leading as part of the 2019 campaign, at the Aero India show in February 2019, I had put a direct question to the HAL chairman of the time saying, does he share the, perception or the allegation, or to comment on what Rahul Gandhi was alleging, that HAL had been neglected, HAL had been sidelined and deprived of, this hugely lucrative deal. And he said it was inaccurate and he did not share that perception. So whichever way you look at it, what Rahul Gandhi had alleged at that time vis-a-vis HAL was most definitely false. It betrayed a complete lack of understanding of the structure of that particular deal as well. But that's separate. Those are facts that Gaurav and I had brought out at that time as well. But this time, it is about the politics of it. And also, Gaurav, to bring you in back on this, the politics that were played at that time, must have had a cascading, damaging effect. already India's defense procurement, defense development procedures are extremely slow, but the vicious and ill-informed politics that was played over HAL at that time, must have had some kind of an impact.
It indeed did, and it does, unfortunately. Shiv, you're absolutely right. India...
Gaurav, apologies for interrupting you. Coming back to you in just a moment. Nasir Hussain of the Congress Party, Member of Parliament, is with us. Nasir ji, thank you for speaking to India Today. Your reaction, sir, to the Prime Minister taking a pretty direct pot shot at the Congress Party and Rahul Gandhi over, HAL politics that were played, he says, in 2019.
See, I think now because of the Adani scam, because of the SBI LIC investment scam that has happened in the country, they are now forced to speak about so many things of the past. And while coming to Rafael, I would like to again reiterate the Congress stand, and I would again like to remind the viewers of your channel that Rafael was an issue which was not investigated. Rafael is an issue which is still not investigated. Rafael is an issue where the country that has given more money to buy the jets has not investigated the issue or has not inquired into the issue, but the country which got more money in a deal are investigating that issue. This is something which is laughable. Even now, the country which got more money while selling their product is investigating the issue. But the country which has given more money is not investigating the issue. See, this is something which this government has followed.
Okay.
We investigated the issue, 2G scam, and now their own CBI court has come out very clear on the scam that the opposition at that time, that is BJP, made an issue out of a non-issue. But now, whether it is the Adani scam or the Rafael, this government doesn't want to inquire into it. Even now, for the Adani scam, we are very clear that there should be a JPC and the JPC should inquire into it.
Okay. Thank you, Nasir Hussain, for speaking to India Today. The Congress sticking to its guns as far as the so-called Rafale scam is concerned. Well, the occasion where this political attack happened was a landmark milestone for Indian aviation today. A new helicopter facility, 615 acres large, inaugurated by the Prime Minister for Hindustan Aeronautics Limited in Tumukuru near Bengaluru. It is India's largest helicopter manufacturing facility and will initially produce light utility helicopters. The factory will be augmented to produce other helicopters such as light combat helicopters Prachand and the future Indian multi-role helicopters which will replace the workhorse Mi-17s. It will also be used for maintenance, repair and overhaul of the entire gamut of military helicopters currently serving with the Indian Armed Forces. This makes it one of Asia's biggest ever helicopter facilities. It will undoubtedly boost aerospace manufacturing and the ecosystem in Karnataka, producing thousands of jobs.
लाइट यूटिलिटी हेलीकॉप्टर की मैन्युफैक्चरिंग फैसिलिटी का उद्घाटन किया गया है। यह निश्चित ही साथियों, यह निश्चित ही रक्षा क्षेत्र के साथ साथ संपूर्ण राष्ट्र के लिए बड़े ही गौरव का विषय है। स्वयं प्रधानमंत्री जी के कर कमलों द्वारा इस फैसिलिटी का शिलान्यास और आपके ही कर कमलों के द्वारा इसका उद्घाटन देश में डिफेंस मैन्युफैक्चरिंग के प्रति आपके कमिटमेंट का एक बहुत बड़ा उदाहरण है। यह उद्घाटन रक्षा क्षेत्र की आत्मनिर्भरता की यात्रा में एक माइलस्टोन है। इस ऐतिहासिक अवसर पर मैं हिंदुस्तान एरोनॉटिक्स लिमिटेड, इस प्रोजेक्ट से जुड़े सभी लोगों और संगठन समेत समस्त राष्ट्र को अपनी ओर से हार्दिक बधाई देता हूं।
Now, the factory is formally on. The first light utility helicopter, which you see the Prime Minister and the Defence Minister standing next to, will be handed over to the Army at the Aero India trade show, which kicks off in Bengaluru at the end of this week. The LUH is required in large numbers, nearly 200, and those will all be built at this new facility. The Prachand light combat helicopter will also be manufactured at this same factory. Now, this particular factory has a maximum annual capacity of between 30 to 90 light utility helicopters. The overall military requirement in India for light utility helicopters is 400. Now, the requirement for light utility helicopters manufactured by HAL is 187. But the current orders for the LUH is only 12, a measly 12 light utility helicopters, which means that in this year alone, the order shortfall for light utility helicopters is anywhere between 18 to 78 helicopters, depending on which frame of reference you're using. That makes the overall shortfall of light utility helicopters 175, and there is reason to believe that the government is going to accelerate the orders on this front very, very soon. But there are big questions to ask, and we will ask those here on India Today. Number one, when will this factory that's been inaugurated by the Prime Minister get enough orders to justify its large size and scale? Number two, why haven't India's armed forces ordered the light utility helicopter and light combat helicopter in large enough numbers, respectable numbers? What is this 15 and 12 helicopters? It's nothing. Will this facility make India fully self-reliant in military helicopters? That's a tall order, but this facility will play a part. When will India have its own helicopter engine? We're building helicopters, but the engine is from France. When will we have our own helicopter engine? Can current import efforts of helicopters be scrapped in the foreseeable future, thanks to what is going to come out of this particular factory? So it's an interesting dilemma for the Indian Armed Forces, but a very promising start as far as Atmanirbhar Bharat in military helicopters is concerned. Now, the endless search for replacement helicopters, the LUH that we're talking about that's going to be made here, is basically to replace hundreds of Cheetah and Chetak vintage helicopters that are even now in service with our armed forces. The Indian Army has been trying to replace these helicopters for nearly 2 decades now. Experts have opined repeatedly that it is time to retire the Chetak and the Cheetah because they are simply of an older generation. But to this day, the quest remains unfulfilled. Here's the reality check.
The most numerous helicopters in the Indian Army, the light utility Cheetah and Chetaks, purchased decades ago from France and then built in India by HAL. These helicopters have served as the backbone of the aerial logistics fleet. But would you believe it if we told you that the Indian Army has been looking to replace these for nearly 2 decades? You heard that right, nearly 2 decades. It was in the early 2000s that the Army began planning for a procurement that would replace these aging helicopters. After considering a variety of helicopters in the first decade of the new millennium, the Army formally floated a tender in 2007. The Indian Army zeroed in on 2 types. The French Eurocopter AS-550 Fennec and the Russian Kamau Ka-2260. But after nearly 5 years of trials, in 2012, the contest was scrapped and rebooted amidst a cloud of controversy. Nearly a decade down the drain. The contest was then restarted with the hope of a decision. A full 3 years later, amazingly, the contest was scrapped again. Once more, in the cloud of controversy. But this time, the Army pushed for a decision, and the Indian government bit the bullet. In 2015, the Russian Ka-2260 was chosen for a Make in India program. The plan was for 200 helicopters to be jointly built by Russia and India's Hindustan Aeronautics. Most of them at a facility near Bengaluru. But 6 agonizing years later, not only has the production not started, the final work share agreement itself has not been signed. As always, it's the army that's paying the price. Light helicopters flown by Army aviation pilots are crucial for India's efforts to maintain a force of nearly 3,000 soldiers in the Himalayan heights. They're deployed on posts strung along Saltoro Ridge, which at over 20,000 feet is the world's highest battlefield manned by India since 1984. The Army's fleet of 1970s vintage Cheetah helicopter supplies its troops with ammunition, rations and fuel for warmth. The Army's struggle to replace them continues without end. A bulk of the Army's fleet of 120 Cheetahs has long crossed their structural unity of 4,500 hours of flight time and a 1,750-hour engine life. Hindustan Aeronautics Limited, which has licensed produced the Cheetah and the Chetak from France since the late 1970s, say it is becoming difficult to service the aging machines because of a lack of spares. The Army says it has no option but to rely on these vintage machines because it has been unable to buy replacements in time. But could the answer to the Army's woes be right here in the country?
Well, as the Prime Minister inaugurated Asia's biggest chopper factory in Tumkur today, it was back in 2019 when India Today got you this first-hand experience of what it's like to be in the cockpit of a Prachand, India's first indigenously built light combat helicopter that will also be built at the factory that's just been inaugurated by the Prime Minister. The first time ever, that's me in the cockpit, a journalist flying the Prachand for the first time. Take a look.
Say namaste to the light combat helicopter. Developed and test flown for nearly a decade by Hindustan Aeronautics Limited, the light combat helicopter is not just made in India, but custom built for India's unique battlefield conditions. From the deserts of Rajasthan to the super high altitudes of Ladakh. But what better way to get acquainted with a light combat helicopter than by taking a spin in one? I was invited by HAL's test team to strap into this helicopter and get a never-before taste of what this Swadeshi combat chopper is truly all about. India Today has been invited to be the first journalist team to fly in and experience the light combat helicopter developed and tested by Hindustan Aeronautics Limited. This is India's first attack helicopters. It has missiles, it has rockets, it has guns, and we happen to be the first ever media crew who's going to get a taste of the light combat helicopter. For a flight in the LCH, I have to get into the full pilot kit. From overalls to flying boots. Joined by HAL test pilot Wing Commander Subhash John, we walk out onto the airfield to the waiting helicopter, soaking in the unforgiving Bengaluru sun. And it is here that I receive a crucial part of the flying experience I'm about to have. A combat flying helmet equipped with a helmet-mounted sight. An electro-optical system used by pilots to point various weapons at their targets. But more on that in just a bit. First, the inside of the light combat helicopter itself. Constructed with a sleek tandem cockpit rather than the usual side-by-side seats on other helicopter types, the LCH from the outside sports a stealthy front profile that also gives adversaries a smaller, harder target to latch onto. Wing Commander Subhash and I belt up, and then the engines come on. The rumble of the twin Shakti turboshaft engines come to life, rapidly turning the rotors into a steady chop. The helicopter is now ready to taxi out. With all checks done and cleared by air traffic control, the LCH gently lifts off. In airspace over Bengaluru, the light combat helicopter is put through a series of maneuvers, demonstrating its agility in the air and carefully customized flying qualities. The effortless handling that Wing Commander Subhash demonstrates at low altitude validates the years of tough flight testing that has gone into refining the LCH into the flying machine it is today. Returning to the tarmac after a 25-minute flight, I've just had the most personal possible tryst with an aircraft that stands on the threshold of Indian military service.
And coming up next on 5 Live, I'm going to give you my take on something that happened over the weekend. Pervez Musharraf's death. It looks like there are a lot of people here in India who've been praising him while expressing their condolences. I'm going to be replying to them.
I propose to increase the rebate limit to 7 lakhs.
Yet again, the nation trusts India Today TV. Highest concurrent users during the Budget 2023 speech. Most watched news channel on YouTube live. India Today #1.
Meant to provide comfort and safety, women turn to sanitary pads in those difficult days of a month. But sanitary pads are not all that safe is what the study has found. Environmental watchdog Toxic Links has found that all popular sanitary napkins sold in India, whether organic or synthetic, contain high amounts of chemicals, prompting various diseases. These chemicals can even cause infertility. The study has found the presence of several phthalates, chemicals that can harm reproductive and neurological organs. Another finding suggests that sanitary napkins also contain volatile organic compounds that can cause paralysis and memory loss.
The health impact of these chemicals are pretty well known, and in spite of that, these chemicals were present in all products that we tested. And that's, as I said, that's the cause of worry. In absence of proper standards in India, these were some of the leading brands that we tested.
What then is the way out? Sanitary napkins are essential commodities. What should you use then?
Even in our study, we haven't really tested all kinds of products. We've tested 10 pads, which contain organic as well as inorganic. But I think there is, that's why there is a lot of stress that we are putting on getting standards which are across menstrual products, not just for sanitary pads, but for all kinds of menstrual products.
Over 90% of women in India use disposable sanitary napkins, and the harmful effects can't be ignored anymore. You can switch to products like menstruation cup, which is reusable and is a one-time investment. Other alternatives are tampons. Different sizes of tampons are available in the market depending upon the flow of the blood during periods. So do your bit to keep yourself from falling prey to toxic chemicals out there.
Prajakta, as a ground controller, the occasion of doing this episode of Battle Cry is a sad one. There has been a mid-air collision, we understand, in the Indian Air Force where, one pilot was tragically lost. We also do know that mid-air collisions are a rare occurrence because there are many safeguards. But as a ground controller, can you tell us, what are the things that are done to avoid mid-air collisions and why do they still happen?
Okay, thank you for the question, Shiv. So firstly, the main aim of any air traffic controller is to provide separation between aircraft and prevent the collision between two aircraft.
Yes.
So when we talk about separation, the separation is both given in air as well as on ground. Now, because we are talking about mid-air collision here, I will tell you about the separation that is given in air is both vertical and horizontal separation. With that, there is something known as a time separation also. So at one point, you will never find any two aircrafts which are reciprocal to each other within 30 nautical miles on the same route or on the same level. But at the same time, depending upon the situation, you can say the type of aircraft, the capability, weather, the mission, etc., the separation also keeps differing.
Yes.
And another thing here important is that as an air traffic controller, it is important thing for me that we maintain always a two-way communication. A radio communication is established between the aircraft flying in the air as well as the air traffic control tower. Now, coming up to the second question that you asked me, that why do these mid-air collisions occur? I would like to tell you that it's a one odd situation. It all depends. I would say that there are no specific same reasons for a mid-air collision to occur. The reasons are completely different as it's completely situational based.
Yes.
Today, the aviation industry has boomed so much. The quantum of flying has also increased, and so has been the stress on the material as well as the men. So when I talk about civil aviation here, you would know that the last mid-air collision which took place in India was in 1996, Charki Dadri, where we had two civil airliners colliding into each other. But now let me take you a little bit towards military aviation. Now, military aviation is completely dynamic because the operational necessity will always overrule the general rules of air.
Yes.
Because here the missions are dictating the flying norms here. Now, having said that, the sophisticated avionics we have, the absolutely amazing training of the pilots, the maintenance practices, and even the checks and balances in place, no two incidents are similar here.
And finally, viewer, how contaminated, how morally rotten, how dishonorable and desperate must an Indian be to praise Pervez Musharraf? Well, thankfully there aren't many, but there are two of note who've used their high-profile energies to sing eulogies for the departed Pakistani dictator. The illustrious and influential Shashi Tharoor, who has labelled Musharraf a force for peace, and Mehbooba Mufti, who praises Musharraf as the only general who wanted a solution to the Kashmir issue. I believe condolences are always a good thing. Both Tharoor and Mufti are also entitled to their opinions. But what all of us should have a problem with is the fact that their claims are both laughably false as well as dangerous. And I'll tell you why. Using the cloud of emotion following a public figure's death to showboat your broad-mindedness and munificence is fine. But it stops being fine when your words fly completely in the face of facts that Indian citizens have literally died for to persuade the world about Pakistan's ways. Force for peace, says Tharoor. Well, under Musharraf, as Pakistan's all-powerful military dictator, here are the wonderfully forceful peace gestures that Musharraf sent us. The Parliament attack in December 2001, the attack on the Jammu and Kashmir Legislative Assembly in October 2001, the Mumbai train bombings in July 2006, the attack on the Indian Institute of Science in Bengaluru in December 2005, the Delhi bombings in October 2005, the UP attack in July 2005, the Udhampur attack in August 2015, the Pune bomb blast in August 2012. And he was dictator till barely months before the 26/11 attacks in Mumbai, presiding over the establishment that funded and trained Ajmal Amir Kasab and his band of terrorists. Musharraf was dictator when the 9/11 attacks took place, remember. Musharraf's ISI had full control over the Haqqani network and the Taliban that were responsible for over 500 deaths of US soldiers between 2001 and 2007. In 2006, Musharraf as dictator facilitated the secretive transfer of Osama bin Laden and his family from Afghanistan and Saudi Arabia into Pakistan. It was very likely Musharraf's idea that Osama be concealed in plain sight at a compound very close to the Pakistan Military Academy in Abbottabad, not some remote safe house which would look suspicious. It was Musharraf's total hubris that compelled him to order the infiltrations that triggered the Kargil conflict with India in 1999. It was his complete lack of honor that over 100 Pakistani soldiers who made the supreme sacrifice for their country were abandoned on Indian soil by their army chief, Musharraf, who was too busy ensuring plausible deniability to care about the families of those men. You tell me, viewer, does any of this sound like a man who was a force for peace, or someone who was looking for a genuine solution? Or was Musharraf plainly a narcissistic warmonger who couldn't even get that right? So to the Tharoors and Mehboobas of this country, go ahead and express your condolences all you want. That's the Indian way. But please don't lie about India's enemies, because that's precisely what you've done. Keep watching India Today. That's a wrap on 5 Live. Thanks so much for watching. 6 p.m. Prime with Akshita Nandagopal is next. Death and destruction on a terrifying scale as 2 big earthquakes have jolted Turkey in less than 24 hours. It's a special broadcast with ground reports from Turkey with Akshita next.
Shah Rukh Khan's Pathaan has been rocking at the movie theatres. It is in fact being touted as the best action movie of recent times. But is it true? What does the Tech Today community think about it? Are the tech sequences worth watching the movie in the movie theatre, or will the Tech Today community wait to watch it on OTT? Let's try and find out. Where will it be, in the cinema theatre or on OTT?
Cinemas. SRK in cinemas.
Movie theatre. OTT.
Will you be watching it in an IMAX or in a regular theatre?
IMAX for sure.
Yeah, that is really heavy, great VFX, and even John Abraham also, I like him, and Shah Rukh Khan especially.
I have heard a lot about it, how it has a parallel from a Christopher Nolan ka movie, and the technologies that they've used the same, so I want to explore that.
Not interested in watching in a movie theatre.
Is there any reason why you're averse to going to a movie theatre?
I feel more relaxed watching it at home.
Yes, if it releases in Amazon or Netflix, otherwise not.
Actually, we went to the cinema hall yesterday. I almost wanted to watch it, but my wife said we'll watch it on OTT.
Traveling from different parts.
Armed with facts,
Looking at political
She takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories from every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Marked for demolition. A neighborhood of Bengaluru, Malleshwaram and its adjoining areas have a new flyover coming in. And the residents are up in arms against the plan as it's designed to clear portions of a school, 66 trees and footpaths coming in its way.
This tree which is right next to me, this huge tree over here, this is about 80 to 90 years old. This tree is not going to be there after a while. And so are the trees in this entire stretch of road. They're about 80 to 100 years old. This is the age range of the trees over here. There are about 66 trees over here, and all of them will be felled because the BBMP wants to construct this Sankey Tank flyover. And the footpath that I'm standing right in, and we even see some people talking over here, few residents talking over here about the footpath. And this entire beautiful stretch of the footpath here is not going to be here because this will be constructed into a service road, and this is what the BBMP wants. This red mark that you see over here.
Powered by QO, European bath lounges. Let time wait.
You're watching 6 p.m. Prime here on India Today. I'm Akshita Nandagopal, and this evening we're going to be focusing on the big global story of the day, of what's playing out in Turkey right now that's been ravaged by two massive earthquakes. Early this morning here on India Today, we reported of the first earthquake, 7.8 magnitude on the Richter scale, and then a few hours ago, a second earthquake. We're not talking about aftershocks, but a full-fledged 7.6 magnitude quake jolting through South Turkey. We're getting you all the latest ground reports from Turkey and other parts of the world that have also felt these tremors, that have reported casualties. The headlines first. Prime Minister Modi unveils Asia's biggest defense chopper-making unit in Karnataka, fires first big attack over Rafale politics. says this is a slap on the face to all those who spread lies on HAL.
यही HAL है जिसका नाम लेकर लोगों को भड़काने की साजिश रची गई, लोगों को उकसाया गया।
Adani's storm rages in Parliament after massive sloganeering by opposition. Both houses adjourned. Rahul Gandhi also targets Modi government. Congress stages pan-India protest.
आप देखना पूरी कोशिश होगी और ये सरकार नहीं, मोदी जी पूरी कोशिश करेंगे कि पार्लियामेंट में अदानी जी का डिस्कशन ना हो जाए।
Siddaramaiah triggers big row, says Hindutva has scope for murder and violence. BJP accuses Siddaramaiah of speaking the language of tyrants like Tipu Sultan. The wait for a Delhi mayor continues as voting adjourned for the third time. Massive ruckus erupts in House just as voting was about to begin. Death, destruction as second quake jolts Turkey in less than 24 hours. Nearly 1,500 dead. Tremors felt in Syria and Egypt as well. And Hindu hate across Bangladesh as 14 temples are desecrated in a series of orchestrated attacks overnight. Let's get you all the latest updates coming in from South Turkey, where tragically right now the death toll has crossed 1,500. 2 earthquakes have been reported in a matter of hours in Turkey. Now, it's not just Turkey, but Syria also that's been hit badly by these earthquakes. 560 people are dead in Syria alone. The second quake of a magnitude of 7.6 on the Richter scale struck in southeast Turkey this afternoon, and it happened hours after an earlier quake. In Turkey time, it was at about 4:15 in the morning that the first quake had hit. Many people in their sleep had died because the buildings came crashing down. So far, rescue operations are still underway. Over 2,000 people have been rescued from the debris. The rescue operations also have been hit because of the second earthquake that's been reported in the area. All sorts of help and relief operations are underway. Countries are also scrambling to offer all possible help to Turkey, including India. Geeta Mohana, Foreign Affairs Editor, is joining us with more on this. What's happening in Turkey right now is heartbreaking, Geeta. As we speak, there was a second earthquake. Any idea about the kind of damage that's been reported as a result?
Well, the damage is huge in terms of the reports that are coming in, trickling in. But in terms of loss of property or loss of lives, Akshita, it is certainly something that we'll have to wait in terms of the official word from from Turkey, and that certainly has not come. But it certainly is a huge we're talking about a huge magnitude of devastation. Both above 7 on the Richter scale. And while we were talking about it earlier, Akshita, the area that we're talking about is southeast Turkey, bordering Syria, Lebanon, and of course parts of Iraq also felt the tremors because very close to Syria and Turkey. That's the reason why there was tremors there as well. And Cyprus. Given it's in the Mediterranean Sea, and a lot of monitoring is happening whether if the 10 feet deep earthquake could have a tsunami-like situation in the Mediterranean Sea. Having said that, this is the very same area, Akshita, where a lot of Syrian refugees who fled Syria, entered Turkey, actually stay in. There are camps, refugee camps. We do not know in particular whether if refugee camps were hit or not. We do know that an umpteen number of buildings collapsed. So again, we'll have to wait and see what the situation is on the ground. But we are given to understand that the news is absolutely grim and that refugee camps or refugees living on the other side of the border, bordering Syria and Turkey, those Syrian refugees are also affected and impacted. So again, waiting for news, but it doesn't seem, it seems rather grim in terms of what the loss of property and the loss of lives are going to look like.
You know, if anyone wants to wrap their head around the magnitude of this calamity, look at the death toll right now. It's 1,500 plus. At this point, you know, the rescue operations are still underway. On the left of your screens are live images that we're getting to you right now from South Turkey. Well, most of, in fact, the districts that have been worst affected are in parts of Turkey. Yes, there's been a significant damage and death toll that's been reported in parts of Syria as well. Any communication really, Geeta, so far that's coming from the government on rescue and relief operations? How badly was that hit because of the second quake?
Well, the fact that it happened in the same area, around the same area, rescue efforts would have taken longer. But in terms of an official word, Akshita, we do not have details on whether if the rescue operations in the second site was impacted because of the first quake. But we do know that getting people out of the rubble, getting a count certainly is going to take a longer time. There were many videos, unfortunately, Akshita, of people stuck inside buildings, and they started sending videos out. So a very, very disturbing picture when it comes to what is happening in Turkey. And while the magnitude in itself speaks volumes, what the Turkish authorities are doing, city authorities are doing, are that one, the rescuers are at work. They're also using a lot of drone footage to see the extent of damage and where all should the rescuers be entering from, or how to approach damaged sites, because there could be people under rubble. So they are using a more advanced technology, Akshita. We know that in the past things were very difficult when countries face earthquakes of such huge magnitude. But they are trying to use more advanced technology. They're using drones. The rescue operations and efforts are underway. But again, there are many buildings have fallen, and it will take a while for them to completely clear out the rubble, or for that matter, rescue anybody who's stuck or stranded under those collapsed buildings.
Very true. And, you know, the people there would have largely been prepared for aftershocks. Usually after an earthquake of this magnitude, there are aftershocks, but nothing would have prepared them for another massive earthquake of 7.6 magnitude on the Richter scale, hitting them just hours later. Geeta, stay on with me. I'll keep coming back to you for the latest updates. But horrifying images that have been coming in right now from South Turkey as well as Syria that shows you the extent of damage that has been wreaked in these parts because of these particular earthquakes. Let's round up for you all the updates. The most powerful earthquake in nearly a century has killed over 1,500 people in both Turkey and Syria in their sleep as buildings came crashing down at about 4 a.m. in the morning. The 7.8 magnitude quake wiped out entire sections of major Turkish cities in a restless region filled with millions of people. Number of buildings were completely knocked down, as you can see on your screens there, roads filled with debris. Natural gas pipelines in Turkey burst under the force of the powerful earthquake. This video shows pipelines burning up, all flames in the air with plumes of smoke also going up. Rescue workers and local residents have come together. In this footage, you can see them frantically searching for survivors under the rubble of crushed buildings in multiple cities. A little girl was pulled out of that debris from the tiny hole that they drilled through. Hundreds of people are still trapped under the debris. The search for survivors continues right now, challenged no doubt because of the second quake that's jolted the area. Runway of the Hatay airport in Turkey was damaged due to the massive earthquake, and this gives you a sense of how bad really that quake was. It was split into half after the earthquake. Flights were immediately halted. These images are from Iskenderun in Turkey, where there's devastation and destruction because of the earthquake. Turkish President Erdogan said the quake was the country's largest disaster since 1939, saying that 2,800 buildings had collapsed as a result. There were at least 20 aftershocks felt after the first earthquake. The earthquake was so powerful that its tremors were even felt in Lebanon, in Cyprus, Greece, and in Israel. Prime Minister Modi has offered all possible assistance to Turkey. India is all set to send 2 teams of NDRF with 100 personnel, as well as specially trained dog squads and necessary medical equipment to help Turkey in this time of crisis. Horrifying images that are coming in right now, showing you the exact moment when the second earthquake struck. Here in this footage, you have a TV reporter who was reporting live on the crisis, helping other residents also come out of the area, when suddenly they felt the ground shake beneath them yet again, confirming that there was a second earthquake that was striking them. Let's see if we can play out for you that entire sequence.
Evet. Hemen bir anne çocuklarını almış. Gel. Gel. Gel, gel, gel. Gel, gel, gel. Gel. Gel sen de çabuk gel. Çabuk gel. Bırak onları gel. Bırak onları. Nereden çıktın? Şöyle açık alanda bekleyin. Açık alanda. Korkma, korkma bir şey yok. Korkma bir şey yok. Geçti. Bana bak, korkma. Bana bak bir şey yok. Bana bak, iyisin. Tamam, korkma, geçti. Tamam. Evet, artçı sarsıntılar devam ediyor. Oraya doğru geçmeyin. Hemen. Annenin yanına gelsen. Geç. Evet. Artçı sarsıntının aldığından. Görmüş oldum. Evet. Hemen bir anne çocuklarını almış. Gel.
And that's a moment when a reporter was in fact giving a live feed, a live broadcast, was reporting on the situation on the ground, when suddenly they felt a second quake, and you can see people running for their lives. That reporter, young reporter there, goes ahead and scoops up a little girl in his arms and moves away to safety. You can only imagine the fear on ground right now. Not just were they concerned about aftershocks, but then there's a second quake as bad as the first one hitting them. You can see several buildings around them, which is why all of them are so concerned. And that little girl in tears, you can see her hair powdered with all the dust of the rubble from around her, and all of them struggling to keep calm in this calamity. There have been 20 aftershocks. Add to that, hours later, another earthquake, a magnitude of 7.6, hitting these parts of Turkey. It is in fact in parts of South Turkey that you're seeing the maximum damage and the extent of this earthquake being felt. On the right of your screens, you can see the scale of damage, the extent of damage that's been reported on the ground. These kind of drone footage really showing you the amount of debris left behind across the streets there. Rescue officials, several locals bravely stepping up to try and help in the rescue efforts as much as possible. And this is just one part of Turkey that we're showing you. There are several other provinces, several other districts that are in such bad shape that it's impossible to get cameras through to some of these locations.
Sonra vatandaşları da görüyorsunuz. Deprem oluyor gene.
Scenes of chaos, scenes scenes of panic. You can see people running for their lives there, and nothing but debris, smoke that you can see all around. People unsure of how to react. This is the moment when the second earthquake struck. You can see locals in an absolute panic running for their lives, unsure of where they can really go for safety as well. Many of these people were evacuated, but there were a lot more who were still stranded in the area. Look behind, look at that footage when you can see the camera person and this reporter running for their lives along with the locals. He turns around and you can see behind also buildings have collapsed. There's dust right up in the air. Impossible for people to even see through if, by God's grace, they've escaped from that kind of a building collapse. And all of this while rescue efforts were underway, when suddenly, after 20 aftershocks, imagine that, viewers, that everyone thinks the worst is behind them, and then you have another earthquake, equal magnitude as the first one, hitting that very spot. It was so bad, the earthquake's intensity reaching a magnitude of 7.8, 7.6 to 7.8 between the two earthquakes, that it was felt in neighboring countries as well, in Lebanon, Cyprus, in Israel, Syria. Of course, there have been several casualties that have been reported. But heartbreaking images that are coming in, our thoughts, our prayers with the people of Turkey as they go through this terrible, terrible calamity right now. The death toll is at 1,500 right now and counting. Tragically, we cannot confirm the exact numbers right now because the rescue operations are still underway on the ground. We can only hope and pray that all those who are stuck under the rubble, under the debris, can be actually pulled out at the earliest. But what will no doubt hamper all rescue efforts is these aftershocks, these tremors, and these massive quakes that are still being felt in parts of Turkey. As we get to all of these images that are coming in, I just want to bring your focus to each of the images right now that we have on our screens. So the left side, the extreme left of your screens, is the footage from the moment the second quake struck. A 7.6 magnitude earthquake striking at the very province, the very districts that had felt the impact of the first earthquake. Remember, the first one had hit at about 4 a.m. in the morning. Most people were asleep, and tragically, they died in their sleep because buildings just came crashing down. They had no idea what had happened. The second earthquake, you can see rescue officials there wearing those life vests. You have reporters on the ground who are trying to give the world a sense of how bad the situation is. But suddenly the second quake strikes and everyone in a panic is running for their lives. A brief moment, you see the camera person pan there, and you can see all around the camera person, there's nothing but thick plumes of dust, possibly from the collapse of more buildings in the area. These buildings hopefully were already evacuated, but there were many people who were still on the streets. You can see in the center of your screens there footage of how amid all of the relief and rescue work that was underway, suddenly a building, and watch to the right there of that particular footage, you can see a building coming crashing down there in a spot where already several buildings had collapsed. And that is a serious concern right now for residents, many of whom have evacuated these buildings. But you can hear all of the chaos, the panic in their voices as they are unsure of which way to go, which part of their city, their home is actually safe. And on the extreme right of your screens, we're showing you the drone footage that gives you a sense of the scale of damage that's been reported. It's going to take months, tragically, for people here to get back to normal life, to get back to their homes, to get back to their cities, because there are right now mountains of debris. And I'm not exaggerating when I say this, because you see that on your screens. There are mountains of debris that's piled up now in these parts of Turkey. Heartbreaking to say the least. This is the biggest story of the day, and that's why here on India Today we're getting you the latest updates that are coming in from South Turkey. We've been in fact tracking the latest updates. 1,500 plus who have died, over 5,000 who've been injured as well. And besides these parts of Turkey, in Syria also, there have been reports coming in of massive damage that's been reported, which means that there too the death toll has gone up. It's about 500 and counting right now. In fact, the Turkish President Erdogan has appealed for all possible help, and besides that has also confirmed that over 3,000 buildings have come crashing down so far.
Deprem oluyor gene. Gel. Kaçıyor.
of those updates that we just showed you is soon after the second quake struck parts of Turkey. And as we get you these latest images, 1,500 people have died. The death toll, unfortunately, could only go up as the rescue work continues and officials get a grasp of really how grave the situation is. But as a result of this earthquake, as you see on your screens there, pipelines burst, which means you had huge fires breaking out, something that rescue officials had to deal with. Buildings came crashing down, debris all across the street, which meant people had nowhere that they could run to for safety. Power lines have been completely snapped off. Basic supply has been cut off in many of these parts. Let's round up for you all the updates in our next report. A massive earthquake struck Turkey and Syria in the early hours of Monday. Hundreds died in their sleep as the earthquake, measuring 7.8 on the Richter scale, jolted the region, with cities in Israel even feeling the tremors. The epicenter of the quake that struck at 4:17 a.m. was near Gaziantep, a city in southern Turkey. The earthquake lasted about a minute, brought down buildings in many cities in the region, including Kahramanmaraş, Şanlıurfa and Iskenderun. Some of these cities shelter Syrian refugees who fled the civil war there. According to Turkish officials, 17 buildings collapsed in the southeastern province of Diyarbakir. Thousands are feared trapped under the rubble left behind by the Templar. Search operations are underway and are likely to take many more hours, if not days. Turkish authorities scrambled rescue teams and supply aircraft to the region. Residents were seen joining the rescue efforts. The quake has hit Turkey's infrastructure. Natural gas pipelines in Hatay burst under the force of the powerful earthquake. The runway of Hatay Airport in Turkey developed cracks in the quake. Turkey has called for international help to deal with this emergency. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has offered all possible assistance to Turkey. India has provided 2 teams of NDRF comprising 100 personnel with specially trained dog squads and necessary equipment to help in search and rescue operations in the earthquake-hit region.
भारत के 140 करोड़ लोगों की संवेदनाएं सभी भूकंप पीड़ितों के साथ हैं। भारत भूकंप पीड़ितों की हर संभव मदद के लिए तत्पर है।
Tremors were also felt in Cyprus, Lebanon, Jordan, Israel and Egypt. The real extent of the damage inflicted by the earthquake will be known in a few days. Bureau Report, India Today. So what you just saw there in our report, those images were the aftermath of the first earthquake that was reported in South Turkey. And now on your screens, we're getting you the latest images after the second earthquake, which was reported, in fact, in these districts just about 90 minutes ago. This is the situation right now where people are still trying to get a grasp of what's happening. Obviously, they're all fleeing and scared for their lives right now, not sure if there's another earthquake coming their way. Now, while it's common for aftershocks to happen, the fact that you've seen an equally powerful earthquake rip through these parts of Turkey is scary. It's shocking to say the least, and that's why officials are unsure of really what comes next. There's no doubt hampers rescue work also to a large extent, because now locals will be, in fact, unable to help with the rescue efforts. If there was any debris that was piled up under which there are people who are hoping to be saved, that debris now piles up further as well. And let's also show you these images right now of the deadliest earthquakes that we've seen in the history of the world so far. 2002, rejog your memories to the Gujarat nightmare that we saw, in which 13,000 plus people had died in Gujarat. India Today had extensively covered that particular earthquake. It was heartbreaking, to say the least, the images that came in of the tragedy that unfolded in Gujarat. And then you have the earthquake in 2003 in Iran that left over 34,000 people dead and scores more injured. It took months really for Iran to come out of the aftermath of that quake. The other visual that we're showing you right now is from 2005 in Pakistan, where nearly over 86,000 people actually had died in that calamity, which in fact had far-reaching implications for Pakistan as well. In 2006, Indonesia was hit by an earthquake where over 5,000 people died. It also triggered a heartbreaking tsunami, which led to casualties not just in Indonesia, but other parts of the world as well. In 2008, China, in Sichuan, there was a massive earthquake, 69,000 people dead. Those were the known deaths that were reported. Experts suggest that the number was a lot more. But by far the worst calamity to ever hit the world as far as earthquakes, the deadliest earthquake ever, was in Haiti in 2010, when in fact the death toll went up to over 3 lakh and counting. That by far was the worst earthquake that we've ever been inflicted by. And then there's the latest one in Turkey. This year, when you're seeing, in fact, over 1,500 dead, the death toll possibly could go up in the coming hours and days. And the news that's coming in right now is that an earthquake has also jolted New York's Buffalo. As per reports, the tremors were felt in the region at around 6:15 a.m. That is, in fact, Eastern Standard Time. So in America and New York, it was 6:15 in the morning when this earthquake was felt. Now, we understand that the magnitude was about 3.8 on the Richter scale as per US officials. So it doesn't look like there would have been any substantial damage. But there were people, locals in New York, who definitely felt the quake. The United States Geological Survey, the USGS, has also confirmed that this earthquake did occur in parts of New York, particularly in the Buffalo region. It is said that the epicenter of the quake was in West Seneca. The tremors were 3 kilometers in depth. Note that these tremors have happened after 2 massive earthquakes that hit Turkey. So we're going to continue getting you all the latest live updates coming in from Turkey, along with ground reports of the situation there, our thoughts and prayers with the people of Turkey. I'm slipping into a short break here on 6 p.m. Prime. We're focusing on the big national stories of the day on the other side. There's a massive controversy over the appointment of a judge in the Madras High Court. What is this all about? It's even reached the CJI. We'll tell you in just a bit.
Chopra, how could this have happened? I know it's very difficult to conjecture without a full court of inquiry completing its proceedings. But in your mind, sir, because you've been in Mirage 2000s, you've flown from Gwalior, you've flown dynamic missions where you are expected to fly very, very close to other aircraft. You've been a test pilot. How could something like this happen, sir?
Yeah, Chip, first I must tell you that as you have brought out some facts already, that, the aviation over the years has become much, much safer. We know in the First and Second World War, there used to be thousands of aeroplanes in the same area, and yet there were not so many collisions. And over the years, if you see the number of collisions, no, this is unfortunate that we have lost a pilot in Gwalior, but the last one was a SCAT in 2019, which was an inverted flying display. And the one before that was in 2015 when 2 Su-30s had collided. Yes. So there are phenomenal amount of aids in addition to the support that the ground controller, the radar controller gives you. There is a support within you, the avionics, there is a radar, there are other sensors that are all the time telling you the presence of the other aircraft. But, must remember that, we are in military aviation. Combat training has to be realistic. The aeroplanes are flying very fast. They are turning at high Gs. There are, high speeds, and there are physiological, forces that are acting on your body. So there is. So what is critical is that situational awareness, the combine of the controller and the pilot, and the other members of the formation. There is a need for, a close situational awareness of where the other aircraft is with whom you're maneuvering. But again, as I must say that, in this particular case, in Gwalior, this Mirage 2000 aircraft and the Su-30 that are reportedly have collided, details are still not known, and any conjectures may not be absolutely correct. But the overall accident rate of the Indian Air Force is phenomenally good. Nowadays you're having a current accident rate is 0.15. Now, how do you calculate accident rate in the Air Forces? For every 10,000 hours, how many accidents have taken place? So the rate is very good. You will recall that in the 1990s, we were losing close to 20 aircraft a year or even more. And the rate was much higher. And nowadays, we have come down to between 10 and 20. And there are many years when you have got less than, 10 aircraft, accidents. And among them, the mid-air collisions are very, very far and very, very few, despite, such high-performance aircraft like.
Welcome back. The appointment of a judge in the Madras High Court has sparked a fresh debate and a war of words. The centre has notified the appointment of Victoria Gowri as an additional judge of the Madras High Court, and it's led to a legal fight as lawyers of the Madras High Court have now approached the Supreme Court against her elevation. Why? Because she's a member of the BJP. Now, these lawyers have contended exactly that. They've gone to the Supreme Court seeking an urgent hearing, saying she cannot be a judge in the High Court. The matter came up for hearing before the top court today, and the CJI confirmed that the collegium, which had actually recommended her elevation in January, has taken cognizance of the developments. The Supreme Court will now hear this case tomorrow. Ever since the news of her elevation, lawyers have been up in arms against Gowri being made a judge. In fact, 21 lawyers in Chennai, practicing lawyers, shot off a letter to President Murmu saying Gowri had made bigoted comments in the past and had regressive views, and hence her appointment must be shot down. Pramod Madhav is joining us live from Chennai. We also have Anisha Mathur getting us the latest on how this case has been playing out in the Supreme Court. Pramod, I'd like to begin with you. Good evening. You know, this has been a bone of contention, a big talking point for the last many days actually in Tamil Nadu, because you've had lawyers up in arms, politicians are also up in arms against Victoria Gowri's elevation.
Absolutely, Akshita. Good evening. And the thing is that it was first brought in to the notice by All India Lawyers Union, and we also spoke to the CPM State Secretary, who are all claiming they're absolutely shocked. And the only thing they are bringing against Gowri, Victoria Gowri, is that they state that there are evidence on social media of hate speech by Victoria Gowri that is against Christian community and Muslim community. This is what they claim to be a content against her becoming an additional judge. But the interesting factor here is that as they were trying to appeal in the Supreme Court itself, her appointment notification was given. And this is where they claim they're completely shocked over it. They claim that they are not against any lawyer being made a judge. But the problem here is that they believe that Victoria Gowri is a member of the BJP party, and how she could be made a judge even after there is evidence of her having hate speech or kind of words against a certain community. This seems to be the
two
argument
points of
from the
contention
opposition
that they've raised. One is about these so-called hate speeches, which they were also, in fact, put out widely from YouTube, etc., of interviews of Victoria Gowri. And the second being that she's a member of the BJP. Anisha Mathur is joining us with more on this. You know, there's this ongoing debate over already the collegium system, Anisha, and now the focus is on what's played out with Victoria Gowri. Take us through what happened in the Supreme Court, because the CJI has directly taken note of this.
Well, yes, Akshita. Now, interestingly enough, at 12:12, when the Law Minister Kiren Rijiju tweeted that 13 names for various high courts had been cleared, just minutes after that, at 12:14, this matter was mentioned before the Supreme Court of India. Now, of course, there is no correlation between the timeline as such, but the matter was mentioned before the Supreme Court of India, saying that there are serious objections to this particular appointment. Now, what the petitioners have said, and these are three lawyers from the Madras bar who have raised, as our colleague was also saying, two lines of arguments. One, that there are hate speeches that have been given by Victoria Gowri, who is now has been elevated. Her notification has come for elevation to the High Court. Secondly, that she is an office bearer of the BJP in Tamil Nadu, and therefore what the petition says in the Supreme Court is that her speeches violate Article 15, which is the therefore, she is not qualified to be a judge of the High Court.
Let's see what happens really in the Supreme Court. For the moment, I've run out of time. Thanks, Anisha and Pramod, for joining us. I'm slipping into a short break here on 6 p.m. Prime. Coming up on the other side, we're rounding up what happened in Parliament for you. Both in Parliament and outside, protests breaking out over the Adani controversy.
Decompression is important. De-stressing is essential, and we can't just stress this enough. The best way is shorter trips, domestic and international both. And the options are many and rather very exciting.
Maldives is constrained for 4 nights in a hotel, but Sri Lanka's experiences, whether you have the commercials to spend or whether you don't have commercials to spend. Sri Lanka offers you Hill Says Sri Lanka, and it also offers you beach, adventure, good food, and a connect for Indian. And I think anywhere where Indians go, they want to be connected by heart, because we are raised on emotional values than anything else. So Sri Lankans understand that, and we perform that really well.
Add to that the trend of sustainability in tourism and how the consumer today is very discerning about responsible travel.
Sri Lanka is actually automatically sustainable. I mean, it's fairly low energy. The higher end resorts are, they understand that this is what the discerning tourist is looking for, and increasingly sustainability is coming and is there. I mean, the country is naturally sort of low carbon. We can save certain amounts by the way that we fly, and we're all doing that. Mangroves, I think, absorb maybe 12 times the carbon that a normal forest does. Seagrass is more like 36 times. So, blue carbon is a really important subject, and where we are, we're an island, tropical island. It's an obvious kind of thing to do. So those are the things that we're working on.
One big trend amidst the discerning traveller is the fact that the Indian traveller is more a traveller rather than just tourist.
Indians predominantly are becoming travelers to tourists. We were tourists all this while, but we are changing to become travelers. And tourists is which they go by recommendations of travel agents. But travelers are the ones who know what they want, but they still want assistance from a travel company to make their trip flawless. And they don't worry about a lot of money and bucks over there, because true depth of a vacation is also felt when you do things differently and not with the itinerary.
Sustainable tourism helps create jobs, and the location benefits by your travel by means of how you understand and contribute to the preservation efforts of the location's cultural history, wildlife preservation initiatives, reduction of carbon emissions, restoration of landscape and water bodies, and so much more. The discerning traveller today understands this, and the trend is palpable. For India's neighbouring country and island that has just come out of a tough couple of months, Sri Lanka, the doors are again wide open. In New Delhi, Chaiti Narula for India Today.
Welcome back. Siddharth Malhotra and Kiara Advani are all set to tie the knot on February 7th at the beautiful Suryagarh Palace in Jaisalmer. Kiara was last seen visiting Manish Malhotra's studio ahead of her wedding. Siddharth Malhotra was in Delhi to take stock of the preparations. We've got all the exclusive details of this year's most anticipated wedding, and I'm leaving you with this report.
Wedding bells are ringing louder than ever as Bollywood's it couple is finally ready to say their I do's. That's right, Siddharth Malhotra and Kiara Advani are all set to begin a new chapter of their lives as husband and wife. The most anticipated wedding of 2023 is happening in Jaisalmer, Rajasthan. India Today sources reveal that the couple was quite keen on having their wedding in the month of love. You guessed it right, February is the month of lovers all across the world to celebrate, and Sid and Kiara chose the same to take their relationship to the next level. The duo will tie the knot on 7th February at Suryagarh Palace Hotel. The preparations are in full swing. The wedding venue is all decked up. The guests are welcomed with Rajasthani folk dance and music. It's finally happening. The Sher Shah couple is only hours away from becoming husband and wife. And as the festivities are to begin today, the bride-to-be had already reached Jaisalmer. Kiara was spotted at the airport as she arrived for her wedding with friend and celebrity fashion designer Manish Malhotra, who accompanied her to the wedding venue. As per India Today sources, there will be Sangeet and Haldi on Sunday and Feiraz on Monday. Kiara was also heard discussing a Sangeet song playlist with her friends in Dubai over the New Year's. Since Sher Shah was a huge hit for both of them, Rata Lambia is already on the Sangeet playlist. What's more, Kiara was seen visiting Manish Malhotra's store ahead of the wedding, while Sid was too in Delhi before the wedding festivities to take stock of the preparations. The couple will be wearing a traditional wedding outfit assembled by Manish Malhotra for their wedding. Siddharth and Kiara also ensured a desert safari for the guests, along with food stalls which will consist of Rajasthani cuisine. The guests will even be treated to the wonderful Rajasthani folklore performances by the Manganiyar artists beneath the Rajasthani skyline. And also to receive a spa voucher as a treat in their respective luxury villas. Immediate family members and close friends from the industry, including Karan Johar, Shahid Kapoor and his wife Meera, Isha Ambani and husband Anand Piramal are among other guests who have reached the wedding venue. Wedding photographer Vishal Punjabi too was spotted at the venue. While it's going to be an intimate wedding, the couple has planned to host 2 receptions, one in Delhi and another for the film industry friends in Mumbai. Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
The only woman designer to have ever showcased at Paris Couture Week. She did that last year. This year, she did it off calendar amidst many other designers. Abyss. Her collection was deeply inspired by what lies under the vastness of the ocean. As a diver, she loves exploring the colors in the beautiful world that lies under the ocean. And while her showcased collection may outwardly have reflected that, at a quote-unquote deeper level, it was all about rediscovery of the inner self. Art meets couture has always been at the core of Vaishali's creations, and the flow of the outfit is very similar to the way the water exists. Hand weaves by Indian artisans, coding techniques, choice of sustainable fabrics, and Indian heritage at the core of what she creates. The world has taken notice of how sustainable her creations are. She herself wore one of her outfits in a typical Indian hue with her sculptural technique. It was a dress for the Western world, and for Indians, it was a twist to our heritage saris with the drape coming over her shoulder. Teamed with vintage Indian jewelry and tin cans, very interestingly used in villages, made fashionable as bags, a showcase of Indian art and craft got pulled off by Vaishali in her work. Interestingly, Vaishali Shadangule has never showcased at FDCI India Couture Week, and she does hope to do that very, very soon.
I want viewers around the world to know this, and consumers rather around the world to know this, that when you're picking up a piece from a designer, whether it is you, whether it is, you know, some of the other stalwarts coming in from India who are also doing some fabulous work, and it's stunning, right? They need to understand the story that goes behind each and every one of these pieces, because how many brands today can stand up and say, number one, we're completely sustainable?
Designers, they have really big role to play to, I think, educate, and whatever they are selling, the story behind that piece, you know, it should be there very transparently.
While all her work is sustainable, she takes that beyond fashion into social impact, storytelling, and art. In fact, her flagship store in Mumbai stands testimony to sustainable decor. In Mumbai, Chaiti Narula for India Today.
congratulations on this good set of numbers that you've reported. Your own take, was it in line with your expectations or better than your expectations? And also, what were the key factors that really supported the bottom line?
As you know, we were the first ones in the life insurance space to do a M&A, and we had guided the street that we will be margin neutral about a year down the line, but very happy to share that we are already at margin neutrality, which means that the combined entities margins, new business margins are in line with where we were last year, and from here on we will continue to build that upwards. So slightly ahead. Apart from that, very happy in terms of whether it's in top line. We have grown faster than the sector at 17%. And all the elements of growth, our agency channel, their share has grown from about 14% to 18%. Annuity has trended upwards about 60%. Protection sequential growth has been about 13-14%. Credit life has grown upwards of 50%. And hence, because of all of this, this has not surprisingly resulted in fairly healthy margins and also a healthy PAT, like you mentioned, of over 15% growth.
What are the trends that you're already witnessing? 20th of January already here, in January, and for the entire FY23, can we safely say it's going to be a good growth year for HDFC Life?
Yes, it's going to be a holistic year. Good growth in profitability, very steady in terms of quality of business, in terms of persistency.
The fast fashion industry is one of the biggest and most significant contributors to pollution globally. The extremely detrimental impact of fast fashion waste on the environment has been known for a while. According to earth.org, the fast fashion industry contributes to nearly 10% of global carbon emissions. Millions of clothes end up in landfills every day. While none of this is news, the debate on sustainability is an interesting one. Some of the senior members of this industry are extremely aware and sustainable and making an effort towards it.
If you are taking care of the people who are making the garments, who are weaving it, and then back end they are using the natural fiber to create the fabric, so they are not using plastics or polyesters, but they are using the green cotton and using that to create the fabric. Then I'm using those fabric, handloom fabric, to make fashionable garments. So ultimately it is sustaining the whole chain of the cycle. Even after usage, if it goes back to the earth, it disintegrates and turns into manure. So all these things are very much there, which I am very much supporting and doing from the beginning of my career. And I think that is what my bit can be.
Pranav Kirti, who owns a fashion label with a strong social commentary, has a rather interesting view. His philosophy is buy more as it contributes to employment in India.
Our dialogue and our narration of the entire story, that you buy less. I'm not going to do anything about it. I'm just going to preach and you buy less. I think I have a little bit of a conflict over there. I feel as creative intellectuals and as industry stakeholders, it is our responsibility to make better. So buy as much as you want, but then it's our houses which have to produce better. By just buying less, nothing is going to be so remarkably impactful in the West. But over here, people are going to lose their jobs, and it's literally going to come down to their livelihoods. So we as entrepreneurs and as leaders have to provide better avenues for their income and as well as for our customers so that they have better options in the market.
our Indian concept of sustainability borrowed? Yes and no.
Like in the previous years, like maybe 100, 200 years before, our country was so much more sustainable in terms of, the way we used to have our cooking and food, our textiles, everything was having a certain meaning. How it should be going this much only and then it will return back to the earth. So because of the fast life and so much of, in the name of progression, we have kind of actually gone backwards.
Volkswagen Tiger, India's safest SUVW.
Warm welcome. You are watching Mission 2024. I'm Preeti Chaudhary. It's your one-stop destination of all news political leading up to the big gig of 2024 general elections. These are the headlines. Prime Minister Modi unveils Asia's biggest defense chopper-making unit in Karnataka. Fires first big attack over Rafale politics, says this is a slap on the face to all those who spread lies.
जेल है जिसका नाम लेकर लोगों को भड़काने की साजिश रची गई, लोगों को उकसाया.
Adani storm rages in Parliament after massive sloganeering by opposition. Both houses adjourn. Rahul Gandhi corners Modi government. Congress stages pan-India protest.
आप देखना पूरी कोशिश होगी और ये सरकार नहीं, मोदी जी पूरी कोशिश करेंगे कि पार्लियामेंट में अदानी जी का डिस्कशन ना हो जाए.
Siddaramaiah triggers big row, says Hindutva has scope for murder and violence. BJP accuses Siddaramaiah of speaking the language of tyrants like Tipu Sultan. Delhi's wait for its civic body head continues 2 months after polls. Still no mayor for MCD. Elections called off for the third time today. Death and destruction as a third quake jolts Turkey in less than 24 hours. Over 1,600 dead. Tremors felt in Syria and Egypt.
Gel sen de çabuk gel, çabuk gel. Bırak onları gel, bırak onları.
Unrest across Bangladesh as 14 temples were desecrated in a series of orchestrated attacks. All right, viewers, let's take you directly to Tripura. Tripura polls on the 16th of February, and it's a high-octane campaign that's on. Amit Shah, the Home Minister, campaigning in the state of war. Tripura speaks exclusively to India today during his Agartala roadshow. Listen in.
त्रिपुरा में मेगा रैली कर रहे हैं अमित शाह और उन्हीं के इस ट्रक में हैं हम लोग और बात करेंगे सर से. सर, आप बीजेपी एकमात्र पार्टी है जो सबसे ज्यादा सीटों पर चुनाव लड़ रही है और कोई पार्टी इतने सीट पे नहीं लड़ ले. क्या आपको लगता है कि अकेले ही आप सरकार बना लोगे?
हम गत चुनाव से ज्यादा वोट से सीटों के साथ त्रिपुरा में मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में सरकार बनाएंगे.
सर, इस बार जो सबसे दूसरा जो नाम आ रहा है सामने वो त्रिपुरा मोता का है. क्या आप त्रिपुरा मोता को सीरियसली ले रहे हो?
चुनाव में हर एक प्रतिद्वंदी सीरियसली लेना होता है, परंतु हमने ट्राइबल्स के कल्याण के लिए जो किया है, मोदी जी ने 40,000 ब्रू रियांग भाइयों को यहाँ सेटल कर ट्राइबलों में एक अच्छा संदेश भेजा है. हर ट्राइबल, हर गरीब, हर ओबीसी के घर में पीने का पानी, घर, बिजली, गैस, शौचालय, 5 लाख तक की सारी स्वास्थ्य की सुविधाएं और फ्री ऑफ कॉस्ट राशन पहुंचाने का काम किया है। 2.5 दशक के कम्युनिस्ट शासन में एक कभी नहीं हुआ। पूरा ट्राइबल उत्साह के साथ मोदी जी के साथ है, हमारे मुख्यमंत्री के साथ है, भारतीय जनता पार्टी के साथ।
त्रिपुरा मोदा का सेटिंग है, आपने कहा है कांग्रेस और लेफ्ट के साथ।
जब हम 50% से ज्यादा वोट प्राप्त करते हैं, कोई सेटिंग काम में नहीं आता है।
एक लास्ट सवाल आपसे, क्या इस चुनाव में ममता बनर्जी फैक्टर है, वो भी कैंपेन करें?
हर एक व्यक्ति ने चुनाव लड़ने का अधिकार है, हर कोई लड़ सकता है।
All right, viewers, it's battleground Tripura. Amit Shah campaigning in Tripura there. It's a battle of prestige for the Bharatiya Janata Party to keep control of Tripura. Will the tribal vote on which that the Bharatiya Janata Party had come to power the last election still stick with the Bharatiya Janata Party? On the other hand, Mamta Banerjee is also in Agartala at the same time as the Home Minister. It's imperative, it's trial by fire for the TMC. If the TMC is going to go ahead with what it wants in terms of its national ambition, it would need to leave a big footprint when it comes down to Meghalaya and Tripura. I want to cut across right now. All right, let's quickly listen in to Amit Shah.
त्रिपुरा में मेगा रैली कर रहे हैं अमित शाह और उन्हीं के इस ट्रक में हैं हम लोग और बात करेंगे सर से। सर, आप बीजेपी एकमात्र पार्टी है जो सबसे ज्यादा सीटों पर चुनाव लड़ रही है और कोई पार्टी इतने सीट पे नहीं लड़ ले। क्या आपको लगता है कि अकेले ही आप सरकार बना लोगे?
हम गत चुनाव से ज्यादा वोट से सीटों के साथ त्रिपुरा में मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में सरकार बनाएंगे।
सर, इस बार जो सबसे दूसरा जो नाम आ रहा है सामने वो त्रिपुरा मोदा का है, क्या आप त्रिपुरा मोदा को सीरियसली ले रहे हो?
चुनाव में हर एक प्रतिद्वंदी सीरियसली लेना होता है, परंतु हमने ट्राइबल्स के कल्याण के लिए जो किया है, मोदी जी ने 40,000 ब्रू रियांग भाइयों को यहाँ सेटल कर ट्राइबलों में एक अच्छा संदेश भेजा है। हर ट्राइबल, हर गरीब, हर ओबीसी के घर में पीने का पानी, घर, बिजली, गैस, शौचालय, 5 लाख तक की सारी स्वास्थ्य की सुविधाएं और फ्री ऑफ कॉस्ट राशन पहुंचाने का काम किया है। 2.5 दशक के कम्युनिस्ट शासन में एक कभी नहीं हुआ। पूरा ट्राइबल उत्साह के साथ मोदी जी के साथ है, हमारे मुख्यमंत्री के साथ है, भारतीय जनता पार्टी के साथ।
त्रिपुरा मोदा का सेटिंग है, आपने कहा है कांग्रेस और लेफ्ट के साथ।
जब हम 50% से ज्यादा वोट प्राप्त करते हैं, कोई सेटिंग काम में नहीं आता है।
एक लास्ट सवाल आपसे, क्या इस चुनाव में ममता बनर्जी फैक्टर है, वो भी कैंपेन करें?
हर एक व्यक्ति ने चुनाव लड़ने का अधिकार है, हर कोई लड़ सकता है।
All right, viewers. So if there is Amit Shah, the Home Minister, campaigning for the Bharatiya Janata Party in Tripura, then there is also Mamta Banerjee, who is also campaigning in Agartala. Listen in to Mamta Banerjee as well.
যে যখন কেউ ছিল না, বিজেপির একতরফা অত্যাচার চলছিল এখানে, সে সময় তৃণমূল কংগ্রেস একমাত্র, ইভেন সাংবাদিকরাও দেখেছেন কিভাবে সাংবাদিকদের উপরও সে সময়টা অত্যাচার হয়েছে। আমাদের লোকেদের উপর আক্রমণ হয়েছে, এমপিদের গাড়ি ভেঙে দেওয়া হয়েছে। কারণ আমি আগেও ত্রিপুরায় যখন প্রথম কংগ্রেস এলো, সেই সময়টা তো সন্তোষ মোহন দেব, মনোরঞ্জন ভক্ত আর আমি 3 জনে মিলে সবচেয়ে বেশি কাজ করেছিলাম। কাজে ত্রিপুরায় আমি একদম, ত্রিপুরা আমার কাছে নতুন কিছু নয় এবং ত্রিপুরার মানুষের সাথে বাংলার কানেকশন চিরকালই ছিল, আছে এবং থাকবে। ওরা আমাদের বড় আপনজন।
All right, I want to cut across right now to my colleague and our National Affairs Editor, Rahul Srivastav, who's joining us. Rahul, a very interesting battle brewing in Tripura for the Bharatiya Janata Party, battle of prestige. They'd want to hold on to the tribal vote. On the other hand, you know, for the TMC, Tripura as well as Meghalaya would practically mean whether they cull national ambitions or they go ahead with it.
Yes, Smriti, I think it's a very interesting battle. And I think this is one state, Tripura, where the BJP in entire Northeast, one can say it had that organic growth in which, unlike an Arunachal or someplace where it didn't get other MLAs to switch over, then create a larger base. it won an election and ousted the left parties, the CPM from Tripura. And that is why this is what you would call a critical state for the BJP. But right, this elections, there is a bit of a problem. The BJP and the IPFT alliance is facing a very well-oiled Congress and left party alliance. The contest is there clear in 42 seats, where also the Tripura Motha is also contesting. Now, there are 20 seats where Motha has very strong influence, but they are contesting 20 of the other 40 seats, where there is a non-tribal vote. That actually upsets, creates a bit of a problem for the BJP. The TMC is giving a very good fight. Interestingly, what the TMC has done, most of the schemes in its 42-point manifesto are a replica of what the West Bengal TMC has done very well for the TMC in Bengal. This includes 2 lakh jobs.